Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex. So
วันดีวันฝนตกเอ้าตกเหรอวันนี้
ทำไม
อ๋อขอไม่เหรอ
ขอบคุณ
สวัสดีครับน้องออกโทเบอร์ยอกโทเบอร์กินข้าวรอนะ
デップさん絶対こういうのうまい。デップさんそばうまいね。絶対こういうのうまいね。おお。きたー。ハッポテト。ハッポテト。頑張れー。あ、お願いします。あ、お願いします。お願いします。お願いします。
โอ้คนญี่ปุ่นเวลาเขาจะหนึ่งกันนะมีก้มแบบมาให้ฟันกันนะ มารยาทแบบโอ้โห
これスキル何？
มารยาทอย่างเลิศ
まあ一旦ね、これ開幕何もしないのがいい、多分これ。どうやってやんだこれ。
マジでさあいつ。いや分かってない分かってない。
いけるいける。これいける。いやほら。私。こうでしょこれ。
พรุ่งนี้มีเล่นน้ำไหมอยากไปเล่นมั้ยล่ะทางสงกรานต์เหมือนจะเริ่มว่างด้วยก็จะไปรู้ซิกซิกแต่ไม่รู้ดูกัน
ダメだ。チームが弱い。これじゃんけん系じゃん。
いやこれ逃げるの余裕でしょこれ。
逃げるの結構余裕だねこれ。
これハンデない。わかりました。大丈夫ですかこれ。やばいすごい僕ない。
โยนบอมไว้ตรงจุดเกิด ให้ดูกด E กลับมาก็เก็บเอง
俺持ってるよ待って。やばいよ時間ないよ。もうダメだよ。相手のブリンク2回目の先を
เกมพิวๆยังไม่ให้น้องเมย์ลงมาเล่น
だからそのビュンビュンをよ。
確かにね。いけそうだ。ビュンでいけビュンで。
逆にね逆にね。頑張れー。待ってめっちゃ下手や相手めっちゃ下手やこれ。
いけねやで。あいいねいいねウルト。いいねずっと使ってずっと使ってずっと使って。やばい。ずっと使ってずっと使って。やばいそれ。もう逃げて逃げて。ウルト食らわなかった感じ。未来が見えない。
もうダメだ。
未来が見えない。
ダメだもう。
ออกคนพิวๆเล่นไม่ตลกใช่ไหมโอเค
弱すぎるなこれ。
やべえ。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。お願いします。頑張れ。レッツゴー。嫌です。なんで嫌なんだよ。
嫌です。嫌です。
ここですね。
許そう。
オッケーです。頑張ります。ありがとう。ありがとう。いけ落ちろ。耐えろよ。心理戦。落ちろ。よし。ジャンプ。今でしょ。早いんだ。そんな短い？あ、今回俺で。はい、オッケー。まっすぐ向いて、まっすぐ。行くぜ。ちょっと俺もクールに応援しよう。レッツゴー。早めにここ。どうですか？
なんか
あ、まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？まあいいんじゃない？
いやこれフェイクなんでこれ弱いと思います1。
当たったんじゃない今の反動は。
フェイクですこれ。
あ、今いいよ。いいよ。
いいね。ビビった今。まあ3.5秒ぐらいだね。3.5秒。謎です。オッケーガチやるそれで。
本当かなそれ。これ絶対落ちたよ。いけ。おおいいね。やば。
これは結構ギリギリだな。いやこれは結構ギリギリだな。
これガチでギリだなじゃあ。
これはマジでギリギリだね。
い
やこれやべえな。 123.5。
うん。
結構すごいよこれは。デプさんこれ勝てるかなこれ。え
これやばいこれやばいこれやばい。
おい足もう落ちるってそれ。これやばい。勝ちじゃない俺たちの。
やばい。確かに俺たちの勝ちじゃない？
やったー。すごい。
本チームは第1回パシフィック運動会において卓越した実力と輝かしいチームワークで勝利を収めました。美しい心を込めてこのトロフィーを授与します。はい、ありがとうございます。まあなんか一人弱かったですね、ウェイレイの人があそこで差をつけれたかなって。
リアルなやつやん。めっちゃリアルやん。ワーストプレイヤー聞こえたけど。
俺1ポイント取ったからね。
もう俺も結構ずっと攻めてたけど。勝ったし。俺ゼロ。おい。
確かに。
そうですよね。
確かに。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
ทารอนเกมแรกสมมติว่าวันนี้ DFM ชนะPaper Rexจะเป็นอีกภาพเลยนะน้องไม่อยู่อ่ะนายโทษเจอเนี่ยไม่ได้เจอไม่ได้เจอ เพราะว่าอะไรทำไมมันเงียบๆแป๊บนึงนะ
Disconnected. Connected. Channel switched.
รอน20ครับ
อุ้ย20เลยเหรอได้อยูวันนี้โหแล้วเซต2 ดาว
จะตามเคิร์ดเลย อาจจะเป็น2-1
แปลกเลย
มันมันเป็นเรื่องที่ไม่ควรจะเกิดขึ้นที่เปเปอร์เล็กจะแพ้มา3-0อย่างเงี้ย
เฮ้ยวันนี้ไม่แพ้วันนี้ไม่แพ้
ใช่วันนี้ไม่แพ้แล้ว จากทีมที่แม่งได้ไปอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลตลอด
เป็นล่างทองหน้าโกกับเทโออีกใช่หรอ ไปดู
ใช่
สถิติย้อนมา10อ่ะ
อ๋อ
ยังไม่มีวันแมตช์ไหนมันล่างทองให้ดูเลย
อาจจะล่างทองในแรงค์อะไรอย่างงี้ป่ะ
หรือว่าต้องเล่นแต่เสร็จวะตอนนี้ อะไรอ่ะ สวัสดีครับผมน้องออนอะไรฮิฮู
นี่ดูเสื้อก่อนเป็นไง ไม่โชว์ วันนี้มีใครไปตัดสายพี่เอ๋ยยัง เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยอย่าเลย
โอ้โห
นะ อยากรู้ว่าเซต้ามันจ่ายมาเปล่า
แอดมินว่ะ
มันคือสัญญายืมเหรอ
ใส่เสื้อนี้แล้วมันหนาวแต่ว่ามันระบายอากาศดีอะแล้วไม่งอากาศมันก็เข้ายังหนาวเลย นี่ต้องเร่งแอร์หน่อยน้องเมย์คือท่านไง what ก็ไม่มีโชตะ2 คนแล้วก็นี่2 คนโอ้เซนติเนลจิตบอยเล่นดีจะตายไม่ให้เฉย
พารอน2-1ไปเล็ก2010แฟร์เวลเลยเหรอ อ้าว
วิว
จริงปะเนี่ยนี่ก็มาเลยดิ
เนี่ยก็เอา10ลงแล้วก็เอา10เก่าลงอ่ะของเซตาแล้วก็เอา10มาลงอีกคน
โอ้โห
จะเป็น10
สงสารผู้บรรยาย
เดี๋ยวจริงยังดูเอลลินอยู่อีกอะ พี่วิกเซนติเนลจิตบอย ไม่มีใครเลือกซัมติงเลยโอ้โหหมิ่นน้องเลยเนี่ย ถ้าเกิดวันนี้เป็นวันของทีมญี่ปุ่นจะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
ครับ โห
คลิปหายกันหมดเลย
impossible
impossible อินนี้ไม่แพ้คิรัวเลยว่ะ โอ้โหในติดวลยังไม่แพ้นะครับ ในอันติไอโซเนี่ย เดือดเซอร์ไพรส์มาปุ๊บ กลายเป็นรอนไม่กลับบ้านแต่เป็นรอนเลส ผมมารอนเลส จริงไปไวเปอร์ทำติงไปเซนติเนลพารอนกับเปเปอร์เล็กเข้าให้วันนี้ อืม วงในบอกว่าวันนี้แพทเมนไม่ได้ลง ไปฟิกกลับบ้าน อีกคนที่ลงคือพี่อเล็ก
โอ้โห หนักเลย
ใกล้มือดิฮะ พี่อเล็กบอกเล่นไม่ดีนี่ไม่ได้แท็กมือนะกระโดดถีบขาคู่เลยแบบ กระโดดถีบไปใกล้ๆ CGS player
ไฮไลท์นี่คือการันตีว่ารอดแล้ว
รอดแล้ว ใช่ คือ3 เกมก็คือรอดแล้ว วันนี้ทารอนก็กำลังจะรอดอีกทีม ขอร้องเลยแมตช์สำคัญครับห้ามแพ้ ตอนนั้นก็ไปแพ้เซต้ามาปีที่แล้วนะแมตช์สำคัญปะอ๋อ ตอนนั้นที่แพ้แล้วแบบฟอร์สก็โดนย้ำว่าโยนเกมอะไรเงี้ย ตกอันดับคือไม่ได้เข้ารอบเลยเหรอ หรือแค่ตกอันดับเฉยๆอยู่เกาหลีไงหน้าใสไม่มีสิว มันจะมีเมื่อไหร่มันจะปลดเคิร์ดตัวเองวะชนะ2-0นะแล้วมันต้องเป็นแพ้แมปแรกตลอดเหลือเชื่อ เดี๋ยวทารอนต้องแข่งกับT1อีก ทีมที่1
User joined your channel.
RQ T1 นี่ไม่มีแมตช์แข่งแล้วใช่ไหม ไม่แน่ใจอะ T1 เดี๋ยวต้องไปเจอทารอนต่อ ส่วน RQ มันต้องไปเจอซีเคทน่ะ อย่างที่ซิโร่พิมพ์เลยทารอน20ครับทำลายเคิร์ดตัวเองวันนี้ฟอสต้องเน้นเป็นพิเศษ ส่วนเปเปอร์เล็กนี่ยิ่งเน้นเลย แมตช์ตัดสินชะตาครับว่าเปเปอร์เล็กได้อยู่
วัน
หรื
นี้
อ
ต้อ
ไป
งเน้นที่สุดตั้งแต่เคยเน้นมา
เจอทีมอะไรนะพี่เปเปอร์เล็ก
DFM ต้องเน้นที่สุดตั้งแต่เน้นมา
วันนี้เซต้ามันโอ้โหแทบจะชุดใหม่เลยนะว่าเหลือชูก้าคนเดียว
น้องบีทีโอมา
นี่คือน้องแท้ๆเลยเหรอ
ใช่
เอาวะเทนโอ้มาแทนเดฟด้วยนะ
ทำไมเขาใช้ชื่อเทนวะ
ไอ้นี่ไงดูนารูโตะมาไงพี่
หน้าตั้งอุกกาบาตที่เมเทโอน้องอุกกาบาต
พี่เป็นเมดิโอน้องเป็นสตาร์สตอมไหมหรือไม่ก็ตั้งแบบ
เทนต้อง
เค
แปล
ออส
ละโอ้โห
เขาจะเน้นไงว่าเทนไม่ได้ลงแล้วก็เอาเทนแทน อย่างที่บอกอะเอาเทนลง แล้วก็เอาเทนเก่ามาลง แล้วก็เอาเทนมาลง
เทนเคยด่ากับฟลิปในแรงค์
ด่าใครนะ
ฟลิปชไนเดอร์อินโดอ่ะ
บางฟิปอะนะ
ที่เหยียดจนโดนแบน อ๋อจำได้แล้วคุ้นๆอยู่
ใช่ใช่แต่มันไปมันคิดว่าฟิปเป็นอินเดียบางตอนนั้นอะมันสั่นยับเลยอะ ให้ชอบ16%นะพี่
ขายยิงตัว
เดี๋ยว
นี่หว่า
นี่พอไหมให้ชอบ16%
ไม่น่าพอ
ลูกซองหรือเปล่าอันเนี้ย
โอ้
ลูกซองล้วนเปล่า
จัดช็อตตี้อัดตัวเลยเหรอพี่
ไอ้ไง16%นี้ถ้าไม่เฟิร์สช็อตหัวก็คือโหโดนหมดอะอารอนที่เฟิร์สช็อต
ไม่น่าพอนะ16%
RQ มันแพ้ใครไปมาครั้งหนึ่ง
ไม่หมดเหรอ
กินจนหมดแล้ว แพ้หนองชิม ดีมีคนเบรกความร้อนแรง ถ้า PRX วันนี้แม่งทำได้แล้วกลับมาได้ สมมติว่าถ้าไปเปเล็กมันชนะวันนี้แล้วกลับมาเป็นแชมป์สเตน1ได้โคตรเทพเลย
โอ้โห
แบบไต่ใส่ล่างขึ้นมา Absolute Cinema เลย
ไม่พร้อมมาเดี๋ยวรอบเนี้ย
น่าจะต้องไปตายกับทีมเกาหลีสักทีม เพราะยังเล่นไม่เป๊ะ วิดีโอซ้ำศพอะโอ้โห RQ ชุดบังฟิปนี่คือ ถ้าเป็นหมดหวังอะตอนเนี้ย นี่ดูเสื้อด้วยเป็นไง ดูเสื้อ นี่ดูท่านมาแน่นอน มาปะต้องดูว้าวมึงกดโลตัสอีกเลย เซต้าถึงกับแบนแฟกเจอร์เลยไม่ไหว What if ถ้าเราตกรอบไม่ใช่ตกรอบตกชั้นตกอันดับอารอนจะกดโลตัสจนกว่าจะชนะเวยเลยเวยเลยเฮ้ยเปเปอร์ทินขอโทษด้วยนะที่ต้องแบบผิดพิดิกวันนี้
Not at the level
วันนี้บอททำงานปะวะเยียบบอกกายเงียบไม่โอเคถ้าเราต้องไปชนะทีมที่หนึ่งในกล่องดวงใจดวงใจนี่ลุ้นที่สองนี่มันไม่ต้องใส่ตกใจแล้วเดี๋ยวนี้ห้ามไม่เคยพูด มาแล้วครับ
Pacific Dark Horse, so surely they've got the series
แมปแรกใครชนะ ยังครับผม ทำไมเวลายืนมันต้องอยู่ไม่สุขด้วย
อันนี้เข้าโซนพี่
มันไม่มีอะไรท
ใช่
มันจะต้องแบบ
อัน
กระดิ
นี้
ก
เข้าโซ
ขาน
ครับผม เป็นเขาเรียกว่ารีเวิร์สเมทิออร์เขาข้ามกัน
นี่เดี๋ยวตานี้ XDL เล่น ISO ภาพมาครับจับดวลคิรัวรัวๆทำไมฟอร์สดูตัวใหญ่อยู่บนเวทีโอ้โหจริงๆฟอร์สไม่ได้ตัวใหญ่นะแต่ดูแบบหุ่นตันๆนี่ไงนี่คือวินาทีประวัติศาสตร์ที่อารอนจะปลด 2-0 เกมแรกครับอารอนโค้ดเดิมครับจะมีโค้ดเดิมจะมีแอสซิสต์มาช่วยอีกคนหนึ่งอืมแต่มีแฟนๆญี่ปุ่นเยอะนะแล้วเขาจะได้มาดูเซต้าที่เจอกับปิมมี่คนดูเยอะ
โอ้โห
pull through with
สองดูเอล
former star players.
All right, well,
เวเล
แล้วเจอเวเลไง
เดี๋ยวซิงไม่ออกอ่ะเทนไอโซ ไอโซโลตัส
day
ต้องมี
lead
ติด
from the
สลง
front.
สลิงหัวแตกกันบ้างอะ วิ่งเพลิน
เดมบี้ยังหงอยอ่ะนีออนอ่ะ จิตวอยเอาจัดยิงเดมบี้ตายแล้วบอกโดนไปบ้างดิยัวกันอ่ะแมน ยัวกัน เคยข้างหลังก็ซื้อจัดมายิงคนแล้วก็ยัวกันนะแมน
ๆโอ้โห
เคยบอกจำไม่ได้เลยใครแม่งยิงกูบ้างเยอะเหลือเกิน
ปรับไหมครับ
โอ้ยหนาวโอ้ยเฮ้ยโอ้โหแฟนเซต้าเต็มฮอลเลย ไม่มีแฟนทารอนเลย
A really good chance to shake things up.
Yep.
They win this, and we're going to have a bit of a three-way tie in Group Omega as a result of it. But we'll see how it all shakes up. Again, touching on how Talon has been playing so far, their match against Nongshim last week, Primy's Waylay was certainly quite inspiring, as well as a bit of inspired play from Cruz as well.
I mean, the way that Primy's been playing it, it's very anti-neon at the moment, so we'll see.
เอามาหนึ่งครับ เฮ้ย
เอามาหนึ่งก่อน
Start off things, however, Killua onto Clues.
XDL hiding in the corner, though, does go a little bit unchecked, but
team.
spotted out at the last second, so will be able to gun him down, but quick on the draw from Sugar Zero through the rotating door.
Gonna look for some settling down at the moment, but Zeta have the Spike Quack.
And Jitboy
Oi,
is trying to pull
over
off the
that.
flank, but Prim,
Ui.
okay, still good on holding the angles. Does find it. Jitboy
Oh,
the door is
สุ
bit
ดท้าย
annoyed,
ยิงไป
so
4
Circa
ตัว
Zero will be able to pick up the quad.
Yep, 4K on the pistol. Not a bad little duel around the front of B from pretty much everybody toying with the door. You know, I want to see some good decision making come early in on this
Yeah,
map as well.
yeah.
You got to think, right? There's definitely going to be some anti-play, I would expect, coming in towards this series for the likes of Talon, right? They're definitely still running in, favoring this waylay comp. So as I said, it's going to be anti-neon now.
สุก้ามันเปลี่ยนภาพอีกแล้วมันกลับมาเล่นภาพเดิม
ภา
ภาพปกติอะ
ภาพ
knowing that you know Talon have
ไม่เล่น
chosen
ภาพหนีบ
Lotus here for a reason, but
ทีมงาน
also
เขายืดให้หรือเปล่า
activating
พี่
Primi,
ไม่ใช่ใช่ไหม
right? Seeing what he can
อ๋อเหรอ
do, getting Killer in as well.
น่าจะ
I think those are going to be
น่า
some
จะไม่ใช่นะ
pivotal
เลยกลับมา
moments
เล่น
ต้องดู
for
วิน
this
โมเดล
side right now as we've got a bit of a counterplay
Oi.
towards Mount.
Yeah, especially with the flash
Wait,
setting
wait, wait,
through, and
wait.
that allows for XDL to swing out
Wait.
from the door side, picks up a double,
Wait.
and off towards the side of Rubble as well. A
Wait.
bit of contact until
เฮ้ย
Thigh
ได้
falls
2
a bit of a
ตามโควต้า
ไม่มีปืนเฉยๆไม่มี
lots
ปืน
of
เฉย
little,
มีปืน
little
เฉย
exchanges all across the map.
Yep, and now we'll get in towards
Put
the
it, I
first
don't
gun
eat.
round and see what this
เพราะถ้า Talon save คือคลาสสิกอย่างเดียว
Holding a couple of components into this next round as well is not going to be bad for them. I think for me as well,
รวม
right,
พ
we've
ล
still
คน
got
หล่อ
a little bit of new play to come out from XDL on this ISO, so I want to see if he's going to continue to get a lot of first bloods in the game against Team Secret. He was able to find quite the significant amount of those, but then you got to remember that game felt a bit rocky at times
ตามสูตรอะ
for
ทารอนต้อง
Zeta
แพ้แบบ
Division.
แรก
It
ก่อน
was
เฮ้ย
really
แมว
only
ดิ
the
พอแล้ว
tail end of
สูตรนี้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
second half on their defensive side where they start here.
So we'll see if they can keep up on towards that strong defense, but for now, Rubble control, Premi hasn't quite used the refract yet, now popping it off, trying to trip that shear wall.
Yeah, Vice Utility over at the C site already popped. And
Ow.
now a slight rotation as well considered from Clues, but going to think better of it.
It does take some weight off of Talon's back.
Yeah, and
Ow.
forcing out a drone here
Ow.
as well, I would have said would be
Oh my
nice for
God.
10-10.
ติดบวย
Board.
แม่ง
Already
โดนเอา
aggressive,
โดนออกมา
that's
ล่อ
what he's kind of known for, right?
Now the onus is really on Talon. How do you bring something back to convert here? Sugar Zero can get out of dodge because you've only got a Ghost to play.
All right, so Flash already spent.
Yeah, and
ทำไม
10-10
ทุกที่มันดู
rotating
คนเยอะไปหมดเลย
immediately to this A site too.
Zeta reading the map for now, but still keeping things interesting. Talon with the dark cover. Oh,
Didn't
but
check
what's
wala.
happening at mid, Quack? Asking their
Cruz.
movements. Cruz trying to hold down the line.
นี่ไง
Will be able to find the double
มา
kill
แล้วครับ
needed.
คนทำ
Premi
เกม
as
ครับ
well
ไว้
taking
ฮะ
down another member, and that will be the mid-round call for Talon to get the spike to
อุ้ย
go over onto
10-10.
B. Oh, 10-10 swings out on
What?
the tree side. Oh my goodness,
Oi.
it's already a triple kill for the guy.
And what can Shota do here? Still with a Ghost of his own. You really want to see 10-10 meet up with him or try and find Cruz. Now they know where he is.
A little bit of noise. Shota still nearby, but not
Oh,
without
what a
the
shot!
utility. He's still gonna just swing out though. Finds a dig and then the kill. Killua trying to hold. He's up by Heaven, has the range for it, takes down
flash.
Shota, but 10-10 trying to slip in. Close range, rifle for rifle. Killua sudden peek. 10-10 just holds the angle and nails the round.
โอ้โห
Standing
น้อ
up
ง
on that one, Chief.
Fast
That
up.
is a big round to come out from you on the bonus as well.
ไอ้เชี่ยโดนแบบแรกแล้ววะเนี่ย
Shots to come out from him.
It's his first game.
First taps coming out from him, man. First
ยังก่อน
game
ยังก่อน
stepping
นะ
up into tier 1 here. That is a just phenomenal showing off the get-go with the individual mechanics there. You do love to see that. I mean, it's even the
Right.
rotation times from him when the first kill is found over a B to
Oh,
rotate
what
over
that
towards
put
A
in
to
the
just assist there as well. And you know, you're baiting out Cruz, you're putting him into the site. The fact that that ghost kill even comes through is a little bit ridiculous there. Not gonna lie.
So talk to me a little bit about 10-10, right? I mean, he's coming up from the T1 Academy.
โอ้โหพอร์ตเร็วเลย เพลงนี้แม่งโดนไหมเมื่อวานผมตายใจ ผมเพิ่งกลับมาจากเล่นสงกรานต์เฮ้ยเนี่ยกลับแล้ว
หรือว่าตามสเต็ป
ตามสเต็ป
ปล่อยผ่านมาก่อน แบบแรก
พอร์ตโมโหแล้วดูดิ โมโห
Timeout.
ทำไมฟอร์ตต้องโมโหอะ
push us onto the first map here. So they picked Lotus, right? Primi. Definitely want to see what space he's going to be able to create. And I mean, a little bit later, most likely, when you've got the Convergent Pass online, you're not going to probably see anything on the back of that in a round where you're going in with a full eco.
Namely also for them, though, I mean, going in with the 4-1 setup, they've been losing at least one player in the past 3 rounds, so maybe trying to switch that up. But also look at the placement of this sheer wall.
Yeah, but now the info's all here, and in the Thorns, you're not really going to be able to move there. Look at the damage already done.
โอ้โหแล้วเอาคนคลาสสิกไป
Use the dark cover for a bit
ใจร้ายมาก
coverage.
Yep.
But of course, given the classics, it's going to be
วิ่งอย่าง
simple
นี้ต้อง
removal from
จัด
XDL into the
จัดอัน
gulag,
ตีเลยเหรอ
and also for Clues to hold down the line, finding a bit of a shot, and then for the Vandal to
ใจร้ายมาก
at the
ใจ
very
ร้าย
end.
จัง
จับคนมีคลาสสิกไป
4-0, a great start on the defensive side is definitely going to be great for them. I mean, a highlight, you know, what we saw last time from them, right? It was a bit shaky on attack. I mean, you're looking at a 7-5 half against Team Secret. I don't think that's too bad considering how they were able to figure it out later on in that game. It was just them making some good decisions on rotations and recognizing that they're going to play some really big strengths on the retake as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Talon formulate a couple of these good rounds where they're able to get in, establish a plant that it might even be given over to them just to take the site for Zeta to set up some post plants and retakes.
Whoa, but then Zeta begins to push out. Look at this. A lot of footsteps heard. Jit Boys will be
ยั
able
งได้หนึ่ง
to go for the exchange at the very least.
Yeah, but everything towards this A side at the moment is going to be open territory for Talon to take control of. Just comes down to Shota by himself.
Oh!
Good to
That's kind of an impactful frag as well. You don't have any salvos for the post plant now. So Talon kind of
3
reading
เพื่อน
this.
You do have Convergent Pass and Rolling Thunder though, so they can kind of throw hazard here.
Yeah, would buy quite some time, but you do need the right spot to send all of those out. So pushing off into heaven, they will take that space. Convergent paths
แป๊บ
already
ได้ไหม
The dark
launched.
cover though, it's going to fade and then they're going to be movable again.
Okay, play for
เอาชัวร์จัด
time. Rolling Thunder now sent over, so staggering the ultimate somewhat. Kilo goes for the
เฮ้ย
swing. He's trying to pick them
Ui.
off one by one. They will fall.
โอ้ยมาดิ
And on the
เอา
board,
ไปใส่
Talon
ดิ
will go a 4K around the
เดินไป
smokes.
ช้อป
I
ปิ้ง
mean,
เลย
what
ครับ
did we see just the other day? You know, players playing around the smokes time and time again, getting down and
ได้มาอีก
dirty
4 เม็
in
ด
smokes. Certainly
เพิ่งใช้ไปฮะ
for
เพิ่งใช้ไป
the other one. But for here, you want to get on the board. You want to see some good team play. You want to see some good individual heroics. I think in this round specifically, right, there was a very real chance that on the back of that Rolling Thunder,
Nong.
Killua just stomping down on the site that he might have been traded, but no, he's able to get all the shots where needed.
หรือว่ายังนับไม่ค่อยช้าเลย
Interesting comparison as well. I mean, both Killa and 1010, you know, somewhat new to the league, but still being able to play this incredibly well. We start off this
โอ้โห
time
ซื้อออฟเร็วอะ
3-2 from Talon, trying to clear out Rubble.
And an operator is out, right, for 1010. Something to kind of make mention of right now. A bit of a different look towards Zeta.
เฮ้ย
All
โอ้
lines
โห
able as well.
Yeah,
Ball
Not
nhảy
by
mà
a
phạt
door.
than.
A free gimme. Premi not expecting that
ต้อ
one.
งรู้มาก
How could you expect that? Stun to try to push him off of the line, but
Jit
it's
Boy.
well for Jit Boys to create a little bit of havoc around B site.
Yeah, he's looking for some more. Close
Oi.
one out, flashed up, no scopes. I mean, it shouldn't work, but sometimes when you're at a single choke, it may.
Oh, relay as well. Now for Shota to slide in. Off from the smokes, unexpected play from Zeta, and it completely surprises Talon.
Yeah, I mean, that's one round that
Oh
they're
my
not able
God.
to double down and get anything consecutively. It almost looked too easy for Zeta in that one. Point and click, right? Nothing too complicated for them. 10-10, lion's share of what he needed to do there. That's a sharp shot to come out from Jit Boys, but all for naught really in the round, right? Just going in together as a unit, peeking and prodding around. Two good shots out from Shota, and that's 5-1. You've already forced the timeout from Talon too, right? So you're kind of thinking to yourselves, if Zeta accumulate a couple more rounds, do we need to invest our second timeout and have nothing for the flip?
นี่เลยอะ
Oh man,
ไปทีมที่สองเลย
that is going to be pretty costly. So for now, trying to keep things under control, Talon elect to push into C once again. Zeta have swapped up the setups though. Shota in with the off this
ถ้าเด็ก
time.
มาอยู่แล้ว
And I
เพื่อน
mean,
ๆ
he
จะพร้อม
does
ใจ
have
เล่
the
นอย่าง
steel
นี้
garden
นะ
as well, but you don't necessarily
ขอ
need
ง
to.
สไน
เดี๋ยว
เซ
บอกมึง
อร์มิเนลอีกอะดูการคอ
Lopsided buy from Talon here.
โอ้ยรอบวอยากจัดอะมีกระบอกมันเริ่ม
Repeats, sheer wall tripped.
You've got assistance from 10-10 now as well. Still an arc rose available. Confirming info. No one's immediately left the scene. But Shota good for one. Traded
นี่อ่ะ
in
จะคลาสสิกไง
10-10, okay. Is that gun retrievable though for Jit Boys?
Possibly, but still, Shota the looming threat on
นี่
the
มีสโมก
site.
ว่ะ
Might need to actually use the ult here.
คอนเทนเลอร์ตายไม่ใช่ปัญหา
Trying to get all sneaky beaky.
I like the silence quack.
So far undetected, but with the salvo sent out, it will flush Shota away in on towards XDL, who was not spotted before. Still holding the angles. Camera shot down as well. Both Cruz and Jit Boys pinned down around the pillar, but they're trying to get some wallbang shots through. They will be able to find a couple. Now towards the top flick. Down to the last player. Shota swaps over to the Vandal. Trying to
Thrifty
From a deficit as well. That's a good 4 versus 5 off the initial
Nen.
contact out play from Mound from Talon. Able to bring that one back. 3 versus 4, creeping in towards the side as well. It's the silent surprise that works a bit of a treat for them. I was kind of considering as well, right, with the Steel Garden be invested here, remove their Vandals, make things a little bit more awkward for them, right? Not able to establish a plan in that scenario. You could even potentially look a bit quicker as Zeta, but opting to hold that out, and it's a thrifty conversion to come through from Talon. If ever you needed some confidence on this attacking side, well, getting that one, having a bit of extra cash. Cruz now with the Armageddon as well.
Oh, not to mention removing the op as well. That is a huge boost of confidence.
Good amount of information though for Zeta around Rubble this time. Opting for 4 members there, just leaving Shota towards this C site that'll get sniffed out by the stealth drone.
Okay. Bit of responsibility for Primi once again.
Can still get out though.
Does. Okay, goes for it at the last second, just clearing as much as possible.
Yeah.
Armageddon invested though.
And it's going to bring out Clue's Hunter's Fury. So you're trading ultimates here. You're not going towards the C site. Remember, G-Boys was the original lurker here around lobby that saw the presence of the members of Zeta at Rubble. But now there's a big decision to make for Talon.
Very much so. You saw that Hunter's Fury. It's a bit of information gained on both sides. You know that there are players towards B. So what's the call gonna be?
For me, 10-10 is still around this A site. And if he gets the overdrive on, it could be huge.
Primi, he's the one closer. But unfortunately, with the swing out, it's the who bites the dust, but still Primi able to fire back. A bit of exchange off towards the B side as well, and that's Shota gone. But Primi still keeping Zeta invested closer towards Tree, takes down yet another player. XDL for the trade, and then the spike.
Yep, you can pivot towards the C side here. Remember, you did remove Shota, so you don't have any of that utility that you've got to contend with.
And that's just a fantastic mid-round call by the IGL. Now Cruz trying to keep them stuck on towards the B site.
And now he can play for the salvos. Quack uses them a bit early, but it is the fault line, and Killua still has.
Does buy more time.
Absolutely.
Killua nearby has fault line in case of waterfall as well. Checks, no one's there, so this gives them a clue as well, if you will. Now off to check in towards spawn, but the duel lost, and that's now kill contract into the gulag. Cruz needs to land the shot. Even if he does, once he's out of it, that could have been an opportunity for Clues, nonetheless, to close out the round. Zeta, what a methodical round.
Lots of backwards and forwards there. You kind of feel a little bit for Cruz that he wasn't able to find the frag on that B side when he's peeking out, right? Has to disconnect from it, leaving Clues on 8 HP there. Not able to really get a good grasp on it. Like, I like the idea from him, right? He gets the damage, he disconnects, but the way that they play that 2 versus 2 at the end there, it's not on the back of any util, getting a good crossfire, looking for the flash. The fact that also XDL is still alive in that scenario, right? As soon as you bring it down to the 2 versus 1 and you know where your opponent is, I mean, 100% of the time you would generally expect that kill contract just to 100% the remainder of that round. And now we got a quicker plate for Rubble control from Talon, but it can be met by 10-10 and Sugar Zero.
Still, yeah, they are very close by. Primi will instantly get the heck out of dodge, but still, Sugar Zero pushing out, taking the initiative. He will be able to find one frag. Trades coming through, and Primi trying to support his team to the best of his ability, but they all line up. All shut down towards Rubble. Zeta stomp onto Talon.
Yeah, it's just a good counter flash to come out from Sugar Zero. Gone for the push, getting dirty with the jewels, and then having the support from the rest of your team behind you as well, right? Because as soon as you start to see Talon disconnect from that angle, now Zeta just have all numbers there. They have the bodies to just take the fight, so they don't complicate things any further. Everybody just having the guns up. 10 lining them up. That's a little bit unlucky for Jit Boys and Thai there.
Look at that fan in the background.
Love to see it. Love to see this.
A rare sight, if I might add, but this is definitely a welcome one. I know Paper Thin is cheering like that somewhere. But that said, yeah, I hate to say it, but you might need to see a little bit more from Talon, maybe even the timeout at some point. But nonetheless, right now, from the shadow straight into the A site, it's only Shota here. So if they can shut him down, they will be able to extend their reach.
Oh, that's good on the saturate, but no one's going to overextend too far to be able to figure him out and drop just yet.
Oh, and 10-10 as well as Clues have already made their way on towards Heaven. So you got to watch out. Shota swings out. Does he use the ult? He's trying to prevent them from getting the spike planted. Still, Clues off of the Heaven peak will be able to find a double. Cruz as well as Killua. Weaponry not quite supporting them. They are kind of far away, trying to hop back into sight, but Sugar Zero denies entry. Just Cruz to play for the post plant, but XDL spots him out with the salvos being sent over. Zeta have completely locked Talon down.
Zeta locked in on this defensive side. That is for sure superior weaponry into that round as well. Just leaving the site open, and I guess you would say, in knowing that Talon go a little bit faster for that rubble control. Nobody finding Shota in drop as well. He gets a free kill, and from then on out, it's a distraction, right? Clues is using the drone, getting the information, and then you've just got numbers advantage from Zeta, that they don't overcomplicate things and just have their guns out ready. You know, these past couple of rounds, we've really just seen Zeta focus in on the crosshairs, not overcomplicate things with a lot of that utility. It's been kind of nice and kind of a good treat to see that they are hitting their shots in map number 1.
And feeling that boost of morale, they're starting to push out a lot more for the retakes. Talon, conversely, definitely feeling the sting of defeat.
So what are you going to look to see in this round from Talon to try and answer back, and hopes to get an 8-4 half? An operator is going to be back out for 10-10. Currently a bit quiet in where its location is.
Almost necessary, but beginning to peek out now. He hears the footsies.
And XDL's just going to catch him when he comes out of the drone and can't get his gun. So that's just good isolation fights that you're taking advantage for the 5 versus 4.
Unfortunate scenario for Cruz, but still the team decides to press on once again into the A site. It's been tough to read how Zeta are setting up their defenses, but still onto the trades.
And if you want to buy some more time here as Shota, you can just drop your ultimate. Because Premi's sneaking in, and he's down Shota too. Clues not able to establish the trade.
And with a saturate as well, Clues will dodge it. But nonetheless, it is 2 players close by. Clues needs to be prepared. Premi still good for the heads up. Off to the next one, and he finds his target.
Somebody on Talon feel like come out. Stomp on this round. If there was ever anyone to do so, Quack, it was Premi. Do you give Sugar Zero, though, an inch in this round?
No way. He might take a whole mile if you do just that. Jit Boys at least will spot him out, so it allows for Premi and Thai to set up somewhat of a crossfire with a flash set over Thai instantly spots his opponent.
Yeah, nicely done from Talon when they recognize that they can get the spike down and they know where Thai's coming from. Where Thai's coming from, and then there. It makes it a little bit more difficult. So, hey, at least good to see that Talon get on the board again in this round. It's been just a couple of rounds there, 3 in a row from Zeta Division, already a good half, you would say. But that's one of these other rounds, right? It's a 4 versus 5 conversion, this time going Talon's way. You got to be a little bit more careful as Cruz, not to just expect from Zeta that they're not going to peek you.
Yeah, it's taken Talon a couple of sacrifices to really make their way into sight. And all of a sudden, Zeta now electing for a 4-man push. Off a rubble, straight in with the overdrive. Convergent path deployed as well, but not quite stunned up. It's going to be the kill contract from XDL to pull Cruz away. And Cruz gets the flick at the end. Holds off onto the back lines. Shota back sight in C. He knows that there are a couple of players nearby, so tries to buy some time for the rest of his team to get over with the steel garden.
Yeah, not going to hold it for the next half here, Quack. But when the cage drops,
Shorty
โคตรฉลาด
stuns as well, and Talon have arrived on the scene. Somewhat set up for it, but still Thigh to trade. Spike not planted yet.
Salvo's not going to be online for Cruz just yet, but the team wants to go in. Oh, 10-10. What a peek. Sugar Zero as well, and all of a sudden, Talon find themselves in a bit of a lost situation. Yeah, you really don't feel comfort there for Talon to be able to get the spike. Zeta, they have the numbers advantage, right? They can just, again, have crosshairs ready, a little light investment of utility to get the retake. I think this is a bit of a different look for Zeta coming in towards this map. There's a really big game plan, great prep. Great calls, I think, is more importantly what I'm seeing here from Zeta. Some good rotations around the map, some good control in the very beginning, going for the legs of rubble, going up the guts of mid towards pillars. And
ที่กว่ากูอีกแล้วเออ93คือครับ
หมายความว่าอะไรอ่ะเนี่ยปลาฉลามใส่รองเท้า
ทาเลโรทาราล่าไงพี่ไม่รู้จักเหรอ
อืม
พี่ไม่ทันแล้วนะอย่างเงี้ยตุงสาวหัวพี่รู้จักไหม
ไม่รู้
You know,
ใช่เหรอ
enjoy
พี่
your
ไวๆอ่ะ
by watching
พี่ก็เริ่ม
really
แล้วนะ
a surprising game from Zeta.
And back in towards the
Bang
pistols,
na-
where
ay-
these teams
ay-
have
ay-
kind of
bang na
been
hi.
on the lower scenario
Bang
this
may
stage
do-
of
ay-
getting
bang
the
na.
pistol round conversions. Of course, one of the teams does need to win them in this one.
The one
But vale.
mainly being Talon, currently positioned around Rubble.
ทาเลโรทาราล่า
Got a
ไง
couple
พี่
players in towards the B side as well. Cruz
Oh,
will spot
Badino,
them out,
Badino.
especially with a trip. He will find his target in 10-10,
man,
but
that couldn't-
XDL for the exchange. Jit Boy's close by, cracks the shield, but the shield still allows for XDL to
Oi.
find his frags.
Good
3
enough.
so far, and he's somewhat low HP. The shield supports him once again.
ใครวางยา
That's overwhelmed.
Yeah, could have won that duel if there wasn't a second member there and potentially had been on for the ace.
But with that mid-round call, the spike getting planted over onto the C site. So, 2 tangos. Sugar Zero trying to mark the spot. He saw the dark cover emerging from this spot, so he knows exactly where they are. Close range with the right click. Spots over onto the second. As he hops over, it will just be a bit of a distraction for Shota to slam it down.
Yeah, that makes things a little bit more difficult for Talon now, doesn't it? 9-3, if you got the pistol, you start off your adventure on the defensive side like your opponents did, maybe even calculating a win for a bonus round, right? But not able to do that here, the pistol round. Some great B-bully plays coming out there from the likes of your ISO player, your Neon player, 10-10 getting in there and distracting, but ultimately XDL getting a lot of good shots out there. Feeling pretty confident, you would assume, on this duelist role for now?
And it's kind of like what we've been needing to see from Zeta for the longest time. Now though, Talon, all 5 stacked up, pushed out towards Mound, and you
Hold
have
on.
some shots being fired over. 10-10 still
เอาดิได้ปืนอ่ะ
able to make some damage happen. Primi will pick up the Vandal though, and with
Primi.
that he swings, finds the double. Just Shota left, and he's got a ghost. Primi. Oh, what is this? The pink, and he's just slam dunks onto Primi.
Need to see that from the other side. Primi has certainly tried to do his darnest to win something there for the team. You pop the
Oh my
refract as well,
God.
but you know he can't use it in that scenario and just has to stick it against Shota, who, with the
Well,
big
that-
ghost,
you know
is
what,
able
Valorant.
to pull on through a massive scrap battle around the mound. You think maybe these classics have a little bit of life to them. Might be able to find something there from Talon, but no, unfortunately not. And here's the shot, just a good headshot to come through from Shota at the ends. And now
กล้อง
things
จับไปที่ทีม
kind
พี่
of
แล้วพี่
are
ขนาดตากล้องยัง
in
คิดเลย
dire
ว่า
straits
พี่
for
กิน
Talon.
แล้ว
You
อะ
can't make a mistake on this defensive side and give map point over to Zeta.
Right, 3-11 as the scoreline. It's not easy to come back from, but if you are Talon, you still have a kind of a chance until 10-10 kicks things off this way, though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt into a kill, and it's a lot of control around A main.
Zeta might have the lesser weaponry, but they are certainly running in and charging at you with a great scary mask on their face.
Got Shota as the flank watch as well. Cruz trying to possibly set up the flank while Primi does most of the heavy lifting on the site itself. Will spot out the first. That's the ISO gone. Now Cruz makes a bit of noise. Primi to hold. Gets the flick. 90-degree over. Salvos as
พัน
well.
ก็คือ
Just
พัน
to force Zeta to
พันก็คือ
scramble.
พัน
And Killua will take advantage of that
เออ
situation.
เวเลยืน
Alright, so just
ตาย
Spy
อะ
getting caught out, pushed a little bit too deep towards Rubble,
Thank you,
where
wait,
he's
no.
very
Hang on.
focused in on
ยิง
by
อย่างเดียว
Zeta. The fact that Primi is
Hang on.
able to isolate a couple of 1v1 angles around that A
หัว
site.
แตก
He's, you know, a very sharp player, right? So he's able to get them. And again, you needed to see something big come through from Talon. I don't think we really have much weight in a round such as that, though, because it is a bonus, right? Like, it should be going the way of Talon. but it's the way that they need to be winning these rounds that we really need to take a little bit more stock in. This time they're going to position
สังเกตว่าเซต้ามันไม่ค่อยโดนกดดันเรื่องเงินเท่าไหร่เลยมันเลยแบบดูเล่นชิ
They
ล
wait for this util to expire and go a little bit quicker towards a rubble here. You might see some quick shifts from Talon.
จบรอบนี้กดดัน
Feel the need
ไม่ค่อย
to
ต้องจบราวเนี่ย
cornered
ไม่โดน
rotates.
กดดัน
จับไม่ได้
Yeah, they're gonna have to make some decisions really
จะจับ
quick.
คิรัวได้นี่คือซวยละคิรัวเนี่ยไอ้เชี่ยอยู่ในไซส์คนเดียว
Yeah, that'll be heard by Shota. Can communicate that one
หลัง
over.
หนึ่ง
As
One
Zeta
whole
still
side.
little by little here, Quack. Start to
Wait.
piece things together up.
อะไรวะน่ะ
towards A.
เชี่ย
That's rough, by the way, for Killer. Getting dinged by the Phantom.
โอ้โหแล้วย่องเข้าบีเลย
Low HP and has to
กลายเป็นว่ามันหลอก
a lot
เวิร์
more
กอะเพราะมัน
space,
ส
and
แป
that
มบน
allows
หั
for
ว
Zeta to actually pull off a bit of a fake. The B side is the real hit, boys,
Oh.
and Talon are unaware.
Cruz, though, with the salvos, can buy a little bit of time.
จะเบรก
But
ได้
again,
อยู่
the rest of your forces over here to take the fights, though.
Exactly. Time might have been bought, but you got no eyes on the
Hey,
side.
wake up.
Jit boys also trying to flank up.
Don't forget, Primi has convergent paths here too. Not able to bait it out yet as Zeta, but I like this from them. Re-pivot back towards the A site
ได้
where
เล่นได้เล่นอย่างนี้ได้เล่น
Killer, still on 10 HP, is the only soldier here.
คิดเยอะ
A
พวก
lot of
คิดเยอะ
question marks in Talon's minds. They're still thinking about the B site. Can Killua live up to certain expectations? Uh-oh, that recon was
One more than
kind
that.
of brutal. He will dig deep though, and Clue's still finding the shot. Thigh drops down, but unfortunately for Talon, Sugar Zero continues to decimate more towards the backside. Now on towards Thigh. 10-10 will find his mark.
มันควัก
Jit
ปืนไว้
Boys up from the back lines now. The flank finally coming alive, but at what cost? 1 on 2.
10-10's low.
Nearby, but the barrel has been spotted. 10-10 with the dastardly angle being held, pushes Zeta up to map point.
Mate, you might have felt some indecision from Zeta there, tapping that spike time and time again at B.
โดนอีกล้ำแบบแรก
Through A, but then rotating over, rotating back. But it's actually some good calls from them, right? You're trying to bait out a lot of this utility that could make them a bit hot under the collar at that B side and make it awkward for them to try and establish a plan because they don't have full control around that site either, right? So you're drawing the Talon members away. You're making them really second guess at that point in time as well. Where can we actually invest our util? Where can we put in Primi's ultimate to try and gain favor? And it just doesn't work out for Talon. Now there is 8 map points here for Zeta Division on their opponent's pick.
Really tough and tricky, but it's been phenomenal calling for Zeta thus far with mid rounds and even with how they're beginning things this time. Sensing for the bit of a gap into the B site, they go in for that quick 4-man push. 10-10 just opens up a lot of space with XDL in to follow through. Just Burmy up by the top of upper now. But where are the rest
All
of the
disconnected.
Tide players? Exactly.
You can't help each other out almost whatsoever here.
Even if Jit Boys wants to go around back by Pillar, he's going to trip that shear wall. So his only option through the door where it's just easily spotted out.
Yeah.
Now off towards a link, and the barrel simply
ลาลา
ตามธร
เละ
รมเนียมครับผม ตามธรรมเนียม ปล่อยไปก่อนแบบแรก
แบบแรกแบบครบวงจร โดนสนักเลย
เติมน้ำก่อนหรือวะจีจี
งงเลยกู ตามธรรมเนียม ให้แมปแรกก่อนเป็น เดฟไม่ได้ลงครับ ก็ยังอยู่แหละไม่ได้ลง เอาไปดูตลาดสิเฮ้ยน็อกเทิร์นแฟนทอม ตึมเลยกู โดนแบบแรกอีกละกดเดทแมทแม่ง
Match found.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
ดีมากที่กดออกอ่านนี้ไม่ควรเล่น
Match found.
Wolf, get zapped.
แบบสองจะกลับมายังไงวะ
ไม่รู้ว่าไม่ต้อง
ไม่เอา
คิดไม่เอา
ไม่เอาไม่เอาแล้วพวกพี่เขามาลั่นอะไรวะ
Gotta go. Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Reloading. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Get lost. Gotta go.
Reloading.
Reading.
Reloading. 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 Go, go, go. Stock it.
ยิงไม่โดนนี่หรอ
Smart move.
Reloading. Be right back.
I'm out of here. Almost out. Gotta go.
You disappoint me.
Reloading. Drop.
Reloading.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Reloading.
until stage change.
Go, go, go! Go down! Yep. Down!
Stage 3.
Go, go, go! Reload. Not ready yet. I'm out of here. Satchel out.
Charge your heads.
Reloading. Take this. Gotta go. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Forget.
Back off.
Bloodlust going.
I'm out of here.
10 seconds until
Go,
stage
go, go.
change.
Go away. That's 3. Now it's ready. Gotta go.
Final stage.
4th round.
Too bad. Reloading. I'm out.
Gotta go.
Still in sight.
Bye-bye.
Reloading. Reloading.
Go, go, go. Almost out. Shocking. Here we go.
Cutting their vision.
I'm out of here.
Ultimate orb spawn.
That's 3. I'm out of here. Nice try. Go, go, go.
Too slow. Still in sight.
Taken out. I'm pissed. Kill. Gotta go. Load out.
15 kills.
Gotta go.
Done.
Take this.
Doing great.
โอ้ยไม่โดนเลย
Go, go.
Parasite.
ยิมมี่เจ็บ
Kills to go.
I'm a good shot.
Still in sight.
I'm out of here.
Done.
Reloading.
เฮ้ย
I'm out of here.
จบแล้ว
Reloading.
Blaze is on a rampage.
My ult is ready.
There.
They are so dead.
Go, go, go.
ยิงไหมโดนยิงไหมโดน
And from before, and he was just providing so much this time on the Yoru.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for him is he's playing the same role that he would on this map as his normal, challenger team, right? So it should be pretty comfortable for him. I like the space, by the way, that Talon are actually trying to take up towards a main right now, and Shota.
Yeah,
He's taken down quick.
The lurk early on, and you also have
Total
double
bomb.
Sentinel utility
Total bomb.
all across
Tap
heaven.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Instant trips, Jit Boys trying to
Tap
play
โคตร creative
around
อะ
for it, especially with the cage up as well. 10-10 though, just hopping right in, and Jit
อะไรวะ
Boys
น่ะ
thrown off balance.
Even
Killa
beyond
tries to
Moment
refill
in
that
time
space
you.
and will be able to do so.
See what Thai is going to be able to do here at the back of sight. You got to remember he can be encroached upon at the moment by Clues, who doesn't get the shot.
Crouch down, trades in, and also in for Sugar
Oi.
Zero to pick up the double.
โอ้
SDL
ถอน
then
มาเล่น
trying
กับเพื่อน
to
ว่ะ
hold down the line. He's the last one left alive. Cruise up from garage, something that XDL
Oh,
will
sure,
have to
sure.
consider.
I
Spike
mean,
now picked up.
do you consider pushing towards spawn or not? Do you even have an idea that a flank is going to be possible? Up a rope, Primi
Try to
Rely on
surprise
that.
นี่
Primi.
ไง
Yeah.
ไม่เสี่ยงเกมมัน
Hey,
เบา
at
ๆ
least for Talon, you're on the board early, right? You've got the pistol round on your opponent's map pick. I think the biggest thing we just need to start to see from Talon is them hitting the shots, taking good space, coming out on top of duels with advantages.
ขอ 13-0 ครับ ไม่ขอเยอะ
He's down to split
คือถ้าแมป
currently.
นี้ชนะเราไปคัมแบ็ก2-1
Trying to pick a lot of
นี่
that
คือ
off Talon.
แมปแรกคือเลย
Surging then
Fire
comes
ID,
back
fire
in.
ID.
You gotta love
Open
the way
the
they
lot,
were
innit?
pushing
มันก็
out.
เป็นมาตลอดวะ
Can I just say as well, breath of fresh air that Primi is actually on duelist on split and not on deadlock.
พิมมี่
Fair
เจ็บเท่า
enough,
กับ
fair enough.
GG
But I still kind of like the deadlock being in play. Does provide
Yeah.
something a little bit different, especially with the barrier match now against the pistols, but quickly
Oi.
dispatched of Cruz.
Oi.
Thought
Chia
to
lah.
aggress into it,
Ah.
especially with the grab net, but now punished for it.
Oi.
Marshall
Oi.
shot fired, but 10-10 still
Back.
picking up the weaponry.
He's so happy to just get dirty and
Back
towards
mark.
these duels, isn't he? Now it's a player advantage for Zeta Division. Yes, it is the pistols. Yes, it's a stinger
ส
for
องทีมเท่ากัน
10-10.
วัน
But
เฮ
it's
ตู
a
เฮ
4 versus 3 where you regroup together, still looking to go to site Bravo.
2 players from Talon.
Reposition so you can get rid of the gate crash or play on the back of it to see when it does come in, but just going to go for the destruction first.
มันจะมีปล่อยมาอีกไหม
Showed up.
ดาว
Smoke
ดาว
ready
ดาวไง
to bust out.
Second one
เขารออ
sent
ยู่
over,
3 ครั
yeah.
บผมว่าอย่างนี้
Flash and into the poison
Oi.
cloud, but Primi trying to land as many of these flicks as possible.
Oh.
Unfortunately, they're not quite going the way that he wants
ตั้งหลักก่อน
to.
ตั้งหลักก่อน
Will airstrafe into safety, but that gives Zeta the spike plant. Reloads, finds the next target.
Clues. The pistol can work. Primi needs to hit the shot.
Primi's so low.
ตัดนัดเดียว
One shot is all it takes. But
โอ้โหแล้วมันรีไป CT
โอ้ยากเลยอย่าง
oh
งี้
my god.
Oh, big
Clues,
band.
Clues.
He's got 5 seconds to get those salvos back online as well. Yeah, it'll give up his position, but you got to just remember, right-click classic. It'll blow Primi over.
มีสกิล
That's
ด้วย
where
อ่ะ
Spike is planted as well into the default spot. There's a really good chance that he could just b-hop his way into it. Primi updrafts away, holds the angle back. Oh, he ran into it! No!
No!
The final rocket.
I get the idea. It's not halved yet at all. You want to get on it as quick as possible, but the fact that both salvos are put on the same spot, they're going to pulse pretty close to each other. Heavy lifting done in the very beginning of that round from 10-10, just getting dirty with the duels. I mean, nearly looking for the 4th in the round before ultimately falling. Biggest B in the bonnet, though. That's the eco round. Going not Talon's way. Oh, dear.
Well, Zeta will be happy to lap that one up. Buys in full. Primi
ไปฮีโร่บายเหรอ
feeling
อาจจะเล่นมีด
that he has a thirst for vengeance as well. In with the Vandal, one away from the Blade Storm. His teammates trying to hold down to the site.
You've just scared Talon away from the site now at the moment. You're going to have to see big individual plays come out from Primi. Good
They're gonna have to keep
setups.
pushing out, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. 10-10 in with the flash, but Primi will hold his ground.
เดี๋ยว
So
ปืน
that
มาต
could
บให้
be a potential weapon picked up if Talon kind of gets
Oi.
close to it.
Spam.
Cruz. Yep, that's the stinger. Namely, though, still for Zeta, you got all these rifles. You got the post-plant utility coming back soon. We're already up and running. How do you break this defense?
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Time to just be bought with all of this destructive util.
Flashed over, salvos in just to check, especially around the pillar, but because of this poison cloud, Sugar Zero can hold the angle so successfully. Primi, once again, trying to carry his team over, finds a quick
Oh,
tap
Lord,
from
Lord,
the
Henry.
Zeta. And down to the final player, Clues holds as much as possible, the spike going off, Primi hunting for the frag, spots him out, but still at the very end of it, nonetheless, a round handed over to Zeta.
Yeah, the spike is going to claim Primi before he can get Clues. He'll make him fall with the ship, essentially, at the end there.
แต่ก็
I did say
ไม่ได้ราว
it had to be Primi to do something in this round. A little bit too little too late. Gets all 4 with the Vandal, but time to be bought with all of the utility when you're in towards the site. You didn't really need to use too much to get in there as
พี่ชายยิงไวมาก
Zeta Division. It's alright to be able to lock it down, but this is now maybe where we get a little bit of normalcy brought back in towards the map, right? Proper gun round, blades are going to come out from Primi, but it's immediately towards the B side of things to start to scope out who is here. There's Die on the site, but it is a little bit of a trap at Heaven.
Yeah, it also just kind of pushes Talon offline, and that's going to be a lot of space now for Zeta.
Can you stop the plant as Killua? Not really. So it's going to be a player advantage for Zeta yet again in a post plant.
Salvo's already spent. At least he will be able to use the drone to clear out middle in case anyone's set onto the flank. But this is going to be a tough retake for sure, unless Primi can find every single tango. Updrafts, but immediately Zeta just backtracks into safety. Killua now off towards the pillar side. Will find the double kill needed. Where could the next few players be? Oh, it kind of pops off.
โยนอัดตัว
Primi will still
แม่งน่าจะมีดาเมจ
even finding the next player in towards
อะไร
Garage
เช่ง
Talon, successfully bouncing back.
Yeah, needed to keep things pretty good in the contest here on Split. So able to answer back despite losing all of that B site control. Quick rotations to come over as well, and then you're just looking for some good coordination, right? When Primi gets in towards the site and they start to get the util down towards Hell, he does note one player towards the defender spawn side of things, and it's just good recognition for him with those blades that he needs to be holding the right angles to get into the jewels.
So this definitely does prove that Talon's still capable of stringing rounds
ไม่รู้
together.
มันเบามากเสียง
Especially now
ตะ
with
ข้าง
the
โคตรดัง
on their side.
พี่ไลน์หน่อยพี่
Could be able to launch a strong defense.
Yeah, Primi, certainly a player that does love getting out the outlaw. He'd almost be contending for the most kills that we've had of this gun so far, so the right round to kind of bring it out to get some good damage.
Gotta watch out for 10-10 still though. Scopes out as much as possible on the A site.
Yep, and clues too, by the way. One away from the Armageddon. If you're able to drop that in around such as this, Sugar Zero to reposition the backside with 10, for example, if there was a gate crash available, there's not, so it would only be Sugar Zero to do something there. You could definitely start to split in towards one of these sites and look to establish a plant yet again.
Ooh. Oh, okay,
เห็น
spotted him
ไม่
out.
เนียน
Yep.
เห็น
That tiny glimpse might have informed Talon that there is a rifle on the side of Zeta as well. So now, positions noted towards B.
Yeah, 4 players rotated
พ
here.
ลานอยแล้ว
Talon.
ตีนะไหม
And a potential Armageddon coming up from Killua. Flushes them
ตาย
possibly
หนึ่ง
in. At least will take down 10-10.
โอ้โหจับกุม
Look at Sugar Zero.
แล้วไอ้คนมีปืนตายไปแล้ว
And only the classics remember
Somewhat
though.
snuck in.
ปลอดภัย
So nonetheless, with the classics, still shots found by Talon, being able to spray them down. Killua
มีคนมีปืน
successfully
ตาย
secures the round for Talon.
As many as they can get on this defensive side, you might think, right, when you consider that it is running the double sentinel role for them as well. Jit Boys and Cruz there. Need to see a lot more control. I want to see, you know, personally, a couple more different positions that they're putting a lot of that utility down. If you're playing disconnected on the B site and focusing more on towards the likes of mid and A, you know, how are your retakes structuring? Are you still feeling pretty confident to completely have retakes over towards the B site, or are you trying to now counter 10-10, for example, when you're getting in towards these rifle rounds, these ults
ท่านไปยิงโยรู้หน่อย
putting your
เกาะมันแบบว่า
utility further
น่า
back.
โดนมาก
Right now, very spread around the map. And that kind of builds good favor towards Zeta to methodically start to piece things together little by little, finding the right timing, the right gaps over to this side of things.
That's precisely what they've done. A lot of space already cut in, especially in towards A Heaven. Primi trying to mark as much as possible. It is the Outlaw though. So needing to play with caution. Armageddon will flush Primi out of position, but he still lets his mark. Next target, Sugar Zero tries to slither in with a shrouded step. Jit Boys will be able to lock one out, but still, Cruz now down towards the middle. Oh, and he's canceled mid-teleport. Still though, at least a spike picked up by Clues will be able to bring it over across mid.
Yeah, but the difference of a 3 versus 3 now to the 2 versus 3, you get the pit down nice and early. You can start to get this rotation for the spike. But again, strength in numbers for Talon. A drone from Killua can find all the information in this pit.
We'll see how Talon plays this.
มันออกมาเอาหรือเปล่า
Eye marking close by. Here comes the drone. Instantly destroyed by Clues, and he's trying to hang close by. Does have the salvos, but trying to play for the pit as much as possible until Killua launches the assault. Showdown now. Here's the spike tap, but the player hopped up and dived down for
Sounds like
the unexpected. Jin
โคตรแส
Boys
บ
doing what's needed for talent.
แต่ให้เธอมาเดิน
When you've got numbers advantages, it gives you just a little bit
ตก
more
ใจจริง
options to do
โชว์ตัวเหมือน
something
โชว์ต่าง
there.
รุ่ง
กับเกมเต้นกระตุกอ่ะ
Not able to really find too much when
มี
you're
คนโดด
in
โด
the
ด
pit
โดดลงมาที่
there.
คองงเลย
Again, you know,
Don't
one of the
take
biggest
down.
things is investment over towards the A site, some timing from Shota, but I think for me, not able to have that 3 versus 3 at the end there, and Clue's not able to double down, makes things awkward for Shota to try and close that one out in the pit itself. So, bit of good recognition.
ตลกเลยเยอะ ดุ้งอ่ะเฮ้ยโหถ้าเทคพอสเฉยพี่ชายจะตื่นแมป2ตลอดไปเหรอเฮ้ยเสร็จแล้ว
Right, there's learning curve for them when you do consider brand alongside, you know, you have to work alongside crews very closely here for some translation things.
Or even just once again,
ใส่เมื่อกี้เมาส์กระเด็นตกใจเทคพอสเลย
really deeply felt. But that's it. Right now, trying to collect themselves and bring things back in towards their favor. Talon doing a magnificent job. Currently controlling middle with a lot of utility already spent.
Yeah, I don't know if Cruz intended for the grab net to go exactly where it did there and catch himself, but
แม่งหนาวกว่าวอลเซดีกว่า
so it's alright.
Sitting on Annihilation as well, and a lot of Stinger rounds already being fired off. Stealth drone now spotting up Primi. So you gotta think twice about hitting Garage.
Yeah.
ดื้อ
You really want to try and charge on towards Primi, who has the outlaw at the right spot with the shields that these players
นี่ไง
That's
นี่ไง
why. 125 ain't enough.
อ้าว
Just the
You don't hit,
pixel of
you
the
do.
back being spotted out. Now Thigh to hold down the line will get flashed away for a second with the paranoia, but he sends out one of his own. Sugar Zero now getting gunned down, and Shota to refill space.
เป็นไปได้ไง
What does
วะ
Jip Boys want to do? He wants to try and find the timing here. 2 versus 2, remember. And that just jump spot will let them set up for a plant.
Also weapons picked up.
30 seconds left.
The Outlaw could be quite deadly in the hands of Clues. Okay, an attempt at stunning things up, but here comes the Annihilation.
อ้าวแล้วเพื่อนไปแล้ว
ตัวจัด
Off towards Cruz to hold down the line as Clues swings out violently.
ตัวจัดมุมนี้
But nonetheless, Talon
ยังไงก็โดน
regain
นะจ๊ะ
control.
เออ
Yeah, 2 versus 2, Gravnet and Annihilation feel the need to invest that one there. It's not too bad, I won't lie, right? We need to see some more dominance from Talon, highlighting the fact that they are on this defensive
ฮัลโหล
side.
หัวไหล่
Double
เนี่ยเมื่อ
sense
กี้
sort of role.
หลังโผล่
Wanna
เนี่ย
see some
ไหล่
good
แตก
structure come out from them, some good usage of that utility as well. And in a round such as that, right? Good heads up play from Primi to
สุดยอด
hold
ส
a
ติง
superior
มันโดนเนิร์ฟมาหลายรุ่น
line.
แล้วเนี่ย
Well,
ไม่น่า
to
โด
get
น
the
แล้ว
first damage started. He's currently having a
ตอนแรกมัน
bit of a
950
meltdown
อะ
on this defensive side.
แล้วก็
50 so
บัฟ
far.
มา
And
เอ้ย
now for the
แล้วก็
up being pulled
เนิร์ฟมัน
out.
เป็น1,100
We've gone from an outlaw to an up. Does
แต่เหมือน
Zeta
มันจะบัฟ
expect
มา
this?
ช่วงหนึงใช่ปะ
Big on the snipers. We heard from Pilsky earlier. On a map like Lotus, you play around these Vipers walls with an operator. You can do the same thing here on this map. Kind of have to be a little bit more heads up though, because you don't have a Viper yourself, right? So you're kind of just playing on the back of the timing from Shota there, and the rest of the team, how many numbers
แบบ
might be
เขา
on
เรา
the back
เก่ง
of it.
นะ
Wow.
So for Primi here, has to hit one and get out, or hear the drone and potentially get out a little bit earlier if it doesn't go his way, because it doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have the tailwind propped up. This could be dangerous.
โอ้โดนขา
Flagged and then traded out by XDL with an incredible
ผม
shot.
มัน
Good
มันไม่
high
ให้
jump.
แก้ตัว
Oh,
เล
was
ย
there.
Goodness, 10-10 snuck in towards Vents as well. So while Talon rotates on over, they might not expect a lot of players beginning to
แล้วจิตบอยอ
push
ยู่
their way over into the site.
Setting yourselves up though. Oh, 10-10. Seeing the gap for 10-10.
Hey.
As the rolling
Good
thunder goes
timing.
in. Now, a
Oh.
lot for Cruz to do.
He's completely pinned down. Still goes for the swing nonetheless, but only able to find 1 kill.
4 versus 2. Going into a
See
post-fight
song.
here. Need to see some massive things come out from the rookies now.
10-10. Still playing sneaky around heaven. He's already pulling Talon in, already under their skin. And Killua will be able to spot him out inside of that
ได้อยู่
poison
2-3
cloud. Not bad, but still working against numbers and time. XDL, long range shot, all from A ramp. Thai left alone and cold, still attempting to break through. Paranoia sent through. It does flash up, but he has to consider way too many angles. Allows for Sugar Zero to recenter and pick the round back up for Zeta to reach a 3.
Some moments in that round as well where players are peeking before the smokes. You got to wait for them to fully activate if you want to have some longevity in the round. It might feel like just there. Good repositioning from 10-10 before he, peeks through the poison cloud before it blossoms a little bit there for Killua to get that kill. And on that last one, then Killua does the exact same thing. So reel those in just a little bit. Unfortunate, by the way, that Primi with that operator isn't able to establish a advantage for Talon there. But to keep things close on this map, Zeta start to get closer. You win this round, you reset the economy of Talon. You're looking 4-5, 5-5 tie-up. So this is an important swing round on this first half.
And for Talon to truly shut that down if possible, Zeta has been creating a lot of havoc across the A side, and hence we see the double sentinel setup over on that portion of the map. Triple stack on B. We'll see if that pays out.
Now I'm wondering if Zeta are going to be able to recognize that mid is going to be quite absent of presence. You're not seeing any, wall come up from Cruz, any refresh of smokes there as well. Shoda's just hanging about, playing with his own utility, looking for quite the late lurk.
Yeah. Currently, well, it doesn't appear to be the game plan for Zeta to head over to mid anytime soon, so just trying to break straight through out from Garage. They haven't started just yet. Kills found and exchanged fairly. 3-on-3. And Zeta backpedals.
And now you got to see Shoda kind of cut off a bit of these rotates, or maybe try and find that of his own because they want to still go to this B side. It's just Cruz with 30 seconds to go.
Set up A ดิ
Disconnected from Jip Boys at the site that you haven't seen any of the Sentinel util.
ต้องพึ่งเซต
This
อั
is
พ
the
ครับ
best scenario for
เยอะ
Talon.
แยะไปหมดตรงนี้
It's all down to Jit Boys.
เฮ้ยจังหวะนี้แหละ
Can he find the frags? Repositions into the cage, and it's a kill trip! Second cage up. And the snake bite forces him out of position where he does trace onto Shoda. The second trip off. Cruz showing up by heaven, and it just buys time away. The round is as good as over. Jit Boys to swing. XDL still trying to kill as many as possible, but not to be found. Talon.
ยูทิวแบบลั่นจัด
Yeah, that's a bit of a bad momentum.
Rotate ไปนี่เข้าแก๊ปเลย
round when they start to get the kills around the B site finally to make the decision to rotate in towards the A site where I'm highlighting the fact we've seen nothing in mid, right? Shota didn't see any
ยิง
aggression.
หลักมันยิงยากดิเหตุการณ์อย่างนี้มันยังเกิดขึ้นกับท่าน
No wall, from deadlock in fail or
สกินไม่ดีจริง
in middle of itself, right? So you're getting this idea of they probably want to end up on the B site, right? The A site completely unknown territory going into there where there is the Cypher utility.
วางคุ้มจัดเมื่อกี้โดนทุกเม็ด
อิดบอยประกันภัยประกัน UA หูแม่งแบบเสริมออปชั่นซะเยอะเลย 93 ไปเลยน้อง2 เส้นกันตึงๆผมแย่งทารอนกับโลตัสมากเลยวะถูกไม่ค่อยน่าลุ้นเท่าไหร่ โอ้ด่านแม่งคนเก่งเยอะ
Double sentinel once again over onto A. The answer is no. Cruz this time possibly setting up for a peek alongside Thigh in towards Garage. He does have the grab net ready.
Yeah, that would slow any aggression and control that Zeta may look to do towards this B site.
Jiggling for it, but doesn't spot. Oh, gate crash. You know someone's nearby. Oh, and it's all four of them! Armageddon sent through! through. Oh, and he finds the sprays as well. Cruz, a triple. The
Hey,
5K. Will it be
Ati
the
bale.
ace? Clues trying to dance around, trying to stay alive. Will he trap water and stay afloat, or will he get spotted out? The drone in the east, but still the right clicks. Killua now trying to deal.
รอตันเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
finish
ได้
off
เลย
the deal, and he does just that. But what an incredible round coming out from Cruz.
Trying to do his breast texture impression, it would appear here, hunting for the ace and not able to find it. I will be the pessimist in this round. It's just an eco. Why are you investing the Armageddon?
อะไรนะ
No, it's fine. 10-10.
กูหัน
Also
ไม่ให้
in
ค
the
ม
middle of that, by
เว
the
ลา
way,
เวลา
gets
ลืม
out
ว่า
of
ตัว
dodge
สุดท้าย
through
อ่ะ
the gate
เก็บ
crash, but
เต้
just
ตลอด
really heads up from Cruz
like
to get all his
that.
kills, and there you go. not as elevated as textures are, but hey,
I have a joke that I shall not make.
ถ้าอยากได้ก็ผมตัวท้าย
But
ต้อง
that is
ยังไงก็ได้
the dream. You know where I'm going with this. The
มันจะเป็น
dream
แรง
for
เมื่อกี้น่าจะมี
every
อันติ
Deadlock player. Now though, 10-10, trying to force Talon into an
อุ้ยเพื่อน
uncomfortable
ช่วย
position with a dimensional drift.
But the rest of the team weren't there to try and get the trades and
bang
the
ya.
zero positions. Blinds up, Jit boys. Oh, that's an ambitious TP, but it's
The barrel
Yeah.
shot,
Ow.
Jit boys
Ow.
still able to recollect. But with the peaks out,
Don't last.
Grimmy though, Clues just racking up kills.
เหมือนจะแพ้
bit
จะ
scrappy
แพ้เกมไว
around the site, but some good shots and
ตั้งแต่โรตัสแล้วมันพลาด
information
หัว
for
มาก
10-10.
They're
Again,
getting
big
wide out.
distractor for Sugar Zero to get into the alleyway to be able to pick it up.
เหมือนเจอเกมไวมีข้อผิด
Gotta
พลาด
see
ที่เห็น
some, you know, we don't always rather see just very clean rounds. You got to be able to recognize things nice and quickly and play in the weirdness.
And that's something that we haven't seen from Zeta quite before.
เออกินน้ำปั่น
Now
กัน
being
เนี่ย
able to show that up, it definitely surprises Talon. Cruz not being able to pull off the annihilation back there as well. So the scrappiness succeeds. Next round up. And once again, a lurk from Shota. Trying to get spotted out. Grimmy, unfortunately, though, getting gunned down. The double in for
ไม่
the
เวอร์
trade.
เฉย
ผมจัด
And
เล
then
ย
the
อ่ะ
mid push now.
Yeah, Shota's done his job there. Can't use the pit in this last round, unfortunately, anymore. But now you might have done
ได้
enough
เอ๋
for your team, unless your boys does
รู้นะว่า
something
จบ B
dastardly.
Oh, he's been good so far, especially in that previous round. Now working around his cage is the Neuro Theft as well, revealing his opponent's positions.
หลังมาครับอย่างไวครับ
เลื้อยดุ
Stealthy.
อันนี้เขาเรียกว่าเลื้อยดุ
Unexpected, really? Or maybe not. XDL
มันจะหันมาเช็คดีนะไม่โดน
couldn't quite
Ui,
get it, and
nó
now
bịt
it's a
lời.
player advantage for Talon. Nearing the rope,
อ้าว
confirming the information, clues. A must-win duel individually here if he wants to keep on going.
มันมีอันติว่ะพี่
Because Sugar
ดอกแบบ
Zero
ยังไงวะ
also not going to be with him just yet. Into the A site, you got to clear all this util.
เฮ้ย
Because last
Ooh,
time
come
you
on.
lost to it all, but a plant to go down. Let's see how they navigate to the 2 versus 3, where they do have salvos and an Armageddon available.
From the shadows for
ในไซต์มีคนเดียว
more information as well, but you have to wonder where Cruz is at some point. Sugar Zero though holding the off angle. The double swing does not favor Talon. Spotted. And Zeta continuing to aim with pride. They end the first half with a 5-7. What a recovery.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, right? The recovery, because you started to
Spray
really see
Vandal
some great
เข้า
rounds
จุดจังหวะ
be collected by Talon. You know, a lot of good adjustments, a lot of good multi-frags to come out from these players as well. Primi starting to have a pretty good map on this jet. Not the most common agent that we start to see on Split
ติดพิมพ์
anymore.
เร็วจัดอ่ะ
แล้วกระโดดเจ็ตกระโดดมาปิดแบบโคตรไวอ่ะ
But I'm interested to sort of see what it's going to look like on this flip.
Oh my goodness
7-5 ไม่ค่อยดีครับผม ถ้าไม่ได้ปืนพกอะนะ ไม่ค่อยดีฮะแต่ว่าเดดล็อกบุกมันก็โอเค6 ขีดเข้า B ได้เซตอัพก็รีเทคยากเหมือนกัน ก็ได้อยู่ไม่ได้แย่
The last map pulling out utility in those rounds where they didn't need to. So on the flip up, let's see if Primy's going to continue with some great fragging success now onto this attacking side, if he can get set up well by the team, or if Zeta are going to start to mount out some good defenses of their own.
A lot of expectations for a young player, but certainly living up to it currently. For now, at least, Talon begins with the 1-3-1 stealth drone up to clear out as much as possible around mid.
Just slowly but steady. Oh, 10-10. See if Talon want to continue to go up through mid or not.
โอ้
Well, that's one of
เขา
the
รู้
things
เลยว่า
now
เฟ
with
ก
this composition. You don't have that Viper.
What you do have, though, is an early trapwire push through A main that Jip
รู้
Boys
เล
has
ย
to
อย่างนี้
commute to the team to
เก็บ
get
พื้น
ready
ที่
for
จัด
the possibility of a flank through spawn, a flank through sewers, 10-10. Does he think better of it? He's confident with the duel. That's a great shot to come out from him, and now you've got advantage of Zeta.
Impactful pickup for sure. Talon now thinking if they need to reinvestigate this crime scene, honestly.
See what distractor they can do over at the B side of the map. Currently just smoked off, but 10-10 playing very forward. That's information.
Flashes to get himself away, but also for Primy to now begin an assault into the B site.
เอ้ย
Killa
เอาดิ
will find 10-10.
Oh,
I'll
and
do, I'll do,
Cruz,
I'll do.
he needed to win that duel there because now things
Primy.
flip on its head. It's a 2 versus
Don't
2,
jump.
but the A site is open.
Wow,
Talon
up.
to establish a plant, and look at what Cruz still
อัน
has
นี้
up
จอก
his
สวยๆจาก
sleeve.
คิรัว
All of the
เพลงนี้
deadlock utility, and you've got salvos as killer as well.
And it's just a fantastic site to set it up as well.
น่าจะ
Sonic
โพสต์แผ่น
sensors.
ส่ง
Zeta has to push through all of it. You got salvos.
I mean, you know how long it takes to break this wall with the pistols. That's a lot of bullets and a lot of
โอ้โห
information.
อย่าโกง
Audible locations here.
Ooh, time bought away at the grab net now.
And it's
Hey,
just
น่า
right
จะอยู่
time
สอง
to
แล้ว
kill, right? This is lovely for him. The longer he can hold the salvos, the better.
Sensors tripped. Ooh, but quick with the drive-by from Sugar Zero. Salvos now sent in.
อุ้ย
Spike still beeping away.
They've smoked it off, remember.
Killua off towards heaven, but look at where Shota's looking. In with the taps! Zeta will secure the pistol round in an attempt to even things out.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 at the end there. Just a little bit rough for Cruz to try and
แต่
get
จริงๆถ้า
something.
แบบ
Remember, he was
น่า
a bit
คำนวณนะ
low in
ว่า
HP in that
เผื่อตัว
environment
สโม
there.
กอะน่า
Lots
จะ
of
เล่น
jewels around the
เล่น
map
ข้างใน
actually,
อะ
right? The early one from 10-10 in the sewers, and then you've got it really split across the map, pun intended, into the B side, around the A side as well. Can kind of feel like a little bit of a flip of a coin in which way it's going to end there in the 2 versus 2, but I think just the favor at the end for the Zeta guys playing together, having options with the
ยัง
smokes
ได้
as
มันยังได้
well,
อยู่
and a lot of time to play with still technically against Killua there.
As the round comes up now, there's also 10-10 in with the Outlaw. Trying
Oh,
to
they
meet a
line up
smart
for him.
against
ไลน์อัพ
Primy. He will find the collateral. Off of that, B no longer a viable option, or at least Garage
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I mean, in these sort of scenarios, you would usually expect the round to almost be pretty much just done, right? 3 versus 5,
Classics.
just the classics. Now 2 versus 5, who do you favor to
Oh,
kind
no.
of pick up extra orb points, right?
I mean, that's the best that you can hope for, but even right now, just having that many players already gone right off the rip.
And it makes it scarier too, right? With a more defensively inclined agent set that Talon are running.
You just kind of want to rip off that Band-Aid.
Well, now to be tied up, essentially, unless they have a generational fumble as Zeta.
Nah, no chance. That's not happening. Primy, that's not happening. He's still going to try, though. Pelts him over with that water gun of his, but now on towards the Outlaw. 10-10 fires off warning
ชี่ย
shots.
แล้ว
Zeta
นะ
beginning to dive.
Oh, you got a plan.
ผมให้นะเออ
Plant in, which is great money already, so not too bad of a round from Talon, but
ได้
Zeta
วาง
sustaining minimal damage will get to carry on.
And into the bonus round, holding some good weaponry, right? I'll say good. A couple of Spectres and an Outlaw, unless we see any upgrades for them. Definitely going to be workable with some sort of trap plays too.
Oh yeah, Spectre, close range.
ได้เทนมาก็เล่นกันเหมือนเล่นเร็วอ่ะเล่นเร็วได้
Good
เท
try.
นอ่ะ
Thanks, Yoru.
จะได้บอกว่า
1,500เลยได้
ตอน
ไหม
ไปสตอรี่พี่ตอนอยู่
over at
ที
the
วัน
Talon? Well, not quite. You know, it's just the voice line. But that said,
มาอยู่ทีม
tying
นี้มัน
up
เล่น
the
ดีจั
score
ด
now.
Yep.
Good chance for Zeta to find a lead.
Yeah, we're already starting to see, you know, a little bit of these lineups as well
ถื
coming
อ
in
ว่าโค้ด
on
ไอคนจัด
recognizing
หาถือว่า
Ravnet
เอาดู
plus
เฉียบนะฮะกันนะ
salvos can be powerful.
ผมว่าคง
Not
เทส
seeing
แล้วล่ะหลาย
anybody's
คนนะ
yet really found
ใช่ไหม
by that just yet. An opening kill
ผมว่า
here is
เทสแล้ว
going
อาจ
to
จะ
be
เล่น
quite
ดีว่ะ
important for both sides. 10-10 going to be around the right location to start things off with the Outlaw, which
จะไม่อยาก
will
ที่วาง
need
คาเด
2
มี่
shots to collect here, by the way. everybody on Talon
แล้ว
able
เทนเทน
to
พูดภาษาอะไร
get full
ภาษาไทย
shields behind it as they start to cross some eyes, dot some T's in the flip side.
Very much needed, but also for Tenten to play with Shorty. He's into the smoke now.
Yeah, did you get? I think he got Gravnet too.
Oh, maybe a bit of an audible for Talon, but not quite. He does get Crash away.
And to the A
เออ
side
มัน
of
จะคุย
things
ภาษาอะไร
too.
กัน
So uses the second
อังกฤษ
one
ต่
to
อ
get back if needed, but Gouge control. Thrown over
ผมว่าน่า
towards
จะญี่ปุ่น
Talon.
พี่
It is
เอาเทนเทน
CQB
ญี่ปุ่นได้
though,
อยู่แล้ว
so
อ๋อ
you are toying with your
ผมเห็น
life
มัน
if you
มันช
just
อบ
push
พูด
in
ญี่
that
ปุ่นกัน
smoke.
ได้อะคน
Talon
เกาหลีอะ
opting to play with
น่า
discipline.
จะเรียน
And again, as I highlight just
เทนเทน
before,
เคยอยู่
it's
ที่
going
ญี่
to
ปุ่น
be
มาก่อนเหรอ
quite important to see which way the first kill is going to go as the smoke
น่าจะใช่นะ
has some timing on
เดี๋ยวคน
Mail to afford a little bit of
FLV
a lurk
gaming
up
มั้ง
mid now and establish some utility in case of rotates if you opt to lean towards
ก่
the
อน
A
เข้า
side.
Academy
Because
ผม
again,
จำได้อยู่
Talon, they're going to be taking a
ทีมเดียว
couple
คน
of
ชื่อ
different
บาส
duels at the
BSS
same time across the
อ๋อ
map. XTL has to be careful. Wow. Shota has to be careful.
So both sides playing extremely cautious, but Talon have also somewhat slipped the net. So with two players deep into the A site now, they will find 10-10. Also a bit of information for Shota with the jump peaks, but ultimately for Talon to begin their push. Smokes out, Sugar Zero tries to reposition, close range with the Spectre, it does meet its mark. Sugar Zero taking down Killua, and with the spike down, 10 seconds left to go, Talon needs to sprint over to get the spike down.
It's alright though, they can. It's a player advantage
ต
for
กใจพวกกันเอง
Talon.
อะ
A little bit in an uncomfortable situation in the moment, but they
ไอ้
have
ส
enough
โมก
time
นี่
to
แม่ง
establish
สโมก
it.
สงสัยโคตรๆอะ
And you've got the guns.
Yeah, and you don't really expect Cruz to reposition here, do you?
นั่นแน่
Oh, he hears that
อ้าว
as
เปลี่ยน
well.
ปืนให้ได้ยิง
But
โอ้ย
what?
โอ้โห
Sugar
ดูยิง
Zero!
ผมจี
Even though he expected it, somehow falling short, a little bit of reactions, but not too
Nee.
bad because we've got Primi
Hey,
right
nói
here
chặt.
to cover up
Tại là
all
kill.
the little fumbles.
Một cái
So
sủi
not
mấy
too
rồi,
bad.
50.
Talon will be able to keep
Sủi mấy
themselves
rồi,
moving
50.
forward.
ได้แข่ง
Yeah, winning out
ก่อน
on
พี่
that bonus
Phải
round
dặn
of
Mấy-
their
mấy ăn phải
opponents,
sủi.
but it does get a little bit down to the wire, right? You consider what
แล้ว
if
แข่งทีม
they
เมื่อไหร่วะนะ
were looking at heaven at that
Lang
A
không
side,
can,
right?
không
You
gì.
start to lose your ability to rotate back on over. What if Sugar Zero was
Ăn
able
nữa
to
là-
find just a second one when the
Ủa,
spike
đừng
goes
lươn đi.
down and he doesn't eventually get to lurk around and the time a factor as well, right? You don't want to see another scenario for any real team like RRQ the other week where they couldn't get a
Ui,
single
không nghe
attacking
đi, đi,
round.
khắp bên này.
The time just being an enemy. Saves upon bad rounds. Time ticking down, not leaving yourself enough space. Don't want to see Talon put themselves in a situation like that.
Certainly can be tricky.
And now we're going to set up for what may well be a bit of a creep up contact execute. Heavy onto the site.
Perhaps a bit of a read given how not a single peep from either 10-10 or maybe just a bit from Sugar Zero, but currently nearby onto the side, especially holding up from rafters.
Oh, you missed
Oh.
Thrifty, just a little bit too early off of that.
Too shallow.
by
May
me,
Khao.
Dash into his own smoke there, unfortunately.
Yeah,
He
that
gets
don't make
taken
him
out.
serve.
That's your way in towards one of these sites gone. And now you have to play on the back of a lean or pulling players away from this B site to try and get on in because now it becomes a slower, more methodical play from the Talon guys. No salvos, no gravnet yet. Wait for them to get refreshed potentially, but it's time again that's starting to dwindle on down pretty rapidly. 30
มัน
seconds.
ไม่โยกเลยเนาะเซต้า
But you have meandered your way upwards
Yeah.
into A heaven. Now Cruz creating more presence over onto the B site with the annihilation as well. Mid-round calls being sent
Ui.
over.
Oh, chơi
Shota
điên, nhưng mà
trying
mới
to hold
nhốt
down
rồi
the angles, but still gunned down by Kilo and Jitboy.
ไอ้
Sugar
ที่
Zero
แม่งอยู่
now
ในสโมกตลอดเวลาเลย
inside of the smokes. He's beginning
Huh?
Oh,
to
XTL.
let that cape flow in the wind.
How
10
do you-
seconds left.
Đây.
XDL in a
Rồi.
prime position, but shut
Rồi.
down by Jitboy.
Wait, is there
อย่า
time?
บอกนะ
Oh,
อย่าบอก
from
นะ
the
ว่า
shadows over.
There's no time to
Jitboy
plan.
needs to find the kill at the very least, but Sugar Zero now sliding back and
Oh.
forth over onto the 4K and a beautiful Red Bull clutch to even up the score.
I mean,
แต่วิ่งมาไม่ทัน
technically,
อยู่แล้ว
if
ป่ะ
you
พี่
think about it, he doesn't TP over and the round is
หรือ
just
ว่ามันจะ
won by
TP
time
มาเสิร์ฟ
default,
ไอ้ซูก้า
right?
นี่
It
มันคนเดียวเลย
gives them a little bit of the chance to maybe even win it at the end there.
It's down
But,
to the microseconds.
oh, dancing around the map, just able to find that one. A lot of trades.
พี่
that
ชาย
come
ลั่น
out, but it's Sugar Zero
ลั่
again,
นฮี
just in his own smokes around the B site, making it his own territory. And he plays with the heartstrings coming on over towards the A site there.
ร่างเจอฟานาติก
Just ridiculous. And that guy is an S-rank hunter for sure. We do have Primi now with the blades. Talon onto a bit of an eco.
Yeah, another moment when we just need to see somebody go large on Talon's side. I don't believe Jitboys was actually just spotted there going for the cross. He wasn't traded in the end.
เอ็ดไวมาก
And with nothing else spotted, a bit more information for Zeta.
Yeah, gonna look to play some of the same utility as the last round and get Premier
ถ้าหน่อง
towards
ทีม
the
ตอนนี้ก็ไม่น่า
side.
แพ้ละ
0 now.
Yeah, maybe you don't expect it a second time, but with Zeta's protocols, everyone hovering around the site, they are able to receive talent in full. Primi, though, wide swings, blades ready, and he's looking to collect more heads, but it's not quite going to happen. Aim can only help you this much. Cruz now trying to spray and dump the magazine over, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Primi looking for a second bite of the cherry at the end on that one. Just couldn't find it with the blades,
เจอหน่องทีม
unfortunately.
ก็ขอปอบนี้
And these defensive rounds are starting to be gathered by Zeta Division quite nicely. I mean, I'm going to highlight the team is kind of together, right? 10 kills for 2 of the players, 11 kills for the other 2. But there's a member that's going pretty nuclear on this map, a little bit silently, right? Sugar Zero is certainly getting involved in these rounds time and time again, getting a lot of multi-frags.
He's been a thorn in Talon's side with how he's repeatedly or successfully anchoring down the B side. And with that now, successful rounds gone over, Zeta opts for the push. 3 players with so much utility dumped in.
Do they overheat though?
นี่
This
อ่ะ
is the moment where 10-10 falters.
ล็อกอ่ะ
And now you can settle, you can call something as Talon
ถ้าเซ
to
ต้า
go
ชนะ
together.
ถ้าหน่องทีมชนะก็
Pull them off.
No ultimates
ยุ่งเลย
available for Zeta here.
ปรีกุ๊บ
A little bit more for Talon.
Yeah, and they've still got, you know, an idea on clearing a lot of things. You hear some things happening in mid. You know that the Viper util has more often than not pretty much been towards this A site. My only sort of question on this round was going to be, do you use the neural theft there and then get the info and leave? Because you spotted out Sugar Zero, you spotted out Shiota. These controllers can certainly find some things around this A site to force you from going in.
That's certainly what they're trying to do, especially hearing the footsteps towards middle now. Middle smoked off, a bit more presence from Jit Boys. Down the doors into the Alpha site.
Oh, but timing
อุ๊ย
here
จับ
for
คนช้าหรือเป
Shota.
ล่า
Can he find Primi a little bit later on
นี่
in
อ่ะ
the
คน
pace?
ช้าเป็นท่านไง
He'll keep him at bay.
ระวังตัว100 เต็ม
Playing it safe.
คนช้าเปิดพลังลมปานครับ
Crucial barrier mesh up as well. Now for the
Yang.
sonic sensors to get
ไล่เลย
deployed. Armageddon to flush Shota away. He might just
บอกนะเดินเร็วเลย
dive
อ่ะ
in
เฮเว่น
alongside his teammates.
Rolling Thunder used as well, but look at them, they're stunned up. They can't get out
เฮ้ย
of
โห
this.
ใส่ไปทุกอย่าง
It's just beautiful how it all combos together. Salvos out in an attempt to create more space, but
Gotta call it.
it's still blocked off. Cruz now sneaking up from behind, will find his target. XDL will find the trade, but nonetheless, down to the very end for Thigh to even things out.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder investment to come in there from XDL on the back of getting the kill towards that B side. Not able to get
ไล่
any
4 ตนแรก
value
ไม่
out
ตื่น
of
ด่าน
it,
แรกหนักจัด
unfortunately. A bit of a humbling
Zeta.
moment it might be for Zeta on this defensive side, looking for the controlling garage really early on and not seeing anybody close from the side of Talon. A good adjustment for them to
แบบ
get
นี้
in
จะง่าย
towards
พี่
the A
น้ำตาล
side,
จัดให้
whereas
หลายช็อต
again,
จัด
just getting them the time to set up for the post plant.
พี่น้ำตาลเอาไป2-3 ราวเลยแบบ
They are
โอ้
running. If
ตึง
they're able to get
เยอะ
into
ก
the
ว่านั้นด้วย
post
เพื่อน
and properly set out a lot of this utility, it can be pretty difficult to get a retake on.
ไม่มีพี่น้ำตาลนี่โอ้โหน่าจะ เกือบจบแล้ว
It's
แมต
one of those
มีน้ำตาล
things
จัดให้เยอะเกิน
that
แบบ
be
เนี้ย
considered for a potential future retake, but at least now currently all classics just trying to find as much advantage as possible. The outdoor picked up.
Yeah, and it's a very spread default at the moment for the teams too. Don't want to see anybody overreach as Talon. Want to try and get double digits first. Push us in to that map 3, of course, for those that may just be joining.
And Talon has been playing, for the majority part of this second half, a really slow pace. Trying to retrieve as much information as possible, especially with that toxic screen.
Another
Wait,
moment where
Luna.
Jet Boys has just kind of been able to freely get up the ramp and find opening into
Wait,
the
Luna, what?
site.
Still though, got to watch out possibly for XDL, who
Well,
is
that
currently
didn't-
blocked out by the
didn't do it.
cyber cage. So a bit of an opportunity for Jit
ถือว่า
Boys
ม่ง
to
อันนี้
go
ถือ
on
ว่า
a
ม่ง
tear. Second kill found. Now XDL keeping himself concealed inside of
ชี่ย
their cover. Will spring against Cruz. Primi now finding more targets across the map. Spike ultimately planted. Objective found by Talon. 10-10 in with a
จะเล่นท่า
blindside.
ยาก
To no avail. Jit Boys holding the angle. Crosshair a little bit way too far upside. But nonetheless, everything pretty much locked down. No, XDL, what have you done?
It's okay, hang on.
He's low HP.
Got Thigh, who has
ตลกละ
flash, who has smokes. He has TPs that can bait.
จะดีนะมันยังมีพอมีกันอยู่
Creeping forward.
เออ
Nonetheless,
เฮ้ยหวาดเสียวเหลือเกิน
เป็นขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
will simply dispatch of his
Yeah.
opponent.
Yeah, I mean,
ปืน
XTL
ตกคน
certainly
เดียว
used that on a crack, right? He used the Rolling Thunder just the round prior, and now he's 2 away from being able to grab it and use it again. If he's somehow able to get it in a round such as this, right, you've got Dimensional
I think
Drift to
game
go in for a
competing
retake and then use that to stun up your opponents. You can actually set yourselves up for a pretty good retake if you do want to just give the site over to Talon. So there's some options that Zeta have to start to collect upon in the last few rounds of this map.
Still really impressive plays coming out from Zeta currently. The individual performances so far.
จริงไม่น่าเสียเยอะการเงินกำลังดีเลย
Impressive, Komodo.
Operator though for 10-10. Gonna miss it Smark for the first show in here.
ถ้าเราสังเกตเวลาจังหวะนี้ชอบลักไก่เดิน
Need
เข้า
to watch out for it. Grafnet into Salvo combo, but
Yeah.
Tenten's gone.
And Jitboy's not able to establish a good lurk this time.
So quickly dealt with. Talon now tries to press the issue. Forced out by the Armageddon though, and that's going to be Sugar Zero holding down the line. Double kill
ไอ้สโมกลูก
as
นี้แม่งยัง
Talon tries
ปั่
to
นเลย
descend in, but it's not going to happen. Just Thigh now. And he's hiding
เป็น
inside
คอน
of
โท
the
รลแบบ
smokes.
100%น่ะ
Tries to avoid the
หลายช็อต
stealth
นะ
drone, but
หลายช็อตแล้ว
lo
นะ
and behold, 10-10 nearby. Still going to be the kill being found at the very end of it all.
Gorgeous timing on that Armageddon there as well to either force them back towards mid or push them in towards the site, and then you're dropping into a little uncomfortable situation. As I said, Jitboy's not able to establish a lurk there, so great little work to come out from Zeta. Again, another multi-crack to come through from the likes of Sugar Zero. Really chasing 30 in this map, it feels like at the moment, but
เอาละไงได้เวลาเปลี่ยนแผนครับเครียดว่ะ
Really brings such an even score.
And a different environment as well, right? Because you know,
เทนตอนนี้ไม่เท่าไหร่แต่ดูพี่ซูก้าดิพี่ซูก้าเขาลั่น
to get in towards playoffs, get some more reps
ยิง
with
โช
the
ว์น้อง
อยู่
as well, and really try to look
ยูบี
towards
คนเดียวอยู่เป็น
two
บิ๊กบอสเลย
spots
ดิ
where you want to get your big amounts of damage happening, but you still got the possibilities here. On the back of that timeout now, let's see what depth they do have on this attacking side.
A wee bit of garage control. Stealth drone out towards the middle.
Able to get not too much info, but it did spot out 10-10. So out of dodge, operator 2.
But that's the other thing about 10-10 is he can go anywhere because of the gate crash.
Yeah, but where do you kind of expect him to go as Talon now, right? If you kind of are able to find him yet again and adjust accordingly, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
So it does take some informed decision making.
And you've conceded mid yet again as Zeta, happy enough, as they know you can't plant there, and as long as you're watching where mid leads to in terms of mail, in terms of vent, you've also got your wall that you can call as clues to pop up
A really
assist you.
Great spot for him to send out that stun as well. Now he spots the heads and he's playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, just needs to be careful he doesn't get caught pulling utility out there as well. So just making sure that he's got some timing for the team.
Oh no.
Salvo's used as well.
At this point, Zeta knows exactly where Talon could be.
The problem is the time, Quack. 25 seconds.
Yikes!
And you got a bit of a trap play here as well. Okay, I was going to say, make sure you clear that.
Working against Talon now, they've got to push up. The trades will be
Team
found, but still,
Pan,
can they get the spike down soon enough? 10-10 buys time and more information, crucial information for his team. This could be a fault line setup. Cruz, though, will be able to swing back around and just go full spray in towards CT. 10-10 out of the dimensional drift with the up close range. He will find another shot. Just Jit Boys left, and he's completely stunned and blinded up. Zeta will move forward with an 11 scoreline.
It did not feel like that there was too much pressure thrown Zeta's way in that round at all, did it? As soon as Clues is able to find that kill, just watching over, as I said, from any stretch where the mid players might have been able to go, then it's kind of easy pickings for them. 30 seconds to go. A bit of a delayed trap util play in the heavens with the Snake Bite and the Paranoia missing, but Sugar Zero good for one. And then when the dimensional drifts up, yeah, you're trying to stop the plant from going down. It doesn't really work out, but 10-10 is just able to stand and deliver with the operator yet again. A new look to Talon that is, to Zeta Division, which is
all smiles.
Quite impactful, to say the least.
Couldn't agree more. Meanwhile, for Talon, though, conversely, I'm starting to feel very tense.
Oh, mate, you're kind of worried at this juncture right now.
A bit of a
half buy from them. If they drop it, it's 2 map points and series points to Zeta. And that's
ก้า
Talon's
มี1 เหมือนมี
playoffs
2
gone.
ดูบีเป็นคนเดียวกับสตอง
Quite a bit in this
น้องๆไปดู
round.
บอม A
Will
แบบ
it
ตึ
pay
ง
off though? Talon trying as much as
Ow!
possible.
Will มีพลาดบ้าง
Primi will capitalize. That could be an open A site now. But the Rolling Thunder, quick on the draw from XDL, flushes them over into Shota, who pushes up with the Vandal. Primi trying to dance around, but it's not going to happen. XDL just collapses on towards a broken Talon. Bent but not broken. Killua tries to fight back, but ultimately knocked out of the round. Zeta reaching series point.
XDL ripping out the Rolling Thunder at the right time, and that has just completely destroyed Talon in the vents. They have been pulled 6 feet under there, and I've got to say, that was a great adjustment call to just quickly come out from them as well, losing 2 players in pretty quick succession. An operator shot missed out. You think in the 4 versus 3, oh, there's an opportunity here for Talon to maybe pilfer away a round, but just great utility usage from Zeta, as they will find themselves on map series point. And I'm expecting the timeout here from in this series, they have absolutely come prepared, and they are playing with some great elements. From map 1 to map 2 here, some great adjustments, some great calls, not scared in the duels as well, right? Not playing more passive. So let's see what Talon have come out with from that timeout. Nothing too aggressive from them. I'm seeing a bit of a shift from Zeta too, by the way. Poison Cloud in mid, where we've seen Talon look to get a lot of control, a lot of information to try and then pivot towards these sites. This time, you're not going to be able to do that as easy.
Not to mention just the fact that they've got money, so Zeta happy to investigate a lot of portions on the
ก้า
map.
คนเดียวแม่งอยู่
Right now
บี
in
แบบ
that op.
ชิว
Oh,
ใช่
this is a really
ตรง
dangerous
อื่นมันเลย
angle
แน่นไง
for Talon.
อยู่หนึ่งเหมือนอยู่
They're not even going to be a
ใช่
punish.
Not tradable, Quack.
Blindside, Primi trying to hide across. It's the fake out, and that's going to be great cover for 10-10 if he is to find the second kill.
จังหวะนี้ต้องป้อมเป็นตัวปลอมเมื่อวานแล้วก็เดินไปแล้วหันไปยิง
The open angles.
อันนี้ถือว่าไม่ถึง
But what can you do around this?
It's under. We do have a little bit of a scuffle around the B side as well, though, and that's where the spike is. Primi now falling to XDL. It's just Killua. This could be.
It should be at 45
PG
HP
เลย
going for
เมื่
the
อกี้พี่เดินตรงไปแล้วก็สะบัดซ้าย
Planting a little bit shallow as well. The snake bite
เจอพี่ปุ๊บฟิก
does
ซ้ายเลย
give
เหรอ
him a
พี่
bit of an opportunity to sight through, but Shota.
น่าต้องไปเก็บประสบการณ์อีกเยอะ GG
จีว่ะ
เนี่ยพี่ชูก้ามันบ้าเกินไปว่ะ
สปิดโอเมนตัวเดียวมันกันบีได้ขนาดนี้เลยวะ
ต้องไปดูวิธีสโมกวิธีโฮมันอะวิธียืนมันอะเหนียวจัด
เดี๋ยวเปเปอร์เล็กกู้รอยยิ้มให้มาดิ ไม่เป็นไรน้องเดี๋ยวไปชนะที่วันเอา
in group
เปลี่ยนเสื้อก่อนเสื้อนี้แม่งแน่นโอ้ยฮารอน20จริง20แบบโดน20ผู้หลงชิมเซต้าไม่เกี่ยวไม่เกี่ยวดิเกี่ยวอย่างยิ่งเลยถ้าต้องพิมพ์แพ้เซต้าเนี่ยเรามีโอกาสที่จะเข้าโคตรสูงเลยเป็นเครียดเลยกูน้องจอยแม่งจริงทารอนนี่ว่ะ
Match found.
เอมก็ไม่ไหวไปเนี่ย
Get zapped.
'Let the killing begin.
Focusing.
Gotta go.
Reloading.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Reloading. Poor Rex.
I'm out of here.
Cutting their vision.
Gotta go. Stop it.
Charge your ults.
Gotta go. Too slow. I'm
อี
out of
หัว
here.
เลยเหรอ
New stage in 10.
User joined your channel.
Go, go, go.
is on a rampage. Stage 2.
I'm out of here.
Try again.
Reloading. What? What? What?
ต้องไปลุ้น
Watch out. This way.
ไม่ลุ้นนี่ดีกว่าให้เซต้าชนะหรอกจริง
Gotta go.
เอาถ้าแพ้ตกรอบเลยไม่มีเฮดทูเฮดหรอก
Go.
ลองดูลิควิดฟีเดีย
Bye bye.
พอดี
Ultimate
ที
Orb
เพิ่ง
spawn.
เห็นเซต้าแล้ว
Party's over.
รูปเลยรู้เลยว่าแพ้ยับเลยนี่หว่าฮะยับปะ
ไม่แบบแรกยับแบบ2.4
ว่ายีเจ็ดไม่โดนเลยเป็นอะไรวะ มันก็เดินมาเฉยๆนะ
Go. Go. Go.
เรื่องอะไรจำไม่ได้
บอสเฮดทูเฮดก่อน
Over there.
New
I'm out of
stage in
here.
10.
Shocking.
Breaking them.
Taken out. Back up.
Stage 3.
I'm out of here.
Making.
Reloading. Hot your reach. Go. Go.
ก็
Go.
สมมติถ้าสกอร์เท่ากันใครชนะคนใครที่เจอกันชนะคุณก็ได้อันดับ10 บาท
Gotta go.
เฮดทูเฮดแมตช์พอก่อนใช่ทูเวทาย
I'm out of here.
ปืนยิงไม่ออก
Shocking. Fire in the hole.
You're nothing.
Gotta go. Next. I'm out of here.
แป้งว่าที่เค้กก่อน
Drop in a smoke.
เก็บป่ะ
แต่
10 seconds until stage change.
ถ้าโฟนไม่นับอะไรเลยเริ่มจากเริ่มจาก
Go. Go. Go.
Final stage.
1 2 3
Go. Go. Go.
นี่ง่าย
I'm out of here.
Resource. User disconnected from your channel. Stealing.
Alice. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Rampage.
เที่ยวโฟเวทายเลยถ้าระบบแย่ๆเลยนะ
Adapt
คิว
or
แพ้
die.
ก็จะเป็น3-2ถูก
No
ป่ะ
peeking.
ถ้าทีมวันสมมติแพ้ทางเราก็3-2
Take this.
เป็น3-2ทีมตั้งแต่เข้าโฟเวทายแล้ววันที่แบบดี
Smart move.
จะไม่วัดที่ทูเฮดก่อน
I'm out of here.
Ultimate Orb spawning.
เปลี่ยนตัวเปลี่ยน
Go. Go. Go.
เราแม่งติดทับตกอยู่
Joke's
ช
over.
นะทีมได้จะกระโดดขึ้นมา
Go. Go. Go.
หัวงงเลยอะ
ค่อนข้างขณะที่มันติดว่าแย่ที่สุดถ้าวัดเป็นโฟเวทายที่สุด
I'm out of here.
มีโอกาสที่ได้ต้องให้ RQ แพ้ T1 แพ้ เราชนะ แล้วเซต้าการแย่งคือ
They're dead. My ult's ready.
คนเลือกเป็นโฟเวทาย
That's 3.
15
Gotta go.
seconds to go.
มาก
Go. Go. Go.
ทำมาดี
Here we go. Too
เพราะ
slow.
ว่าแบบนี้คือเราเป็นเก่ง
Kills remaining.
เหี้ยวางเป้า
Gotta go.
อันนี้ตามในวิกิพีเดีย
Back. Go. Go. Go.
5 kills left.
You're done.
I'm out of here.
That's you, pal. My ult is ready.
ถ้าทารอนชนะวันนี้คือเข้าไปแบบชิวๆเลย
เสียดายว่ะ
Match
ไม่
found
เคยชนะเลยนะเว้ยแม่งมาชนะรอบนี้นี่หว่าใช่ปะเราเคยชนะรอบหนึ่ง
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเราไปชนะทีวัน
โอ้ยต้องลุ้นหนักหน่อยนะเครื่องต้องติด5 คน
ไม่อยากคิดกรรมการเท่าไหร่
ไม่อยากคิด
เครื่องต้องติด5 คนนะ
เฮ้ยมันชนะได้ มันก็มีโอกาสอะใช่ไหมแต่มันคือทีวันเลยนะ ถ้าเซต้าแพ้หนองชิมจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นอ่ะ
ก็ไม่ต้องคิดกัน
ไม่ต้องคิดอะไรมากใช่
ก็โอกาสเข้าสูงเหมือนกันใช่ไหม
ถ้าเซต้าแพ้หน่องชิม แต่เราชนะหน่องชิมใช่ไหมอันนึงขออนุญาตไปเปิดดูอีกรอบนะ
อันได้ทุกโลอ่ะผมว่า แต่วันนี้ผมว่าตัวจังหวะ second check ไม่ค่อยละเอียด
เซต้า
เท่าไหร่
แพ้หน่องชิมใช่ไหม ก็เป็น2-3เฮ้ยเซต้าแพ้หน่องชิมก็ไม่ดีดิ
ไอ้แล้วถ้าหนองชิมชนะ
ชิม
ไอ้แพ้เซต้าไง
ถ้าหน่องชิมแพ้เซต้าใช่ไหมอันนี้ดี เพราะเราชนะหน่องชิมมา ใช่ ต้องมาลุ้นให้เป็นเซต้าชนะหน่องชิมใช่ป่าวะ
ได้
Let the killing begin.
กูบอกแค่นั้นเอง
ต้องชนะเท่านั้นสมการนี้คือมีลุ้นสุดแล้วแล้วสมการแย่สุดก็คือนั่นแหละที่บอกไปไม่รู้ว่าจะออกมาเป็นแบบไหน
One down.
เพราะโฟเวแน่นอนแล้วเล่น RQG เรามันเข้ารอบ
Got
ที่เหลือ
Destabilizer.
What
ยากอยู่นะเซต้าชนะหน่องดิวย
าก
ยาก ยาก
ดูมองกูไม่คือแบบดูมันผ่านมาเลยชนะประมาณสัก30%หน่องชิมไม่ไป70
Nailed them.
ยากแล้วตอนเนี้ยยังทำไม่ได้ ยากแล้วกรรมการยากสุดเนี่ยถ้าเป็นไม่ได้สุดก็คือเซต้าวันนี้ซ้อมอย่างเงี้ย
Seconds until stage check.
ก็บวกเอาชนะไอ้หนองชิมอ่ะ
กูบอกเลยว่าหน่องชิมก็ไม่หมูอ่ะในมุมมองยากอยู่
กูเน้นกูยังยิงไม่โดนเลย แม่ง
10-70ในมุมมองเลย
Breaking down.
กลายเป็นไก่โชคดีอยู่เนี่ยไก่โชคร้ายเจ็บกลายเป็นฮารอนโชคร้ายเจ็บทีมแม่งเล่นดีกว่าเดิมอีกเซต้าเล่นเร็วขึ้นพอเล่นเร็วพลาดเทียบเลยฮารอน
Got 3. Charge yours. Focusing. Not ready yet.
วันนี้มาดูเปเปอร์เล็กดีกว่า
กระสุนกูไปไหนหมดอ่ะ น้อง
DFM คิดว่าไง
ก็เป็นเล็กกว่าวันนี้เดี๋ยวไม่น่าต้านไหว
นะไปรอบซีซั่น
คือตอนเนี้ยตอนแรกนี้เป็นดูดีกับเซต้าใช่ไหมแต่เซต้าแซงมานานแล้ว
พอเข้าเตะเหมือนเดิม
ใช่
Get out of my way. Party's over.
อยากรู้ว่าเจ็บเพราะอะไรวะ
ใช่เก็บ
100 วันพันปีไม่เจ็บ
เออ
ตัดตัว
Ultimate orb spawning.
Enemy down.
3 gone. Reloading. 02หมดเลยแล้วแบบแม่งถ้าจะไม่สูสีนะมีสูสีแค่แบบ
New stage in 10.
เดี๋ยวมีตุ้มเตะเลย
Oops.
ในภาพเป็นแบบ
Healer down.
Quiet now. Not ready yet. Die.
ดาเฮก
You and me. Neutralize. Sorry, little Show me a target. Down. You're finished. Destabilize.
15 kills to go.
The hunt begins.
พี่
Back
แก
in
น
the
หมด
flash.
Charge your ults.
Reloading. Got one. Next. My ult is ready. No distractions.
อ้าว ไม่โดนสักนัด
Got one.
5 kills remaining.
Stay dead.
Show me a target.
Nice and slow now. One Reloading.
Sage is down.
ไปตัดน้ำตัดไฟบางที
ตัวนี้เพชรแมนยาวๆร้อนอยู่อินโดตอนนี้
ถ้าเรา
เอาเปิดไลน์อัพแล้วเหรอ
อืม
เป็นใครแพทเมนเล่นแทนมาฟิก
ใช่
บอกแมตช์ล่าสุดเล่นดีอ่ะ
เล่นดี ก็โห แทบจะโดดเด่นสุดอะ
เดี๋ยววันนี้ขอมาดูหน่อย
เราต้องเชียร์เซต้าครับ ผมจะไปหารูปน้องจอยที่ไหนวะเนี่ย
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
แอดมิน What What if ถ้า DFM ชนะ GG เลยใช่ไหม
ที่มานั่งอ่านย้อนหลังเนี่ยอ๋อวันนี้ทีเล่นไม่ออกนี่หว่าใช่ปะโดนไงบ้างวะได้ดูปะ
ใครนะ
ทีเนี่ย TSY
อ๋อ
วันนี้ไม่ค่อยได้เล่น
โดนหนักอะ
ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นเลย
คือโดน
คือมัน
เข้าทางซ้ายเขาหรือว่ากลับมารีเทน
มัน
แล้วโดน
เหมือนน้องมันเล่นแบบว่า ตัวเองต้องอยู่ในกรอบตลอดเวลา มันเลยดูแบบ ต้องทำหน้าที่อ่ะไม่กล้าออกไปพีคอะไรอย่างเงี้ย แล้วส่วนใหญ่ก็พอเล่นอยู่ในกรอบก็โดนจับกลุ่มเรียบร้อย
ด้วยน้องเป็นสโมกด้วยเหรอปะน้องเป็นสโมกน้องเล่นน้องต้องแบบนิดนึงแหละเข้าใจได้
อืม
พอเป็นสโมกมันเป็นตัวแบบเขาเรียกว่าไงอะถ้ามันเสี่ยงเกินไปมันก็นะ
จังหวะออกไปปาดได้อะไรเงี้ยมัน ไม่ค่อยกล้าทำนั่นเลยก็เลยแบบเล่นในกรอบสุดท้ายฝั่งข้ามมันในเนี่ยแบบแผนมันมาก็เลยแบบโดนอยู่ในกรอบของเขาเหมือนกัน ก็เลยไม่ค่อยได้เล่นเท่าไหร่ใครที่เครียดกับการลุ้นหรือว่าการเชียร์นะครับ ผมแนะนำให้มองไปที่สเตจ2เลยไม่ต้องคิดเยอะครับ เราจะมองไปที่สเตจ2เลยถ้าจะมองที่สเตจ2ไม่ได้เรามองไปที่ปีหน้านะนี่คือมองการไกลนะจะได้ไม่เครียด
Gotta go. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Reloading. Gotta go.
นี่คือต้องทะเลาะกับกระสุนทุกวันไม่ไปไหน
Shocking. Reloading. You blink. Heads up. Gotta go. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Until stage change.
I'm out of here.
เออ
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Blocking sight.
เฮ้ย
Go, go, go.
Reloading. Stop fire. Got through.
I'm out of here. There's that.
Target.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
กูไม่ยิงไปเลยวะ
All missiles away.
I'm out of here.
Stage 3.
Gotta go. I'm out of here. Stop it.
Ammunition.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Ooh.
ว้าว
Gotta go.
Lotus Watches.
I'm
ยิง
out of
หัว
here.
กูอีกอะ บางมีกูคลิกขวา
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
New stage. Recovery unlikely. All missiles away.
Get out of my way.
Ammunition. Final stage.
No distraction.
Gotta go.
Taking cover.
Stop it! Bye! Go, go, go!
เฮ้ยมายังวะเกมโอ้ยเพลินเลยกูเพลินเลยเพลินเลย
Show me a target. That's 3.
Gotta go!
Alright, got my
Gotta go!
reloaded.
Next! Here we go!
All missiles away.
Down!
Ultimate is ready.
I'm out of here!
ทำดาเมจไปค่อนข้างจะหลายคน
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
One down. I'll take it.
I'm out of here! Stop it! Not ready yet.
อ่ะเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงปวดท้องว่ะทำไมผมไม่เห็นจอเนี่ยเพราะอะไรอ่ะ
อะไรนะ
อ๋อนี่มันอยู่จอนี้
เอ้ยพรุ่งนี้ฟิตเนสเปิดปะวะเปิดวันไห
แป๊บนึงนะห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงแคท
ยังไม่รู้อ่ะว่าน่าจะยังนะน่าจะปิด3 วันมันปิดวันที่13อ่ะ
34-15ฮะยังไม่ได้ถาม เซนโลตัสเปิล
มาถึงใกล้กับ10เลยกลาง4เอาละไก่ตื่น
So a bit of contact found already, and DFM will happily backpedal.
Yeah, but you got to be careful of mate. Top of mid, Jing looking after that.
You did see a head, so it's a lot of information for DFM. Pretty soon they're going to be able to recollect themselves and push into a site.
Yeah, but these thorns at the front of the site, Patman going to call for them to be popped at the moment to
Technical
stave off
พื่อการโรเทต
immediate aggression and by timing for the dark cover, but a very large rotation
มาหมดแล้ว
from Paper X
ทุก
to
อย่างอยู่
this
ใน
A
กำมือ
site
เลย
is going to be what
เวลา
Lotus
เยอะจัด
DFM
50 วิ
did opt to go in towards the site. So thinking
5
better of it,
3 5
reset,
2 5
wait a bit of time
ช่องไปซิฟิก
for the util to get back online.
อ๋อเหรอคุณ
They
ดู
can
กั
go
น
out
เลย
pretty
เท่ากันได้
nicely as well. Salvos, Haunt, sees.
Whoa. Something.
42
Thinking about pushing up
41
catwalk.
40 39
It'd be some great initiative if they actually went towards top middle and wrapped because you don't
T1
T1 being ran by DFM
Oh,
here, but with 30 seconds and that dark cover back down, they kind of have to call it. They have to go.
And you do have Patman playing for anti-flash. DFM does check into it, but something arrives on
นี่
the
มันต้อง
scene. Double kill
Paper Rex
found.
something
Forsaken
jet แบบ
picking
นี้
a
ใช่ไหม
target for himself. Jing as well. Paper Rex happily moves forward.
Yep, Patman
เป็นใคร
just
ของ
the
แก้เบื่อตัวเนี้ย
casualty for Paper Rex there. You know, the right idea to rotate towards the A site, and then it doesn't take all the analysis in the world to just kind of say, hey, they hit their shots and DFM took too long to establish any advantage.
Yeah, not too much. On the macro side, though,
พอจับเจ็ตเหมือน
taking
แบบ
the initiative
มี
that
ออป
way.
ชั่นบวก ability เสริ
I
ม
mean,
หน่อย
what have we seen be a big weakness of Paper X's? It's not getting good ideas on the rounds, not formulating a great idea of how the macro is happening, right? It was kickoff that we started to see. Maybe it's starting to look okay. Here in Watch Stage 1, though, a lot of shambles still maps, for sure.
อุ๊ย
Each
ปืนที่ดีที่สุด
series, but no
ปืนที่เอ่ย
serious victories just yet.
3
So this has got to be the one where they turn it around. One
ทำไม
team
มันซื้อปืนหน้าโดนจังวะ
technically could go 0-5 in this one if you think about it. You don't want to see that though.
Yeah, so far so good.
นี่ไง
Don't
มาดู
break
จ
Boba
ริง
Fett. You got Jing, who's able to nail his shots with the
โคตร
guard
เน้น
and
อะ
then
เปเปอร์เล็ก
divide
อะ
to walk down tree. So not too bad. Flawless round for Paper X.
Yep, hitting shots. Want to see all 10 players in the server be very sharp today. You know, we kind of did see that at the beginning of their
มาแล้ว
last
ครับ
series,
Odin
right?
Lord
Everybody was trying to get activated, trying to hit a lot of their shots. It came down to good rotations and some individual moments of brilliance. You know, I
แต่
don't
ผมว่าน้อง
really
จริ
see
ง
a
ก็
world
เล่น
in
สโม
which
กได้แล้วนะ
we don't get that here as well,
หลังๆก็ยิง
right?
เยอะแล้ว
ถือว่าผ่านแล้ว
I expect to see some big moments from both of these teams.
แต่มันก็ยังมีคนด่าน้องจริงอยู่เสมอไป เสมือนว่าเล่นดูเอลตลอดเวลา
Yep.
Sticking on light shields, okay. Good judge.
I was waiting to see the staple of art to be coming on out as well. The Odin is here
Lo and behold.
on the attacking side, by the way.
โดนล่ารอยยิ้มไปเนี่ย
Triple
ให้ยิ้ม
in.
ได้ก่อน
A lot of contact already around A main, so DFM avoiding that for now.
ไปฟิกกลับบ้านครับ
Lots of mid.
มีธุระ
Gotta be careful here.
That's a lovely setup. Prowler found as well.
Ui.
In for the
มัน
shots.
แฟดตรงไหน
A
อะ
little bit of
แตก
damage.
ข้างบนเหรอ
Can't quite
Back
finish
on.
off your prey, unfortunately.
นี่เหรอ
At the cost of a bit of util, you will force them back for the time being. Meanwhile, if you hadn't caught it just yet, a lot of this Vice util from Devi over at this B site. One Thorn at the front of A that'll start to get sniffed out by Art's stealth drone. But importantly, the sheer wall that is just keeping a good amount of comfortability
ผม
for
ว่าเทโจมันเก่งที่โดน
in B main.
ตอนเนี้ย
Does
Đồn
have
khôn.
the
Đồn-
armor
đồnมันได้
setup
พื้นที่
as
เยอะ
well, but currently gotta watch out for market.
ใครชนะพี่เอ้ย
The judge
Something
or the
big.
Odin
ปืนหมากับปืนหมาเจอกัน
bites the bullet first.
It's gonna be something.
ให้นัดเดียวเลยอะ
That range, that weapon, no chance.
Oh.
And now you've lost A main control as well, so it's a little
Upgrade
bit more
เลยนี่ยากเลย
one-dimensional for DFM. Quack! Oh,
เฮียสติงเล่นโอดิน
จัดเลย
Not too
นี่
bad.
กูจะหลุด
Still does hold down the space, but in for DFM to attempt at pushing onto a different position. Can Jing hold it?
Ui.
It's not quite gonna happen.
ปืนไม่ค่อย
Paper
มี
X
เลยครับอัน
now
นี้
trying to flood back
โอ้ย
in.
ดุงดุงดุง
Okay, just trying to pick some targets down, Jin. A
นึกว่าโดน
little low,
ช็อต
but
ยิง
the spike gets delivered
น้องเจียน
nonetheless.
yeah,
Bang
but 10
กับด้าน
seconds
เปล่า
to go
นี่
as it does get planted. There's a Kame caught out with util.
Yeah, wanted to shut the door down, but nope. No chance. Top flashed in over, and Jin
อยู่
looked
ท่า
to
โด
react.
นพอมามองมุมจิน
A
บุม
1-on-2. He knows where his opponents are, so able to isolate the duels. Now just a 1-on-1. Somewhat low HP on both sides. Forsaken, though, just crouching down, but he doesn't land the shot. What?
Oh,
Wide swing
Saken.
out
Oh my
from
God.
Jinbong.
เพชรแม่น
Uncharacteristic on the side of Paper X, but a great
Headman.
triple clutch for DFM.
Unfortunate for Forsaken
เพื่อน
that
ยังไม่
they're
ถึง
not
เล
able
ย
to get that one.
Wow.
You know, sometimes it's always awkward when you try to do the tracking on the long distance game on that one. Still, that was technically, for a moment in time, a 3 versus 5 advantage for Paper Rex in that round, and a 2 versus 3 that they had to really just contend with on the reverse when the plant goes down for DFM. It's great shots out from Jinbong, able to take 3 versus 1 versus 1s to catch the Red Bull clutch at the end.
Next round now, and it's also DFM just trying to keep up the pace, trying to
Well,
trip
it's
any
a
potential
cat,
shear
they
walls
leave it.
inside of B main. Currently not found.
ได้
Drones out.
เมื่อกี้
Yep,
เจ
and
สัน
that
เพิ่งเห็น
drone
ว่า
can
เจ
get
สั
in
น
front
ส
of
แกน
the
ตอน
Thorns as well, so not instantly destroyed. Meanwhile, you got big rotations from Paper Rex over to the site now. Oh, the beat! Ah, Jinbong!
อ้าว
Lovely
ขา
shot.
หลุด โชว์ขาซะงั้น
And you don't expect that because you're in the
ตัวขาอ่อน
prowler.
เฉยจังหวะ
Yeah,
นี้
it's just unfortunate how close he got to that big old pillar and just has the body spotted out by something.
Something to be aware of for the next rounds, but still a bit of information. Not too bad for May to try and dismantle the setup. It does buy the smokes back in from Jing, which alleviates a little bit more towards the A site. That's where a hit comes through.
Big risk from GN there, but able to find the kill.
4
Makes it a little bit
4
more.
โอเคโอเค
Can't find safe passage though.
Yeah, there was a gap for the moment in this 4 versus 4.
Gott,
So the
Pacific,
defenders
Gott, hard
starting
forward
to
up, like.
rotate a little bit around as Paper Rex, making sure they've got an idea on where things still are around the map. But with 30 seconds to go,
30
DFM up
seconds
the
left.
guts of mid, and that's going to put a bit of pressure on Forsaken here. Close enough towards getting the Haunt to be a little bit self-sufficient, but will need to ask for Devise Arcros at some point.
There it goes. It certainly will be enough information. Can he find his mark though? The flash being sent out by his teammate. He hears the drop, runs in, finds May, but traded instantly. 8 seconds left, and Akame begins to push up. The spike now planted, and Paper Rex, as they try to ascend, they're not going to be able to do just that.
That's a case of a Carmago kill
Yeah,
right there. Not bad from him to get 3 to equalize us back up on a situation where it could have been turned upside down from Forsaken in the dark cover, pulling out utility at the wrong time when there is a little bit of a trade to come out from the DFM guys who
น้องเกียน
are starting to make a couple of these rounds go quite close on the
โอ้
clock.
ไม่เล่นสักกล้องสั่น
So
เลย
you need to see
เมาส์
that,
ช้าจัด
you know, catered for a little bit going forward here, give themselves enough breathing room, which they technically do in this scenario. Resetting Paper
เอา
X,
มันเร็วอะ
who get very aggressive in B main.
All the little buys, the sheriffs and everything
นี่ไง
do
โอดิน
take
นะ
down Art.
มันมีคนช่วยหารดาเมจ
Blade Storm popped from something here as well. Eventually you might see a world in which they push to try and get that gun if they
Visible
know
เนี่ยมี
that
something
DFM are leaning towards the A site heavily, because I don't think it's been thrown
ทำไม
off
ผม
the
ไม่
map
เคยเห็น
yet
เจ
at
สัน
all.
มาเล่น KO เลย
Of course, I want to try and retain the Odin, you would expect.
DFM, they've been pretty good at throwing Paper X off their scent so far, especially from that previous round. Right now, though, revealing a little bit more towards B main. The question is, can Paper X hold it?
Yeah, well, you say throwing them off their scent right now. They're a little bit blocked.
And they will just explode out of the smokes. Jinbong able to take down Forsaken. Now May finding a shot through to market as the door shuts down. Jian taking down the next one as well.
Yep, just isolating a lot of these fights at the moment with the lesser pistols, not giving them space.
Especially with the null command in. Now something does get to pull the blades right back out. Takes down his oppressor. But you've got 3 more tangos to hit. He does float upwards, finds the next, in for the other, something to nail it all
อย่าให้จับ
down.
มีดครับ
Definitely want to see Paper X get elevated on the back of that one. Get excited, get something spicy in the mix, get
มันมีน้องจริงด้วยเนี่ย
behind the team. Make sure that everything is well coordinated, and I think that's the name of the game at the end there for something and for Jing. Well coordinated for Jing not to overpeak when he can let something start to jump around, play with the blades. They were staved off for a little bit, right? The first kill is there. There's a reset time in the round from DFM who start to get in towards this B site. Some good shots starting to come out from them, but Akame, untradeable. May, untradeable. And then you've got the nice timing, as I said, from Jing, and then GN, well, he's just in that 1 versus 2.
โอ้โหยืนแล้วยืนไง
Not any swift headshot on towards something either there, so a well-played round. Individually, you think they're from something as a big pivotal component.
This time, though, May's got blades of his own, but something.
Oh, that hurts.
Inspired combo play up towards tiles now. but then the quick hit from DFM into the A site.
And if you want to go for a bit of a retake as Paper Rex, you can here because Forsaken has the Nightfall available.
กินมุมบอกไม่ได้เล่นเฉยโดนจับกุม
Cosmic Divide when the plant goes down if they need.
Just trying to get in good enough position to send it over. There it is. Pop flash out. Akami trying to buy as much time as possible as well. Something waiting for the coordinated push to go through, but
โดนสแปมเหรอหรืออะไร
no utility. Jing will sidestep it, pushes on in, and the waterfall will be complete.
This is Paper
Rex. A successful sweeping retake against DFM.
Yeah, DFM don't have their floaties ready
ยืน
to
มัน
be
เคิร์ด
able
เฉพาะบางที
to
มัน
float above water there, unfortunately. 4 members surviving from Paper Rex in that one. A good coordinated retake as well. Pretty rapid to have all of the members there needed. And that was a bit of a buy-up, meanwhile, for DFM. So it's going to be a little bit back to the drawing board for them to figure out what they need to do to start to get a couple of these attacking rounds on the board. Need to see them kind of isolate another member or two of this Paper X side before even attempting to go into these sites, right? Because it feels like if you're giving...
เอาแล้วแหละบอกว่าหน้าบีใจเย็นๆหน่อยเพื่อนจะเสียตลอดไม่ได้นะ
At least for this round, though, it's going to be a little bit tough. The current equipment, but also just to add lovely art from our artists in the audience.
Speaking about
with the op,
not so lovely so far in the server, unfortunately. The art,
the player.
Yep.
Right on the nose there, Komodo. But we'll see how this round gets piloted. DFM currently trying to take more mid control, but they also do have a bit of mid presence coming up from Paper Rex around a short.
They have forced them off the mid line, technically, right? So you've got some great ground control there, but you need to look to start to pivot that into something successful, in towards the B site where you've not been successful of tripping out the shear wall so far, right? You didn't even jump in front of it as Art that time. He's just missed the shield spot.
Yikes.
And then is heard and is deleted.
Yeah, I know that tone. Whenever you get that way, Komodo, someone must have messed up crucially. And this time it was Art. Good punish from something, but you do have Akami slipping through. Jinpung in towards a short as well. Paper X trying to recollect themselves. The pop flash from Patman will allow them to regather. Striking right back in. Jing at least will be able to hold down a main, which allows him to then pivot back into sight around the smokes. Bit of a survival one. He spots out the barrel and goes in for the simple burst. Around picked up by Paper X once again.
Oh, that could have been awkward with all those trades and little shots through the corner of the wall, corner of the tree that DFM start to get there. That could have gone the other way. If Jing loses that one-on-one engagement, it does not work out well.
One of the things as well, just allowing him to have that autonomy to go for these plays.
Yeah.
Starting to look like the Jing of old, even though he's on a different agent.
Gotta put away this operator as well. Something, if he's able to, you know, hold lines free of charge, it could be good. Trap plays around the A main choke though. And DFM will win that successfully. If they want to continue towards this A side though, yeah, it's going to be that operator for something.
Did Paper X get the information though?
I mean, Art does have the Armageddon and GN does have the Cosmic Divide.
Ooh, and they
โอ้
have
ลงไป
suppressed
แป๊บเดียว
something.
เกิดอะไร
This
ขึ้นอ่ะ
could keep him
มันเร็ว
flushed
จัง
out,
อ่ะ
but they elect to rotate back.
เกือบเมื่อกี้เกือบโดนอีโคแล้วเมื่อกี้
And that's just going to send you away. Eventually, this Nebula will fade.
เขาพุชแล้วได้ไงได้พื้นที่แล้วเล่นง่ายขึ้น
Couple of investigative shots and Paper
ตอน
X.
นี้มันไม่ให้มายึดช็อตเลยดิมาเอาช็อต3 คน
โอ้แล้ว3เลยเหรอ
Cubby, they do have a lovely setup here if it does come down
มันชอบปล่อยตัวไหลช็อต2 คนไหนๆไอ้2 ตัวเนี้ย
Just don't want to see them overheat.
Continuing to peek on through, and there it is. Forsaken will cool them off with a couple of bullets. Patman as well. And that's the spike down on the ground. Something spots out May. And Jinbong, all of a sudden, seeing an Aria of Sorrow. His teammates have fallen all around him.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just don't want to see ill timing at the moment from DFM because they didn't have a good amount of information on how many players were up at that short angle, right? Just dry swinging into it on the
เดี๋ยวนี้
back
ผม
of
ก็
getting
ติดซูมยิง
seized,
เหมือนกัน
and
ว่ะ
it looks
มัน
too
รู้สึกเหมือนแม่น
clinical
อ่ะ
from Paper Rex to just
แต่
give
มัน
the free
เฟิร์สช็อตแม่น
haircuts.
อืม
Shave and a haircut.
Like, you look at this one back here, and Art and GN, they're not even swinging together. It's just one at a time, and then it's Patman's time to go in. I mentioned the operator earlier in the round, where if you're just enabling something to point and click at a single angle, and the team is watching all the other angles that your opponents could possibly come from,
จำสมัยที่ไอ้นี่
more
ได้ไหม
often than not, he's going
SG
to be
ระ
good
บาด
for it.
ของ CS อ่ะโอ้โหโคตร
อ๋อ
โคตรเดือดเลย
PRX continues to string more rounds
Game
together.
plan,
This time though, full ultimates.
ไม่มีใครซื้อแล้ว AK
Zero point from Patman.
Yep.
But the rush continues.
If you're going to invest in Alchemans
โมโห
here as
โมโห
well, you're going to see a little bit of fall on back.
แล้วรัดมาแบบฟรีๆ
to make sure that the utility is
ผม
still
ไม่เข้าว่าต้องโหดเมื่อวาน
available.
คิดอะไรไม่อ
Now
อก
he's
แล้วจัง
actually
หวะ
going to
นี้
get caught in the mix, so the plant can look to
Right.
go down for
แต่รอบ
DFM,
นี้มันมากดอันตีในไซส์ถือว่า
and
เบร
you'd
ก
expect
นาน
Patman to rip his on the return.
Spike planted.
Cosmic Divide in front of PRX as well.
เฮ้ยอันนี้ต้องได้แล้ววะมี2 อันติ
So at least setting up for the retake now.
Ah,
But
I can
gotta
move yung
work
liyan.
around this obstacle, this purple obstacle. Ooh, Armageddon just buys even more time.
Yeah, and there's an
Okay,
Alchemans
wow.
for Patman as well, so Paper Rex are all in.
อ้าวเกียน
Gotta keep
เกียน
going.
แตก
Patman so far so good. Hot flash
Oh,
off towards the side, and with the bullets being
Wow.
fired over, they
Yeah,
know where
lucky
he
that-
is. It's gonna be a
Oh,
bit of a
do jaw,
trade.
ni
Now
le.
Divide
Ah,
finding
mate.
May as well. Jing will expire unfortunately, but down towards
จริง คนทุ่มเทครับ
stuck inside of one.
Yeah,
He's trying
ทุ่ม
to
เทมากไปหน่อย
inside the cellar. The salvo is doing a bit of work, but Defy capitalizing at the very end.
Yeah, just
ไม่
the
เสียส
numbers
ละ
game
เชนะไม่
again
เกิ
there
ด
for Paper Rex, right? Before, and then when the plant was essentially being established, Patman is able to find 1 kill, ripping in
ก็ไม่ผมว่ามัน
and then the team
มัน
kind of just
P5
goes
มัน
together as a unit,
มัน
right?
สวย
Flash drives on in.
เดินยิงได้ไหม
everybody's starting to flood in towards
เดิน
the
ยิง
site.
ทุ
Here's
กอย่าง
that
ครบ
first
ครบ
kill, by
เซต
the
เล
way,
ย
onto GN. And then it's just pretty, you know,
แอดเป็น
how you
สวย
doing
จัด
from them. Crosshair placement, good positions. Art trying to do something there with the 1 kill and the salvos, but the spike was already half defused and he was in an essential 1 versus 4. Going to be pretty
อย่าง
difficult
น้อย
to
เป
come
เปอร์เล็ก
away
ก็
with
ไม่ล่า
a
รอยยิ้มเรา
situation like that.
นี่
And
เน้นวันนี้เน้น
remember, there was
ดู
a timeout
ต้น
already
ต้นเกมว่า
invested
ชัดแล้ว
for DFM, and that has not converted.
ผมเห็นมันก็ต้นเกมยิ้มบ่อยแต่สักพักมันก็
Certainly not.
ตั้งแต่เจอ DX
That timeout was for,
ผม
but
งงจน
Paper Rex being able to receive them kindly.
เฮ้ย
คนทุ่ม
Dark
เท
Rose peak.
Oi.
Divide takes
เป็นไง
down.
วันนี้ดาไวตื่น
Yeah, once
กลับ
upon
มา
a
ได้
time,
ไงวันนี้ช็อต
May,
นี้
the player
นี่
that you always look
กูซื้อ
towards
เสื้อ
on
ปุ๊บ
DFM
ทีมแม่งแพ้
side.
เลยงงๆดูเห็นนะ
Going down a little bit. Out
We're
of this
bad.
round, the counter jet in something, gonna miss a shot, but remember, there is still the lead for Paper Rex throughout all these trades.
เว้ยแต่ทรงมันไม่นี่เลยนะ ทรงมันไม่มีภาพคัมแบ็ก
Somewhat
กลับมาเลย
equalized, then trade right back. Paper Rex still retaining control and information over the
มา
map.
ละภาพ
DFM will reaggress once
ส่งมา
again.
เลยทีนี้
He does have from the shadows to get to the back of this side if needed, which actually he just rips right there. So normal things he's doing, he's going to cancel it. As the dark cover will hold some timing for something right now. But also state that GN gone means that something can have a bit of a strong line here from the spawn location.
แต่นี่ก็
ติอย่าง
Trying to
คู
work
เล็
the
กมีเปล่า
numbers. Something though will find the first shot.
เฮ้ย
The second one not quite there, which allows
Huge tap.
DFM to truly get into sight. But because the door's not shut, they're still trying to err on the side of caution.
Yep, Haunt's available too. If that's allowed to scan something, it's huge here. Denied.
Quick.
เหลือไซส์ 2
Jinbo now to hold down the side lines, and he's gonna do the double! A twofer on the side of DFM, and they will pick themselves up a 3rd round.
Yeah, there was a little bit of hungriness from Paper Rex in that one surrounding that B site too as well, right? Where Devi goes into main. Yes, he's lucky enough to be able to get this first kill here, which I thought he might actually die because he maybe has second-guessed himself. And then some A main pushing, more pushing in towards B main, and then something wanting to get re-aggressive back on that operator line in a 3 versus 2 advantage
เล็
there.
งตัว
So
หลังตัวแรก
these
ไป
are
โด
the
น
things that you do start to look to balance out potentially. If you go for a risk, you get the kill, you know, it's a great reward. If you don't, well, you give your opponents a bit of an opportunity to win the round, and it is the ladder there for DFM. Now looking to salvage something on this attacking side and trying to make it a 5-7 half.
For now, still grouped up outside of B main. Also unaware that something has a second up, but surely they anticipate. slow creeps up, but you do have Forsaken attempting to thread the needle.
Yep. Got a lot of members of DFM here ready to explode out into the side.
Pop flash from Patman, but unfortunately Forsaken will drop.
เบรกเลยครับ
86
เบร
for
กเกม
now.
เสิร์ฟก่อน
And PaperX fully aware that there is an entire squad inside of B main.
Yep. Still there as well. 0 point to confirm the information. You give a little bit of reset time onto DFM, however. Give them some time to converse on how they want to get back in towards this B site, which is currently only defended by Patman and by Devi. You got a shift from Jing as well with a Paranoia available.
And there it is, already sent through. Jing will be able to neutralize May for now. He's got to exterminate even more. Shrouded steps into B main for added pressure. And all of a sudden, Jin finds himself alone and cold. The pop flash beautifully set up by Petman for Jing to shut it down.
Yeah, as I said, I've always been impressed seeing Patman on this
ทำไม
KO.
เมย์
It's,
ฟอร์มดอก
I
โอ้โห
don't
เพื่อน
believe it's the
เพื่อน
agent that
ไม่
he's
ช่วย
played
ก็
the most
ยาก
of,
ครับ
but
ผม
the
เกม
way
มัน
that
ตี
he
นะ
plays it and the
เม
way
ย์
he
หลับ
always
เลยวันนี้
communicates to the
คือ
team
ดูไว้ลิส
exactly what util
ที
he
มมัน
wants
ต้อง
to
แบบ
use and the timing
พ
on
อ
it
มัน
to
ตั้ม
peak
ดี
on
แล้
the
วมัน
back
ถึ
of
ง
it.
ได้ถึงได้
He's
เล่น
always been so
ดูท่านเมื่อกี้
good
ดิ
on this initiative role.
10 assists.
Yep, up on the 10 assists. I mean, sometimes it's easy enough to get them on the back of the 0 points, but it's the flashes that are working a treat for him in this map. Now the last round of the half, and you definitely need to see this one salvaged by DFM, unless you're a superstitious person for the 9-3 curse. Operator again gonna miss its mark, but look at this, May! In for 2!
Talking about
Go
the
ahead,
setup,
Petak
it's
man.
Akame this time. He's got the Blade Storm.
เอาพื้น
May
ที่ไงเอาตรงกลาง
trying
อะเลยโดนเลย
elevate himself in
ทัก
towards
ซัก
the
ไม่ได้
base
เลยฮะ
possibly.
เป็นเล็ก
He knows that he's got to watch out for the back. Arc
Oi.
throws out from Divide,
Oi.
finds some
But-
information. Just
ใครเขา
confirms
คิด
it
ตัว
really.
ติดแปดตรงนี้
But for May to
ดี
swipe
แล้ว
right
โดน
on by,
นิ
right
ดเดียว
clicks in, something looking for the angle. We'll find a little bit more at May now.
นี่อ่ะพอ
Once
บอกเมย์
again,
ไม่
being
มา
a huge obstacle
จัดให้สี่
against
เลยอะดูดิ
Paper
บอกไม่
Rex.
มา
Something's low HP as well. This pretty much would be a 4-8. Unless a magical rabbit is pulled out of the hat right now. Not possible.
Nope, just a magical May. And that is going to be the 4th round on the board that DFM absolutely needed for the exchange here. And it's just, you know, starting to get some confidence, starting to get some repetition for them as well, right? Being shut down a lot, losing out on the trade game to Paper Rex in a majority of those rounds. But is 4 going to be enough for the exchange, right? Going on to their D.
เหมือนตัวส่งของอยู่ใน TS
ใช่นะ
เหมือนตัวส่งของอยู่ใน TS
อ๋อพอพูดปุ๊บแม่งเอาเลยเหรอ แต่12 วินเท่าที่ดูนี่คือเดี๋ยวที่ครูบอกอะพื้นที่ทั้งเฟิร์สคิวจังหวะแรกก็สู้ไม่ได้ถ้าได้อะมีลุ้น1 วินไม่แก้ตั้งแต่วินแรกเลยนั่งดูแบบตาย
The first changing quite a little bit for him too.
So trying to turn a lot of these situations around now. We'll see how the pistol round shakes up.
Yep.
Paper X grouped up together in towards the A site. Salvos to counter back.
Ill timing spotted, by the way, so no C's connection to be able to keep them contained in the rockets.
Which allows for Paper X to then stagger themselves forward. Jinbung pinned down. Smoked off though, so Paper X now flooding over. Allows for Jinbung to find a bit of a trade. Now GN, oh, huge swing out from Dice, and he finds the triple. What? Divine try as he might, it's just not gonna happen because Art
ยิงอะไร
and
ข
the
นาด
rest
นั้
of
นนะ
DFM have already arrived.
That's pretty pivotal
Holy
from
shit.
GN. I'm not gonna lie. We need to see this player really step up who's having, you know, lackluster performance on lackluster performance. Some moments here and there. But that one, that's sharp from him to come out with the ghost, you know, not scared, playing around the site. That is really good.
Finds his timing off the little trade from Jinbung.
ไม่วินแรกเร็วจังวะ
So not too much from the side of Paper X for now.
รีบ
Taking things
ไป
slow
จอง
and
โต๊ะ
easy.
เดี๋ยวเล่นน้ำไม่ทัน
Something
ดอง
onto
โต๊ะ
well, Divide onto the
โดน
Sheriff.
ก่อนเลยเหี้ย
Find you.
See what this round does look like for DFM, if it can be of the flawless variety for them. One of the biggest things as well in this triple initiator comp is just going to be the amount of information that they can layer in little by little.
อุ้ย
Or the
ยิงขนาด
utility that they can really send
อย่าบอกว่ามัน
over
ลั่น
as
ตอน
well.
กัน
Yep. But means less traps, so Paper X maybe trying to navigate around that or to
Well, then
figure out
again,
the setups.
You know, devise setups as well, whilst a little bit impactful, were often not contended with by DFM.
จังหวะถอนสโคป
เฮ้ย
Is true, but for now, just looking for the firefight around the middle. Paper X happy to give it to him.
Yep.
Nothing too much found. Just everything collected and racked up by DFM.
Yeah, so choosing to go on this Sentinel-less comp again, you know, as long as they're pretty heads up and they can play around sites, right? GN's going to be able to potentially even be a pseudo-senti if you think about it.
ตั้งแต่พี่เอ๋ยทัก
Try his damnedest with the C's if he doesn't go for the trap plays with Art. In towards the bonus rounds next, and we're going to see with the 5 players that DFM just survived with, if any of the weapons are going to be of good value against the Paper X, who have 2 players down with the lighter shield still.
เห็นภาพอีกแล้วจากพัน
ไม่น่าวันนี้
They're going to
วัน
be
นี้
more
ไม่ลั่น
structured towards the B site, start something off. Held at bay by the salvos for the cost of a prowler.
0 point towards the middle as well. Okay.
Did that get enough information too, that the Shia is at the edge of the B main side of things? I'm not 100% sure, but you do lose the complete control of B main as DFM. And it is their bonus round as well, so starting to shift a little bit of positions, gain a little bit of further information around the map. How deep have Paper X potentially got through mid? Well, not really, at all. They're going to shift their focus over towards the A side of things now.
The mid smoke, though, yes, could inform DFM. So GN will conceal himself inside of smoke, avoids the prowler as well. Paper X might not know this, which could be huge. Akame at least now to hold off towards the other wayside, but then for Paper X to swing out, they're getting punished for it too.
Yeah, and Forsaken, I was going to say 21 HP down with the Marshall shot.
Spike down on the ground, just Jing. Not quite able to retrieve.
ชิปหายแล้ว
To put the final nail in.
Yeah, really early read from DFM on what Paper X actually want to do. Happy enough to give them control of B main and then getting some information up the guts of mid to ensure that Paper X aren't exactly there. When they start to rotate over towards the A site, you've already got some information, right? Because the dark cover was put down. You've got that info that you can commune. You've got the site already rotated towards, and then it's just a sheer strength in numbers for DFM. They almost had 3 players available for every single fight there. That's going to be the bonus round converted too, by the way.
Once again, finding Paper X in somewhat of a dire situation.
Yeah, 0 point going to remove some of these abilities, but most importantly, you've stopped Paper X from getting straight away into the A site to buy some time for some rotations. You've got Art now closer that can use the salvos
Also for GN to hide inside of this nebula, but he will get caught out by Forsaken. A slight opportunity for Forsaken to convert things around. Nightfall sent in, but close range and Art will decimate with the Odin. Jing now swinging out, but to no avail. 1v1 Divide with just a stinger. Looks to get the spike planted.
ปืนไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
Jinbung hopped over,
อ้าว
concealed,
ตำแหน่งละ
stunned and flashed up as well. The C's not quite hitting the way
เอ้ย
that
ใจ
he
ถึง
wanted
ว่ะ
to. Divide will redeem
จินบุง
himself
มัน
with
ปาอะไร
the
ของมันวะ
stinger.
เออ
มัน
Paper
ลบจัด
Rex
อะ
finding some rounds in the second half.
Yeah, I thought DFM might actually be able to hold that one down when they had their numbers rotated on over and they've got a lot of this utility that you can kind of lock them in, right? But around all of these smokes,
อาร์เบตัวแรกให้อย่างคมแต่ตัว2ไม่อยากจะทานเฟอร์มากๆระยะนั้น
dirty in towards it. That one's a little bit ambitious to just sacrifice your body and jump in towards the site. Thought as well, as soon as you start to hear that Paper Rex are waltzing in towards the site, that Art was going to rip out the salvos for the team around the normal, or anywhere around the site for your team to dance around. But
บอกกระโดดขี้ขวา
not
ขึ้
able
นปาก
to come out with that one. And now fresh round, and May is just by himself. really far ahead, but some great assistive utility from Jinbung is going to net a kill, force them away. GN good for one.
เยอะ
Now you
จัด
got a
ท่านี้
plan to come out from Paper Rex, a player
เคย
deficit
เห็น
as
ที
well.
แล้ว
Now command
ของ
available.
ดีจริงอันนี้
Something to lurk. DFM looking quite aware as well. A seize to buy some time as Art gets.
ถ้าเราเอาแบบนี้ไปเล่นในแรงเราจะโดนด่าปะ
Null command ripped.
ไม่โดนหรอกเพราะเรา
แต่
ปิด
ว่า
แชท
Something now with the
เราปิด
lurk.
แชท
Coming back in to assist his teammates around the site. PRX looking to shut down any entry from Tree. And something will
กูโด
end
น
it.
กูเคยโดน
Another
อยู่กู
essential
คิด
one
ที่หายเลย
versus one at the end there for the Paper Rex squad who do come out on top of that one.
มันจะ
Do like
ถ้า
the
เดิน
play
ตัวที่
from
ซ้ายกับ
DFM.
ตัวที่
Really aggressive in
มันจะ
towards
เห็
the
น
B
ยิง
main
ก่อน
side of
เลย
things and
ถ้าเป็น
catching Paper Rex off guard. They just did not expect that one to be
แมตช์โคตรสำคัญอะของ Paper Rex แมตช์
caught
แบบ
out.
เนี้ย
But as quick as what happened over at the B side happens, back towards the A side, and Paper Rex are just in towards it and able to get the spike plant down, look to try and establish some solid post plants. Even recognizing a flank potential to come out as well there, right? So both teams having items in the round that they're looking pretty good on.
But down to the execution at the end.
Yeah.
PRX one step ahead. We'll see though. You never quite know with this team, kind of like what Big Time was saying.
That's it, isn't it? You never quite know for Paper Rex if this will be the last round potentially in the map and a comeback happens.
At least for now, they're still trying to conceal as much as possible. Smokes, flashes to.
The problem is though, Mei is on the line. Do they use a Prowler from Forsaken to push him off, or Jing a Paranoia? I think it might be the latter with where Jing is playing from, but it's just going to be him setting up the smokes, and they do indeed use the Prowler with the Archros.
And that is going to be a bit of a go signal.
Is it though?
Slow down, yes.
Good timing on the Nebula
เขา
from
เลิก
GN.
เขาเลิกตัวเดียวกู
Locks
ปั่น
them
ป่วน
out
เล
a
ยเหรอ
little
นี่
bit. No ulti grabbed.
เป็นไปได้ไงวะ
There is an ulti grab. Defy with the steel
ไอ้
guard.
เหี้ย
Okay.
ไม่มี
That will be the true go
ไม่มีเลย
signal.
ได้ไงวะ
หนียิงไม่โดน
Paranoia out from Jing as well, but
locked out again.
once again, yes, Art with the salvos, crucially timed.
30 seconds, and you've got to make
PRX.
a call for Paper Rex. It's going to be to rotate into a site that you don't know the number of players that are going to be there, that you don't know what exact utility is still going to be available.
A little bit rudderless, looking for the direction, but it's going to be more direction for DFM as Akame springs out with pop flash. GN now to hold the off
อ้าว
angle.
นิ้วมือ
Jing
ออกแล้วมือ
finds some space. 10 seconds left for the spike to get planted. Can the two players hold it down?
Jinbung has two Prowlers to use.
So it comes down
สโมกใน3 วิ
to crucial positioning as well as the marksmanship. Jing
เอาละครับ
smokes off
ได้
heaven
เล่นแล้วอย่างงี้
and tries to step himself forward into the smoke, but main close range will quickly dispatch of his opponent. Divine now to hold, but low HP, tries to sidestep, tries to set up a flash, pulling out utility, but it doesn't work out. May in with a shorty to bring a round up for
กำส่ง
DFM.
จริ
Yeah,
ง
Defy already tagged up in the duels, unfortunately.
Ding.
Info communed over, and that is going to be a successful retake to come through from DFM. I mean, Paper Rex, they were locked out so much of that B site choke to try and get in towards the site. Well done from DFM there, and just multi-fragging up from Akame too, and the rest of the team settling down, not overcomplicating things, going in towards the retake. These are the moments in the map, you know, that can cause a little bit of frazzle for Paper Rex. So they do have to make sure that doesn't phase them too hard. They don't get too risky in the next gun round, more importantly, because this round here, party mix of a buy.
We'll see. Chance for something to go crazy with the knives, but
Khan has to, doesn't he?
yeah.
Have another one of these big rounds that May had, for example, over on the flip side, that he's already had in the server as well, and he
but
started
something
off.
he will get
Ninja.
ahead.
เรื่องมันเกิดขึ้นเร็วมาก
An
ครับ
instant dash in towards
Ninja.
Rocket. May still off to the other
เอ้ยจุ๊บปุ๊บ
end.
อันนี้
Blades
ไฟ
and
นี่
something
ไง
wins the duel.
But
อัน
now
นี้เมไฟ
removing those blades.
Nightfall in towards Boathouse as
บอก
well.
เลย
So Paper Rex continue to trudge forward.
โอ้โห
Divine
โดนส
finding
ติ๊ก
the
เกอร์
stinger
ยิง
spray
ระยะ
now.
เนี่ยนะ
GN alongside Akame, you don't have the numbers.
Yeah, do you consider a save here? Your money is kind of on the precipice of needing it for the remainder of the map, it would feel.
But they look for more space, and that's when Petman fills in. Pop flash out, and it kind of
Huh?
confirms
Kaya.
as well, but Akame sidesteps into the smoke, in and out, for Defy to finally knock them down into the ground.
Paper Rex, they answer back with an almost thrifty round, right? Not the most sensational buy to come in towards that one there, but they are able to make it
น้องเมย์
work
แม่ง
on
แบ
the
บว่า
back of
กูยอม
something
ไม่ได้
with the blades yet again. And who is on the assistive mark? I will add Quack. A good flash from Batman. Again, making sure he's trying to assist for the team. Love to see that one. 11 found for Paper Rex.
จริงๆ Paper Rex มันก็เล่นด่านนี้มาเยอะนะ
for the dinosaur squad, shall we say? But
ไม่
still,
น่าแพ้ยิ่งแม่งเนิร์ฟบีเบนไปเลยพี่อาร์ตนี่อ่อนลงเลย
quite a long time ago. But we'll see. The next round coming up. May trying to get aggressive as well. Clears out a lot of A main.
Immediate
Something มันซิ่งเข้ากลาง
however, trying to play dirty with the judge, but something.
โอ้ถึงก็ต้องอันติ
Playing inside of the smokes. TLN with the judge. The double kill. Sends Paper Rex to slight extension. We'll see if Jing will be able to recover.
Oh, that's risky.
Full shroud steps in blindly, dryly, and it's gonna be Art to gun him down. Just Patman left.
Yeah.
And not quite safe for him to
ก็ต้อง
cross
ใช้ปืน
either.
โกง
He's
เลย
gonna have to
Should be
work his way around it.
impossible.
อัดไป
Minute left, so
Oi,
it's a lot
yeah,
of time
but
as
go
well.
on, tap
Salvage
him
is
on
pretty much digs his grave for him. He will still
Yeah.
swing out to isolate a couple more duels though.
นี่ไงยิง
Down
ซิ
to
โร่
the
ไว้ละ
final
โอ้ถ้า
swing from
ถ้าปิดมุม
Jinbo.
ขวาหน่อย
If he
ยิง
found
สู้กับเจ็ด
the right angle, maybe could have found May in another 1v1, but we're not in that universe right now. Great work from DFM. Art to start off technically in the kill feed onto something, so making sure you're looking after that mid gap that you did leave open. That I gotta say from Jing as well. Like while I expect, I get that you're in a 2 versus 4, you want to try and find some timing and a gap back in towards the round. That's not the one that you try to look for.
Whoa! Double Odin?
How do you fancy Jinbong's Odin?
I don't know.
Or rather,
I don't
May.
see it too often, but May once again
Oh, you
with
got
the
him.
A main pressure.
I like Jinbong's haunts better. That's the second time that he's found a successful one.
Couldn't
something
agree
like that.
more. Paper X though not slowing down. Truly W Gaming still pushes into the B site. Armageddon will slow them down though, and something looking a little bit lost. Petman will continue to push up front, finds a double kill, off towards the next, and he takes May down. A lot more space and timing now, but for GN just to hold the angle.
Yeah, GN, sensational work to come out from him. They're finding some good timing at the stairs as well onto something when he got in towards the market. Just ill timing for something on that round, and now, oh boy, we're starting to knock on the door of a tied scoreline, aren't we? Jing getting caught out by the haunt. And then everyone trying to just get into this B site. You're starting to see Patman really step up in a round such as that, showing his also mechanical ability. But GN stepping up when needed, right? How
เอ้ยใครชวนฟูเซนลิฟจานลิฟเอาไปนวดอีกแล้วจานลิฟเขาชวนผมเขาตี
feels a little bit better for you.
ใส่จะเอาไปนวด
Also quite tricky for
อัน
now.
เลดใส่จะเอาไปนวด
Bit of B main info gathering.
Yeah, just playing a bit of a spread default as DFM. Look to use a couple of abilities at some timings around this map
Liga.
to find if mid's clear, if B's clear, if A main's clear. You've done in the middle a good service at the moment, and B main as well. So you do start to see Art shift a little bit towards this A site, and he would be correct in doing so.
Arriving right on time. Paper X though, lacking information.
I wonder if this is going to be a situation where they try to just go up towards this and Patman rips the null command. Yeah, it is.
That'd be ill-advised though. The salvos will stall them. And you do have Akame hiding inside of the smokes once again! Double kill found! Jin shutting out Petman as well. Just left down to Jing. alongside Divide. Will spot out the first player,
Oi.
and then goes off a
Ui,
bit of
cầm
a
dứt con
tear.
sào.
Jin though
Được
trading
đó.
right back. Divide now
Đây
down
luôn,
into
đây
it,
luôn.
1-on-2. He's low
โอ้โห
HP
เล่นน้อยไป
again.
หน่อย
Yeah.
Spike might have been retrieved, but you've got huge obstacles right in front of you.
As long as the DFM members here in May and Jinbun just do not drop it, like
ไงดี
they
เว
should
ลา
be
โคตร
winning
น้อย
this.
15 seconds. Divide slow creeps up off to the generator side, but he has to get the spike down, and that's when DFM will swing to tie up the score.
Oh, I said, you know, it's going to be one of these times in the map where Paper Rex cannot afford to kind of lose it, right? It's 3 in a row from DFM to push us into all rounds of regulation now for this map. And that dry contact play to just rip the null command up short. You do not have anybody from Paper Rex clearing the nebulas. They go in dry. And we've seen such succession in Pacific these last, week of play with players dancing around smokes, inside smokes, really just finding multi-kill after multi-kill.
It's happened a lot of times now, and Paper Rex have yet to be aware.
And they do half buy in towards this round, so at least giving themselves the affordance of equipment in the next round. But this one, I mean, you've got to almost win this one, right, as Paper Rex to push it, because DFM are starting to really figure out how their defensive side plays, reminiscent of the succession that they were getting against DRX with going in for those retakes.
Spectacular on the info gathering, or even just some of these surprise jack-in-a-box plays, honestly, hiding inside of corners. Paper Rex will attempt to clear with the Prowler this time, but it's all too easily read by Akame. Simple sprays, and he finds the first. Salvos as well!
He dodges him.
Okay, gets across, but you still got to think about someone inside of the nebula. He pulls out the steel guard, but there's the shorty on the other end!
But the Stinger's quack, the Stinger's...
Quick trade. Rifle picked
สโมก
up.
แม่งสงสัยทุกลูกเลยเนี่ย
It still is 3-on-4.
Yeah, and that's where you got to try and get the plant down as well. But the null command to come in from Akame, it's strength in numbers for DFM.
Can you really get close enough with the Stinger though as well? Door shut down, Petman nearby, Forsaken holding the angle, but falters! Akame on for the 3 and the 4K! Pushed up to map point! DFM on the retake!
สวยแล้วครับผม
That's
จังห
4
วะ
in a
นี้นะ
row
ฮะ
for DFM.
สวยแล้วครับ
Looking to
การเงิน
win
เอ้ยแต่
their
การเงิน
home map pick and
การ
get
เงิน
their first map
โอ
victory
ทีไปน้อง
in this Pacific
125
stage
เนี่ย
as well. They're currently 0-4-6.
What a way to keep themselves in contention
รอย
for
ยิ้มที่หายไป
playoffs, but also knocking down a huge opponent in Paper Rex.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? DFM can play spoiler here to Paper Rex and getting a into tree essentially, ripping the steel garden to then play spoiler with the lesser weaponry, right? Because you're removing primary weapons from DFM, you're putting them down onto pistols where they might not necessarily have already invested in them, and you're catching them off guard. Yeah, great idea, didn't work. And now last round of regulation, an operator in for May, an Odin in for Art, and the latter can technically be at the right position here.
Paper Rex just sending it into B though. Jing with the TP towards backside, something that DFM had to deal with, so allows for Paper Rex to sneak in. But here comes that Odin spray, suppressive fire, and Paper Rex
Forsaken
almost getting exterminated. They're okay for now, and Petman will stick the landing.
Plant goes down, Cosmic Divide in for GN. This is going to be a scrappy battle.
Trying to play for it, the firefight on the site. Still though, May in for the snappy flick, and every single player has been taken down. Jing and Divide though, still fighting, still going for that last stand to possibly push it into overtime. 1v1, and Jinbum has the haunt. Jing avoids it for now, but off to the deflected movement instead! Off to the 90-degree,
หันมา
off to
ให้
the
หัว
right side, and it closes out the
His mouse across the whole. The success.
เป็นวันที่ทำให้แฟนๆยิ้มได้ทุกวัน อีก2 ราวเองงูรีครับ นี่ถ้าเราแบบแพ้2-0 2 คู่แล้วเราไปเล่น TFT นี่คือเพิ่มความเครียดเข้าอีก
น่าจะไม่เหมาะวันนี้
เกมแม่งเล่นให้ผ่อนคลายแต่เกมแม่งเล่นแล้วเครียดทุกวันเลย TFT วาโลมันยังเครียดไม่เท่า เครียดจนโต๊ะจะพังอยู่แล้ว เล่นคนเดียวนี่จะเป็นบ้าอยู่แล้วเดี๋ยวกูจะเข้าจิตเวชอยู่แล้วไอ้ TFT เนี่ย ในวันที่เรายิ้มได้ เราก็ยิ้มต่อไปครับ ยิ้มแบบไหนยิ้มยอมรับชะตากรรมหรือยิ้มแห้ง
เห็นเลยมีตัวหนึ่งก็บอก
โลตัส DFM เก่งไหมโลตัสอ่ะคิดว่าน่าจะไปเล็กเก่งกว่าจบนี่ยิงต่อดีกว่าวะปัดเมนยังเอาไม่อยู่อะเจอพลังแห่ง DFM ไป
ยังไม่ออกจากรูอีกเหรอ
ทำไมเซต้าไม่ต้องมาลั่นวันนี้ด้วยไอ้เชี่ยเอ้ยดูมาทั้งทัวร์เอากำลังส่งกำลังใจไปช่วยทีมญี่ปุ่น แม่งไม่ชนะ แม่งมาชนะทีมไทยกูเหลือเชื่อ
เดี๋ยวมันปีหรอกต้องเชียร์ทีม
เย้ยโดนตัดเน็ตแล้วเหรอ
ฮะยัง ไปเทข้าวให้ลูกมา
เขาเดบิวต์น้องใหม่DS คงฟีลแบบเกิดแต่กับกูใช่ปะยังเหลือ GE ให้เล่นอยู่นะเปเปอร์เล็กนะ แต่ถ้าแพ้น้องเองก็ไม่เหลือแล้วนะ ไม่เหลือเฮียอะไรแล้วนะน้อง เฮ้ย นี่คือสิ่งที่เราอยากเห็นที่สุดครับเฮีย
something yoru จิงเลสว่ะ
สวยครับอันนี้สวย ฟอนเทนโอเมนไอ้เจสันมันเพิ่งออกรายการไหมครับมันไม่เคยเล่นโอเมนเนี่ยครั้งแรกเลย จริงน่าให้เจสันไปไวส์นะน่าให้ดาวายโอเมนดาวายมันเคยโอเมน
Just picking players.
The
What do
foeman.
I know,
อาจจะแบบ
right?
ให้อยู่ในแก๊งทำเกมเลย
This is Santomen.
จะได้แบบคุยกันง่ายๆแก๊งบุกอ่ะอันนี้คือเปิดแบบนี่แล้วนะถ้าไม่ตายแล้วนะ
Indeed.
ไม่ตายนะอันนี้คืออาวุธลับเลยฮะ
ใช่นี่คือที่สุดแล้ว
คือเปเปอร์เล็กมึงจะเอาแบบว่าราวสุดท้ายที่แมตช์สุดท้ายเลยไม่เอาแบบว่าชินใจเหรอ
สุดท้ายเป็นสุดท้ายเนี่ยเปิดอันติจริง
สุดท้ายนะ
For
ถือ
DFM.
เชอร์ลีฟด้วยไม่รู้ร่างไหนนี่
This comp is what Sentinels most recently played, but I think if we're sticking with Pacific, it's what Boom most recently played and obliterated Global Esports 13-1 on.
Of course, different players piloting the agents, but right now at least toxic screen and then over rotations onto the C site. Paper X for now is still playing it safe.
Yep, you're going to see something slot in over at Rubble. 3 players for Paper X in the middle of the B site, and then just Divide over at C, who's almost just situating himself for a proper retake here. Has thorns on the back of the site that he can hope to get a little bit of chipper damage through, but apart from that, it's really not going to be too much, is it?
Yeah, really quite nothing at all.
It's the timing.
Rose doesn't see anything, so yes.
Are they second guessing that they might be outside of A lobby at the moment? This can give DFM
เฮ้ย
so much space
ง่ายๆอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
งั้นเลยเหรอ
spawn.
เดินมาเข้าแบบชิว
Really affect
And they can adjust where they want to plan.
ๆแบบบุกเข้าไปเลย
backside. Oh my god. DFM gets to holds. Got the smoke set up as well, so it takes more time to clear out back hall. DFM pushes into waterfall. Not expected by Paper X fully. They will be able to take a shot down, but still some trades found. Divide though, taking more space up now. Akame to pull and hold.
ทำไมเป้ามันจับจังวะนี่ไงฟอร์ซาเคน
Right back. So some
จะเลือดไม่ลดเลย
shots
ทำได้ไงวะเนี่ย
Paper X.
ไอ้เจสัน
สังเกตดีเต็มเล่นนะมันพยายามแบบไม่หล่อนะพยายามจี้ผมบัดเลยอะ
ใช่มันรู้ไง
นั่น
รู้ว่าจะต้องโดนอะไร
Curve, you got Akame then, you know, head on a
พยายาม
swivel
แบ
and
บ
which
ชิงจังห
jaw
วะ
that he
ตัด
wants
เล่
to
น
try
ก่อน
and
เลย
take
ไม่
over
เกือบ
waterfall, over
ทำได้ดี
spawn side. Thought DFM might actually look to get a little bit more of a command.
เนี่ยเยอะพี่เลยชม DFM เยอะ
It's the C hole side of things, but instead kind of opting not to do so.
Just being able to find a successful, maybe a confident round for Paper X could reinvigorate them for the rest of the map. This is their pick after all, but they are the ones with their backs against the ropes.
Yeah, and DFM choosing to start off on the attacking side as well, by the way.
And they are buying up with
บอ
the
ส
spike.
บายครับผม
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for them. They are backing themselves, of course. Challenge around Mound.
แล้วมันฟอร์สแบบสุดเลยนะการเดียน
เดียนมาด้วย
Expect it. Of course, they were the ones forcing up last week,
ปืน
so
คนชนะกับแพ้ให้ต่าง
Yep. In this sort of scenario as well, you do have a drone available for Art to start to clear things out, right? Gonna force something away.
ต้นติงบอกแดดไกลจริงกู
Up through mid. Pillars for DFM, waiting to bust in towards B potentially, but that wall will pop.
yeah, May on the neon this time. A lot more movement going
มันดู
through.
เข้าไซ
PRX,
ชิว
though,
จังวะ
happy to hover around the site. Prowlers and everything sent over. The fake out instantly dealt with as well.
ๆยุ่งละ
Watch out for the fade utility coming over, but Akame so far so good. We'll be able to land some shots
Bom
until
ไม่
the
ได้วาง
buy contest.
เรื่องนี้ต้องยกให้เปเปอร์เล็กจริงว่ะไอ้ที่เข้าพร้อมกันและเทศอ่ะ
And down to just Jinbong, who with a sheriff attempts
เชอร์ลีฟสเปรย์
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเกิน
fending
โคว
off the
ต้า
incoming Paper X squad. Not gonna happen.
การเดียนฟรีครับ
โคตรคุ้มอ่ะ
Yeah, the full force up for them as well into the B side, but it kind of feels
I
like
didn't
no
stand
one's
ball.
actually establishing
หนำๆเลย
any control.
มันซื้อเยอะมากเลยอะ
You've got
ผมว่ามัน
disconnections from a couple of the
เมื่อกี้
members.
ไอ้คนซื้อ
locked out
Guardian
towards B
ข
main.
อง
The
ฝั่ง
players on the
DFM
side itself really not hitting any shots. You got to tap on the spike plant, but nobody from PRX bites the bullet on that one, right? They wait a few seconds before ultimately just going in together in numbers.
Numbers truly favoring
Why did you
Paper
buy
X
again?
for now. Certainly taking a bit of damage in the economy as
จังหวะ
well.
นัวๆนี่ไว้ใจได้
DFM having to save.
เล็ก
อันนี้ผมอัปเดตน้องจอยไปแล้วอันนี้คือเวอร์ชันล่าสุดละ
Waylay comp on this
น่า
one.
จะอีกสักพักใหญ่ๆเลยที่จะเปลี่ยน
Would have fared against DFM, but
นัดเล่นเลย
glad to see that they are also changing things up and putting Jing back on the raise as well.
Just trying to find their rhythm.
Yeah, that's it. This
วัน
round,
นี้
though,
มี
just the
ไม่มี
pistols for
TFT วันนี้
DFM. And if you're playing
ว่าจะเล่นวาโลหน่อย
long range duels, that'll be pretty well placed for Paper X.
Yeah, the Southeast Asian squad will happily
อู่บ้านผมใช้คีย์การ์ด
play
เล
a
ย
little bit of Songkran here, but May also shooting back as well. That's quite a bit of damage if you're considering how this is playing out as he finds the
อุ้ย
third.
นึกว่าจะตลก
Forsaken will end
แล้วตล
the
กอยู่ดีเมื่อ
chaos
กี้
for now,
เสียหาย
but that was still some losses to be felt.
Yeah, it makes them play with their economy a little bit more here and have to really dip and reinvest. But I mean, you're 3-0.
หรือว่าคู่ทารอนกับเปเปอร์เล็กนี่มัน
coming in towards this next round.
ทีมหนึ่งจะมาทีมหนึ่งจะไป
Look to see them use it for a retake
แต่
if
ว่า
they need to.
แต่วันที่ทารอนไป
If you
เปเปอ
wanna
ร์เล็ก
get
ก็ไปเหมือนกัน
aggressive
นะวัน
at
นั้น
Paper X and get down and dirty in towards these duels, you can try and utilize it a little bit earlier on as well for the team to be set up.
เดี๋ยวไปดูลูกกันมา
Mechanics on the guy. He actually found the dink at the end as well.
Rubble control. 4 players for Paper Rex around this A site, and they'll establish dominance here. Shift immediately for DFM over towards the C site, where you've already got the gate crash from something.
จริงๆถ้าจับภาพไปจาก
The
แต่น้อง
weaker
จริ
side
ง
of
เล
the
ส
map,
กลายเป็นรอนเลส
DFM opted to go quite quickly.
You gotta watch for the rolling thunder that Akame has.
Stealth drone denied as well. You've got that shear wall that is in a problematic position to try and bait out as DFM.
เฮ้ยน้องจอยขายข
You're
อง
not running a Yoru, for example, to do that free of charge. Well, at the cost of utility.
แพทหนึ่ง
Now
เอ้ย
something
เดา
is
ถูก
getting
อั
all
น
the
นี้คือ
information on
ฝี
what
มือแพท
exactly
หนึ่
is
งไง
happening around the map.
Not too
เฮ้ย
bad, but
หมู่
Paper
ส
Rex
กิน
needs to
กาก
back up in the kills. They're actually getting traded instead. Something falling to Art as well. Jing trying to hold, but
น้องจริง
Akame
กับแฟน
once
ทอม
more with the trade.
Yeah, but the spike, enough time to still have an idea for DFM on where they want to potentially end this one. Vice still available, by the way, as device, so that B sheer wall is still there, which
ก็เหลือ
is
2 คนเป็น
information to
ไอ้
Paper Rex if
DFM
it
ก็
does
ยัง
end
แบบ
there. So
เล่น
it's
เล่นรวบรัด
50-50
อยู่นะ
essentially
ดูดิ
for DFM. C
Could
or A.
help, but this is still gonna be a bit of a numbers game. Can Devi fend off 3 incoming invaders? He hears them. Flashes out. Will go in to spray down the first, and with the
สวยเลย
drive-by, he backpedals and takes down Akame as well. Steel Garden to rip.
You want guns? Okay. No. And he has to try and establish a plan here as well.
10 seconds.
They can give it to them if they want to.
Sure enough, but still, Patman trying to deny. The Hunt will spot out his target, but okay, Jin trying to slip aside. Does spot them out though, but thankfully with a high-low setup, Patman will
ทำท่าไปแตก
save the day. The Caped Crusader arrives.
Yeah, I mean, that's big from Devi to be able to just kind of hold mouse one and
Batman
catch 2
โชว์
of them in the spray.
มันก็
Second
ดาไวเมื่อกี้ดาไว
on the fadeaway. Paper X.
ดาไวมันแบบ
Dimensional drift from
มัน
something.
มีคนรีบไงวิ่งมารับกระสุนแทน
Bunch of information and attention for the team to push up through the lobby. Yes, he gets traded on out, but it's the trade game in the beginning that kind of works out for DFM. 2 versus 3 scenario recovered
We
from
can leave.
Rex as they continue this flawless run. Not getting reset on the economy either. Starting to think for ourselves as DFM. Well, if you drop this here investment round that you've got light shields for and Vandals and the Phantom, are you taking a timeout?
Thinking about it, but this is a good look from Paper X nonetheless. Their mental is not shaken, but right now, DFM attempting to make something happen across Rubble as well. Viper wall, a drone in towards the site, and also a lot of presence around tree. Paper X though maybe setting up for the retakes. You got Patman with Nightfall nearby.
Yep, and you got to remember the step up from Suggest when he played on the Vice and what was around this A site too, remember? So this time, Devi not going to be able to really have a lot of weight with the util, but exchange of ults, Quack.
And it allows for Paper X to slip in. Forsaken in with the body shots, and you got Jing for the showstopper as well. Akame now stunned and trapped inside a tree. He just cannot get out. A majestic sweeping symphony of a round conducted by Paper X.
Great tunes coming out from them in that round as well. Flawless in nature to come away with a 5th round on the board. DFM, I mean, needing to kind of step into the situation that I was talking about on the last map, right? Finding a player here or there was what Paper X kind of were missing out on a little bit. You know, pull apart a couple of these pieces, make things easier for yourselves. If you're going into these 5v5 situations and Paper X are getting an idea on where they need to rotate towards, the back of course, something being able to do so quite quickly. He can come out with some great dominance.
This time, however, it's going to be the mound play. There is a lovely haunt, but Jing somehow missing his mark as well. He was stunned up.
Yeah, taking a page out of Jing Bung's book from last map. Great little initiative play from Patman there, but just stunned. Jing couldn't get anything.
Ooh. Intentionally tripped as he slips in.
Yeah, do you consider at this point in time that that's a bait on it, or that it's actually real? Gonna think better of going too deep, so he's gonna send the drone to do so. Now that he's got Jinbong here to assist him.
And if you're a Paper X, you just really don't have any idea. You need to push up for that information, but that's when Art will capitalize. Double kill found, Forsaken to trade right back. Salvos then from Art to hold.
Yeah.
The spike is on the ground though.
Oh, but Patman pushing out where needed to. Art for a trade. Art on for a potential ace here. And the timing from May is gorgeous. Look at that.
จอยก็คือเทนพิธี
Quack finding the gaps.
แต่พี่แค่เทน
trying to
ไป
catch
บ้าง
Paper Rex,
มันต้อง
who
เทนพร้อม
get a
บ้างล
little
ง
bit
แบบว่า
aggressive
เป็น
into
ค
the
น
B
แบบไหน
site before the spike is even established.
It's not
เอาเวอ
much
ร์ชัน
to
แบบดุ
do.
ดันก็ได้
So that means that, you know, you don't necessarily need to see a timeout from them now because they did get the round on the board.
One suppressed.
Which will always be welcome. First loss on the map for Paper Rex. It happens through a bit of a trick play with Art, the Ibaraki Ninja.
ให้มันมาทำการบ้านกับน้องจอย
Off being pulled out this round though by something. It does meet its mark. Jinbong getting taken down.
Yeah, now you can't really toy with the smoke screens over towards the A side of things either. So you're going to have to invest some smokes from GN if you want to try and get over here. Ooh. The A side of the map is completely open for the taking for DFM, but they're not going to be able to find that one and recognize that because they, of course, have seen, you know, the likes of Device setting up some util over here. Seen a couple of different members set up for some bait plays as well, but they'll start to piece something together a little bit.
Attempting to at least, but with the op shot from
Nice.
something, they're thinking twice about it as well. Of course, it could be a fake, so it depends on how DFM calls around this. Art having no true idea. The information not accurate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the importance of 10-10 having an operator, right? Just able to lock down a line, change it up.
Side steps as well. And now it's just an attempt at a mid-round play in towards the B site. Something in with a shorty. Once again with the op as well. He will find the
ออฟใน
next
ระยะประชิด
player to hit. And Patman
ยิงแบบกบ
also
เข้าไปที่หน้า
preventing
ไอ้
entry.
ซัมติงมันต้องแบบ
Paper Rex
ได้
up
หม
to
ดอะ
6.
Yeah, it looks a lot more
Agent Pool
coordinated from
เยอะ
Paper
เย
Rex
อะ
as
ๆหน่อย
well, right?
ผมไม่ชอบเวลา Paper Rex มันนำเยอะๆอย่างนี้
Some
นะ
bodies over at
ไม่
the
อะติดตลก
choke
อะ
point
ใจคอไม่
engagement.
ดู
It's
เออ
not too
เดี๋ยวเหมือน
far-fetched
เมื่อกี้
on
มันก็
how
นำประ
they're
มาณ
tackling them, especially when you've got an AWP as well, right? When that wall goes down, pretty pivotal
แต่อันนี้ผมว่าไม่ตลก
for
แล้ว
the shots to come out from
มันคือ
something and then
last
it's
chance
just
ของมันจริง
together, right?
แบบนี้ last chance
Playing
ใช่
with
เอ
G
อ
in this position, making sure that he's got trade ability, and the rest of the team is just watching the other angles that they need to as well. It's good little micro plus macro in a bunch of those engagements.
A lot of that Paper Rex would need a lot more of for now. Just making some presence known, but also TP away. Divide, somewhat undetected, but May will slide over. Good shot, but still the trades found by DFM, and now some space as well. Something will not quite leg a player. I thought he did. But this is then the Viper's Pit up and online. Armageddon just to create more space as well. Now Art continuing to spray off by the wayside. Paper Rex trying to find more, but completely denied by the Phantom at the hands of Jinbong. Snakebite to burn something down as well. The second round picked up by DFM.
In thrifty fashion too, just getting in towards that C site very quickly, divide down for the count after one, and the fact that you're able to establish a pit doesn't really give time for Paper Rex to try and get back in there as well, right? Just trying to get in very quick. I get the idea, you don't want to allow your opponents to get set up, to go for the plant, right? You want to catch them when they might be a little bit lesser, especially when they got the lesser weaponry too, but, well, it doesn't matter in that scenario, does it?
It's great Thrifty being picked up.
Gun rounds to be presented here, no operator for something this time. One away from the dimensional drift, and he's going for some rubble control yet again, taking a little bit of damage earlier on. Of course, the decay in effect too.
Even an attempt at taking more control. Paper X onto the other side. Forsaken trying to set up something.
ตามเครียดกูเครียดกว่าเดิมอีก
Yeah, I wonder if they
มัน
want
ต้อง
to try
นำห่างๆกันดีแหละ
but he will get out of dodge. Not going to be
ผมมันเริ่มนำแล้วมันเริ่มติดตลก
in
นะ
an untradable position.
Does make quite a bit of noise as he does so, though. So something getting a little bit more curious now, and he will bite the bait. Made to trade right back.
Yeah, lucky that May was actually really heads up to go in for that trade quickly, because there's a world in which Art gets taken out, and that one isn't tradable onto something.
While all that happens, You got Jinbung to attempt at tripping more traps across C site.
The thing is, they can go back there now if they want to, right? They haven't spotted out the wall at C site. They spotted out just the thorns, which
just
เฮ้ยเอ้าเฮียอะไร
more
เนี่ย
rotations over from Paper X, but as they do so, Paper X with the peaks, they will find their shots
ทีแรกบุกว่ะ
into the smoke. Forsaken trying to extend his reach. Spots out GN.
โอ้เจสันเล่นดีจัด
the Nightfall as well. The
Jason.
triple kill, a hat
Indeed.
trick picked up by Forsaken.
yeah, great shots to come out from him there. Just DFM not able to quickly realize where he'd repositioned to and get the frags. Some great duels won, right? You got the trade out there from May. The fact that Forsaken's able to find that one though onto May really doesn't set up anything. And then Jinbung was spotted over at C in the thorns, right? So you get the idea that the rotation will come a little bit later. With
ที่เป็นบอกอยู่ดีเกมก็ตึง
for the folks wondering where the shear wall has been commonly placed. So I'm wondering, is Devi going to be changing its location or not? If it's still going to be at the front of B, which it is. So there's the idea that DFM already know that going into this round now, if they want to contest with it or not. I mean,
13เลย
Batman's going to be there again, but to start off, you've lost
ยังเอาให้อยู่
GN
โคตรเอกสี
immediately, and no trade.
ดีไม่โดนหัว
Fences out from Paper X. Yeah, they're not going to give DFM the chance to trade.
And something did just have to gate crash away from this A rubble control. He was really right at the choke point looking to get spicy with it.
Thankfully, we'll get out of dodge for now, but of course, DFM still staying grouped up.
Yeah, and remember something, has the dimensional drift here to get all the information if this does shift into a
ดีนะ
retake.
เอาโยรู้มาโซโล่
Bit of a flash play. Will
ข่าว
find
เพื่อนดัน
May.
จะโดนผู้
Flown
ปรับ
out
กลับ
just to check if there are more players on towards tree as well. And it just allows
Hold
for
on,
Jing
clear
to
load
swing
here,
through with the angle being held spectacularly. Paper Rex moves
Yeah.
upward.
It almost looks too easy for them, doesn't it? When they go for a little bit of a
What's
just
going
team
on with
play
it?
over at Mound, and then you're forcing DFM away into the A site where something meets them at the choke, gets the information, and then the team shifts back on over. DFM, they're not falling back. They're still wanting to go towards the alpha site, and they're just not able to really even get in. Good timing from something individually.
คุณโอย่านะครับ
Flash
14 เดือน
instead
ขอบคุณครับ
of, you know, falling back and playing passive,
Could
and
even
wanting to
be-
get into the duels.
Could even be great counter usage of the timeout by
ก
Coach
ลายเป็นจริง
Alex.
จับ
Yeah,
คอนโทรลเลอร์ยิง
Able to
ยิงยับ
throw a wrench into DFM's
กลับมาจับ
plans,
เพชร
but we'll see
ยังไม่
how
ค่อย
the
ได้เล่น
next
เท่าไหร่
round shakes up DFM once
เดี๋ยว
again,
ดูตอนบุก
going for rubble control. Something is nearby, and he does take a pick.
Yeah, he
Oh.
didn't expect May to get in front of that util. Don't know where that one's
ปกติ
gone.
น่า
Could
จะ
have
พล
got out
ครั
of
บ
dodge, but choosing not to this time. 4 versus 4. Will DFM decide to stay around A or not? Sheer popped. Confirmed that no one's in front of it.
That does cause some question marks in the minds of
Lên
Paper
mà
Rex
luôn.
once again as well.
ดีไม่ตอบเล่น
So,
TSC
smoke bot out
เครียดกว่าเดิม
by Forsaken. He slips over though.
A lot for him to
Apa
do
yang
as well,
sok?
by the way, if
Hey!
they do pivot in this
Yeah,
lane,
hey.
which
Yeah,
they do. So
เฮ้ย
it's
ไม่
on
แย่
the
ไม่แย่
Forsaken
พี่
to come up with the
เนี่ยจริงๆ
multi-kill.
DFM มันจะตายใจ
They
ว่า
have
ไม่มี
no
คนอยู่
idea. He hears the paranoia, he hears the spike getting planted, and he has a great opportunity. Look at the trigger discipline now. Goes for the first and in for the next burst. You got the
Big
paranoia
guy.
as well as the prowler out from the other side as well. GN trying to fend off his incoming invaders,
ตายทั้งเป็น
but
ครับผม
Forsaken will
ตายทั้ง
continue
เป็น
tearing forward,
ตายทั้งเป็นจริง
completely ripping DFM asunder.
And the thing is, for Forsaken there, in that moment in time,
ดีเลยเมื่อกี้
he
ที่
does
ไม่
not
แบบไม่
overplay
ไม่
his
ได้
hand
ไม่เจอ
as
ก่อน
well,
ไม่ได้ตัว
right?
แรก
He spots out the
กลายเป็น
planter,
ดีเฉย
lets him go, wants more kills, but when he finds them, he blinds them afterwards. Lets the team get invested as well, right? A lot of time in the histories, you would see some, big W gaming moments from Paper Rex, overplaying their hands, potentially overheating. But look at how he methodically just plays around it and then has to play with the team, right? Patman as well. Good C's. They're stuck in the room. They're paranoid. There's no way DFM are getting out of that.
Exactly what you would need from the Southeast Asian squad. Next round coming up. It's a huge pop flash for a bit of rubble control. Contested though quickly. And also from the shadows instantly spotted by Jing.
Yeah, just lets him stick that in towards the dark cover and then finds the frag. May down as well, real low.
DFM trying to scuffle their way out of this one, but it's not quite going to happen easily. The overdrive is popped, but he is incredibly low. Jinbung as well spotted. The lurk completely eliminated. Something to take down another player as well.
อาจจะเข้ามือก็ได้นะ
Continue to brawl right back.
อะไรช็อตตี้เนี่ยได้หมดอะตัวอะไรก็ได้
Oh, Davai though.
ใกล้ซัมติงเนี่ยช็อตตี้ไม่ถึงโดนเนิร์ฟ
And that's now something just a leapfrog forward. Paper Rex to end the first half.
นั่นคือผู้บุกเบิกเวต้าช็อตตี้
What did I speak about? You don't want to see this one go to 10-2 if you are DFM. You want to try and have that conversion start to come and bring a little bit of salvage. Likewise of the first map where we managed to bring something back to bring it into a workable half in the end. We need to just see, almost a new look to DFM though, it feels like, on this exchange, right? Because Paper Rex has just
ชอบรูปวาดว่ะเบ่งกล้าม
คัมแบ็ก
ภาพคุ้นๆทุกแมตช์แบบหนึ่งโดนมา2 ลั่นโดนแบบ3 DFM ยอมเหอะ DFM มันยังมีภาพกลับมาได้อยู่ปะไม่มีเลยใช่ไหม
ไม่มีแล้วแบบนี้
managed to find a single round on that against DRX. Against Gen G, for example, they also didn't find a single defensive round. So they're kind of hedging their bets a little bit that they would get more on their attack side than they managed to. And, well, 2 rounds is not going to cut the mustard.
See how it shakes up with DFM now. Different composition May on the neon. But for now, at least, just trying to pick more alt orbs across the map. Paper Rex on towards Mount.
Yeah, see what Art is going to be able to do here with GN as well. If Paper Rex want to go into the side itself, looking for the gate crash.
แปมมาเป็นแม่น
Dealt with until
ขอบคุณนะครับ
it's over.
คุณนิชาขอบคุณ100 บาทขอบคุณครับ
No
โดนเด็ก
rotations
เกม
from the
เสิร์ฟ
rest of
จะฝืน
DFM.
เข้าหรือเปล่า
They're okay to just let these 2 players kind of survive a little bit with
เอาไม่ได้
salvos just coming back online.
แต่เวลาเยอะ
Trying to think about the situation, but yeah, still a chance for Paper Rex to
rotate in towards May, who is getting very far forward now, looking for a 1, and then have the wall pop up for him to escape.
And that's that.
Yeah, no wall just yet.
Backtracks into the A site, continues to
Info.
jiggle. Wall still not up, so maybe the fuel not quite there, but nonetheless, May still being able to hold the site. Full push from Tree by Paper Rex, but can they take May down? It took a little bit of effort.
ยิงยากเลย
In the end. Still though, with that time, DFM then gets some pot shots through the smoke. Akame, a double
ลูก
found.
มั่ว
Continues to peek
มัว
out.
จัด
It's a 3-on-2 with Petman finding a dink.
อยากได้
Still
เชอรี่
pinned down by the boxes though. For the swing out now,
Mali.
then something to assist his fallen teammate, but you still need to take down these 2 incoming tangos. Tries to reposition, does have the gate crash, but I don't know if that one's going to help him out too much. He fakes it, DFM knows, but they still holding down the angle. Will allow themselves to get isolated. Now onto the side. Goes in for the push.
Huge, absolutely. Four Paper X there in that pistol. You had to see this round be gathered by DFM because they started to get the kills in that. They had a moment of a 3 versus 2, but it's the Red Bull clutch to come through for something. And it's a 4K at the end of it. I mean, this moment here, right? It's a 2 versus 3. You had the double on up. You thought you'd have numbers. You thought you'd have the way in which to establish a good retake there, but something is having a map. You know, a lot of the Paper X guys are having a map right now.
Just another one for the books for the Paper X squad. I mean, they've got 2 strong Yoru players, but we'll see. Early TPs away, and DFM have stacked up onto the correct site, but will they find the shots? Paper X continue forth as a firing squad. May, though, throwing off the crosshair placements. Art chiming in now as well. Takes a bit more effort from Paper X. This could go quite bad until Jink finds the wall banks to save his team. It is going to be map point.
You say May throwing off the crosshair placements. I think Jing Satchel more throwing off the crosshair placements for his teammates there. But 8 recovers in the end for Paper X to seat themselves on 10 map points to push us into a map 3. Unless we have a huge universal comeback from DFM.
Possible. As a Paper X fan, I don't want to say, you know, mean things about the team, but as a professional caster, sometimes
กลับมาเห็นสกอร์ก็สบายใจ
Paper X, sometimes they let the shop at Forever 21.
ไม่งั้นก็2-0แล้วไปเป็นเล็กโถ่เอ้ย
I see you shaking your head. Say something.
That's so bad. That is so bad. Paper X are not going to choke.
แต่ไปเป็นเล็กมันเล่นดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะพวกเอเจนต์ใหม่ๆที่มันลงมา
Something dives straight in with the judge. May now trying to fight back, sliding in over from Hall, but still Divide with the push up will eliminate Akame.
นี่ก็ค่อยชื้นใจหน่อย
Site now with the spike attempting to get planted. May tries to deny to them. But Art now also chiming in. The hold from DFM. What did I say? Something now, and he's only got a sheriff and a judge. Still though, able to take some shots. The Thorns, I think, took another DFM player down as well.
Certainly did. And now something, I mean, the spike is the problem here. He doesn't have the spike. He's with the rotating door, actually, because he does have, you know, the gate crash to come on back. If May finds that, he can camp it. I think he's just heard it as well. So he could definitely camp it if something chose to use it. Otherwise, you're playing on time, playing the fact that he's 11 HP.
Need the sheriff shot though.
30 seconds.
ดูใครหลอก
Tries
ใคร
to
อัน
pull
นี้
a fake with the gate crash, but May
เอาปืนนะ
seems to be aware. Looks for the right angle, and there is the headshot.
Yeah, as I said, just repositioning, you're playing a long game there, right? It's 11 HP that something has there.
ได้เหรอวะ
Shouldn't be losable. I was going to say, the round almost looks like it was going to be done with the situation that Paper X put themselves in. 4 versus 4 scenario, the trades start to come on out, and you're getting good establishments until there's just 2 quick kills that come from essentially Art and Co. And the Thorns get the trade, and then the 1 versus 1 at the end. But
ลองนึกภาพถ้าเกิด something เปิดประตูแล้วมายืนหน้าเมนใช่ป่ะแล้วก็หายไปตั้งนานจะแม่งมาเฟกเทพอร์ตแล้วเดินเข้าเมนไป
It's also not the most sensational buy for Paper X, I will admit, but they've got a little bit of mound control now established, starting to pivot in towards the C site potentially.
ให้มันจบที่เราเนี่ยครับ
Jing at least with the satchels will find the Bucky kill. Down to Jen for the trade.
มันจบที่เรานี้จบแล้วอันเนี้ยอันนี้จบปะจบแล้วฮะ
Yeah, you got a full kit of utility on Akame, but still, will Paper X be able to fend them off?
Plant down.
Utility getting set up. DFM kind of knows where Paper X are hiding, and that would be closer towards there. So May kicking things off. Will be able to find the first hit. Divide though in for the double trade, but then just Jien and Akame to continue swinging out the trade protocols favoring DFM.
Yeah, certainly is. You want to see some pass marks from DFM to hold enough weaponry as well to make sure that they can get a lot of these rounds in succession.
12-5 เนี่ยจบป่ะพี่เอ้ย 12-4
They just need the one. They've got Divide with the Steel Garden coming in towards this next round, which can put them just onto the pistols and potentially win out in a thrifty fashion, depending on the force up that Paper X want to go for. But if they also want to make sure that they are closing this map out properly, you might just see them play on the side of caution for a round, right? They had the 10-2 half. They gave themselves so much cushioning that they can just go for a full round where they don't necessarily need to just over-invest.
เดี๋ยวฮาร์ปวินนี้วินน่าจบ
Stack up on the ultimates, but as I say that, DFM are stacking up on ultimates of their own. Rolling Thunder and Overdrive for Mei as well as Akame.
Orb to be gathered not by Jing. So no showstopper in this round, but you put Patman 1 off the Nightfall.
8 วิน
With
ใกล้
death,
ไหม
that
โอ้
will
โห
come.
กรุงเทพเชียงใหม่
Both sides playing a bit of a stalemate until the drone that is, but it is just one player. So some information for DFM. Oh, something towards A site.
Yeah, these are the sort of strange rounds that Paper Rex are going to try and keep DFM questioning where things may end.
Yeah, trying to slip into the A
นี่ไง
site, but
ปัด
quickly
เมน
dealt with, dispatched by
ปืน
Akame.
เล่นครับ
You got Mei as well, just
Ow.
anchoring down B. Paper Rex though still breaking
Oi.
forward. Jing
Oh.
with the
เอาดี
movement.
จริงวิ่งยัด
Rifle
เลย
swapped on over to the healthier player, and that is
Jingใจว่ะ
Petman. Jinbung though still swinging, and now finding Petman by the back.
ก็โยนปืนให้เพื่อนไปแล้ว เพื่อนตายห่า
Slips in, but ultimately it's the spike on the ground. Jinbung has held the angle.
เอาแล้วไง
Ooh.
Forsaken, I don't think he's going to be able to get the spike here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jin can do as well. He's getting converged upon, and that's now
Wow.
just down to Forsaken.
Hello.
They're holding it. He goes for the wide swing.
ไอ้ชื่อการเดินมันกวนตีนเด้อ
Collected.
ไอ้คนวางโต๊ะรอแม่งเหวอ
Damage in there though, not gonna lie, right? May and Art down for the count. Some swinging numbers from Paper X to be able to find a couple of kills in that one to still make sure that we're getting some value out of the weapons, of course, playing with the economy little by little, but grand scheme of things, not really that much.
จริงเปิดครับ
You know,
ร
we're
อบ
waiting
นี้
for this rifle round to come through from Paper X around the bend. And they do have a couple of those ults, I said, right? You fashioned Patman one
จ
away
บแล้ว
from
แล้วเนี่ย
Nightfall,
สาม
which
มัน
now
ติด
you do have.
โอ้ยังไงก็จบ
You had an investment of the Rolling Thunder in
ถ้า
that
จะ
round
ชัว
from
ร์ก็
Akame,
อี
but
โค
you
วินมัน
picked
เจ็บ
up
ป้านัน
the
ติเดียวลูก
Armageddon coming into this new one.
เฮ้ยว่าจบไหม
Off on
เรา
Mei
เนี่ย
as well, and
Jump
now
out.
he's holding
Okay,
down the
hold it.
sidelines into A.
Check
Jinbung
chơi
spotted
rồi.
out by the Prowler at least.
Yeah, and a gate crash denied as well, so no pop play to come out from Paper X. You're gonna think better of going towards the B site. You can spread back towards A. When you hear this drone, it's gonna spot out just one in Forsaken. But it'll cause
Oh, Mei
a
vẫn
little
chưa
bit of
off rồi.
worry. So some rotations still to keep Mei interested around this A site. To have Akame ready still with fault line, with flashes, an early fault line, and an Armageddon
ตี
investment.
เลยเหรอ
I don't know about that one.
เรียบร้อยครับ
It doesn't quite hit anyone. Meanwhile, the Nightfall plus the Showstopper
Hey.
won't hit anything
Hey,
either.
Hey, wow.
A knife
ไม่ยอม
followed by
ฟันเลยอะ
Quickly, Divine finds the
ทำอย่างนี้ไม่ได้
trade.
นะ
Mei in with the overdrive.
ปืนมันก็มีไม่ใช่เหรอน้อง
Expire quickly.
That is
ใจคอมันอยากจะฟัน
that has come out there from Akame.
Sheesh.
Cannot believe it. A missed showstopper with from Jing. Let's have a knife duel. And now with 30 seconds to go, you're going into the A side where Art has snuck in towards the tree. Spotted out. No, not spotted out. Good for a kill.
ไปเล
จังหวะ
ย
หันไม่
That
มี
allows him to anchor down the site a little bit more effectively. He will send out the stun as well for added measure. Paper X though, looking to dive straight in. Art with the sidestep, but Davai will find his target.
Oh,
And spots out by the back, but Davai for the flick. It's just Jinbung and Mei now, who still
Ooh, what a-
line things up. The skewer found against Paper X to keep DFM in the
Oh.
game.
เป็นเรื่อง
Are there any believers yet in a comeback to come for
It is
DFM?
6-12.
It is 6-12. What's the number,
But-
Quack? What's the number? 11? 10? 9? Knife?
ดีนะผม
Strange rounds.
Double
Fun
man.
rounds.
Is it?
DFM will hold on
Kungthep
though.
Library
Paper
ครับผม
Rex not able to finish things in the map just yet
Gone.
on the 4 in a row
Is it
that
fun,
DFM
Komodo?
have found. Valorant's
Did
fun.
did you enjoy that one?
I enjoyed that one. There were shenanigans afoot. Doesn't all need to be.
ทำเอาแล้วจบแล้วพี่เล็กแบบเอาคอนเฟิร์มหาไม่ไง Paper Rex
perhaps more of a chance for Paper X.
I think more ultimates wasted on both
Ui,
of the sides.
Stinger.
Really, an Armageddon thrown in for naught.
That's
You know,
one
a
way to put it.
showstopper whiffing its way.
I was trying to be nice.
Nah, we got no niceties here.
Yeah, this
is a game of violence.
This is not just a game. This is a way of life.
Yeah.
เดี๋ยวโยรู้มีอันตีชนะแล้ว
The
ตีที่โกง
W
ที่สุด
gaming.
อุ้ย
The Prowler
Hey,
now, though,
this is
it
bad.
does tag Mei up, especially the Stinger that follows it.
Again, stalled from getting into the side itself, at least for now. And if you want to try and explode out into this one, oh, well.
Oh, and it's just a coming hold. Jingle,
Tha mới
he's gonna
tài.
be able to relay forward. Mei now finding a shot from the angle that he has.
15 HP
Low
though.
HP, but still some damage. Jinbong now affording assistance from A-Link. Jing trying to push back in, but to no avail. It's just Defy, who is way too far separated.
Gotta be
น้อง
careful
เมย์
with
ไม่
the line
ตาย
he does
เหลื
go
อ
on,
เชื่อ
because Mei is holding something with the operator, but he looks away. They don't know where Defy is.
Defy could slip through.
Oh,
He's not quite sure where they're looking. So with the slip forward, GN will land his shots.
ถ้าไว้
It's
ได้นะ จบ
DFM
เลย
still hanging on by a thread, but they are surely climbing up.
And then there was 7.
จบแล้ว
คือนี่แหละครับ
They
จบ
get
แล้ว
in towards
ไม่
the
มี
side
ต่อ
quickly. The
อันนี้ไม่ได้
wall
ถาม
as
นะพี่เอ๋ย
well,
พูด
right,
เอง
to
นะ
provide a little bit of decay,
เออ
but it's Mei. 15 HP doesn't matter when the operator is in play. And as long as he doesn't overstep, really, you know, he's not giving Paper Rex away to get back into that round. So 2 surviving yet again is a-okay. You're starting to build up, you know,
มี
a
อั
lot
น
of
ตี
good
โยรุ
for these players, right?
โอเมน
GN is able to afford a drop here and there.
อันติอยู่รู้ก็เพียงพอ
But for Paper X, Dimensional
Right
Drift in towards the B site, sniff together a bunch of information to communicate to the team. He can go real deep here if he wanted
ไม่
to.
โดนบาย
That's
Oh my god.
how has he gotten away with that? It's a paranoia. It's a
โดน
knee
โดนพี่
sight.
แต่ว่า
He has
จังห
some
วะเข้า
sort
มุ
of
มมืด
vision.
Took a little bit of time for the
Odin to wind up.
yeah, possibly, but still,
แล้ว
nonetheless,
ได้เทโห
good pickup
แล้วได้
for
พี่อาร์ตที่
Paper
ถื
Rex
อโอ
now
ดิน
trying to regroup themselves.
ใจร้ายมาก
DFM trying to retain control over the map, but the clone.
Yeah, they know that someone's in tree, more importantly, right?
More question marks. Jinbong, though, great timing for the Viper Spit, but has to backtrack out of there because of the Prowler.
Yeah,
a lot more space.
He's got to almost give up the pit here. Paint shells will keep him at bay. He needs to get in it, but it's dirty. He doesn't exactly know, and now
He will
this
slip
flank
into the
is
edge.
looked after by the Sheer.
เฮ้ยดาไว้
And that allows for more Paper X players to really surround the site. Divide spots out GN. Something denying entry by Mei. This could be it. Jinbong still keeping inside of it. Divide
เน้น
holding
จัด
out
ไอ้
back
เกียร์
line, but still
นี่
can he deal with Jin? Will be able to hit it. And off the
เวลา
first
คนเน้น
second
เวลา
now.
มันโดนมุมเมนต์มันจะ
Just
แปลก
Akame left. 1 against 5. And he starts things off.
ๆจบแล้วครับ1เจอ5
But not quite it. Paper Rex.
เป็นไง บอกแล้วว่าเราอะเจิมกันแม่นเขาไม่เชื่อเราเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าจบราวนี้ใช่ไหมกูจะบ้า ลองใครสักคนลองไปแนะนำตัวกับบอทเลยนะบอทมันน่าจะจำอยู่ว่าใครเป็นใครเฟิร์สคิว14อ่ะเปเปอร์เล็กบ้าจัด DFM กับด่านเพร์ลอันนี้ด่านต่อไปด่านเพร์ลเหรอที่เป
ใช่
เปอร์เล็กเคยโดน13-1อ่ะโดน DFM เนี่ยแหละแต่ไม่รู้ว่าน่าจะแก้มาแล้วแหละถ้าไม่แก้ก็คือ
แก้แล้ว
GG
ดิ ยังไม่แก้ก็โดนทุบดิ
คนโดนทุบได้เป็นพี่อเล็กเนี่ยไม่แก้เนี่ย
อืม
มี
เห็นซัมติงเล่นอยู่รู้อย่างงี้ก็มีภาพอยู่
คิดถึงไอ้นี่เลยนะไอแชมเบอร์ที่โดน3 initiator ไม่ได้เล่น
อ๋อ
น่ะใครเจอใครวะนึกไม่ออก
อิเล็กติกอะ
เฮเรติกแล้วไอ้วูดอะไม่ได้เล่นเลย
ต้องกลับไปเล่นในไซส์อย่างเดียวแล้วตัดฟรีไม่ได้ อยากจัด EG เหมือน KRU มันผ่อนครับ มันเข้ารอบแล้ว
เปเปอร์เล็กน่าจะจริงฟินิกเหมือนเดิมอะแล้วก็ซัมติงโยรุ
2 แฟตเหรอ
ซัมติงอะทำไมรูปมันต้องหล่อด้วยวะรูปแปซิฟิกนี่ดูดีทุกคน เสียวเว้ยเสียวจอยไม่คุยกับแองว่ะ พิมพ์ผิดเปล่า ตัวซ้อนเลย
น้อยจอย
อยากเล่นเอาดักเกตเดย์ป่ะ
on DFM on
อ๋อภาพนิ่งเลย กำลังอ่านแล้วก็คิดว่าจะแก้
ถ้าดูเอลไม่น่าใช่จะโหม่งกันไป
พิมพ์ใหม่พี่เมื่อกี้ผมรันบอทอยู่น้องน้องโดนเก็บเข้ากุไปแล้วเมื่อกี้จึงจะเปิดมาใหม่
อ้าวเทผิดนี่จริงจังเลยเทเป็นน้ำเปล่าหรือไม่เทจริงไม่เทผิดจริงแกง
แกล้งนะแกล้งนี่ก็แค่เนียนโอ้โห
แต่ถ้าไม่ใช่แมปที่เลือกมาเป็นแมปที่3อ่ะถ้าไปเล็กเล่นตามเมตาเนี่ยไม่รู้จะออกมาดีเหมือนโลตัสหรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้โลตัสคือแบบเนียนกริบเลยนะ
เนียนกริบเลยอะ
ใช้โยรูคุมมากไม่ใช่
มีแมว
นี่ไงบอกว่าแต่ something เจนว่ารอบนี้ไม่มีแล้วโยรุเยี่ยมมาว่ะ
อันนี้คอมดูเอลเก่าไงเจ็ด
คอมเหรอคอมที่โดนใช่ไหมขอบคุณพี่โทนี่ครับขอบคุณ39 เดือนครับขอบคุณครับ
ฟินิก is back จริงๆถ้านี้แพทใหม่เปลี่ยนฟินิกเป็น KO เดี๋ยว KO อ่ะแพทใหม่โคตรโหดอ่ะมันจัด
เป็น KO
ลงไปเอาข้าวก่อน
KO ไม่มีวอร์ดิพี่
ลองไปเล่นยัง
ยังเลยผมไม่เล่น KO อยู่แล้ว เล่น
โค
ยาก
ตรเก่งอ่ะเดี๋ยวมา
พี่โทนี่ขอบคุณ23 เดือนนะครับ
Close map, we'll admit. New map here. Different look for something as well on the Jet, but for starters, Divine is going to be the first casualty. And on a map like Pearl, if you're losing your Astra first, well, you have to see the rest of the squad do something big. Jing with the blaze wall potentially can pivot for something for the team. Something with the single cloud burst, but what is the problem right now is that DFM pushing A main gets all the information that it's going to end up at B. You've still got the trademark at mid doors. You've got somebody looking at art. You know where they are.
It's just such a good read. They're in their heads, and PRX right now, you know, unless they're able to play with this number and truly overwhelm the site, it's going to be a bit of a tough story to write.
Yeah, and as I said, playing with the blaze wall as well, you know, that's a way you can get in, but you haven't tripped the shear yet.
40 seconds as well, so at some point something's got to give. Petman at least will try, but Akame, 2 more headhunter kills. And now possibly more as well, as Forsaken just waltzes forward, bites the dust, and it's just Petman.
And then May behind. We'll get the job done. DFM with the pistol round, kind of on the back of Akame, getting a couple of great shots as well, right? Able to start it off. You remove your smokes player. Like, that is the one player in that scenario that feels really hard done by. They're not at the front of the pack. They're almost at the back of the pack. Why me moment?
Unlucky. Unfortunate,
yeah,
but it's one of these rounds. And also just Akame. I mean, sure, maybe DFM looking a little bit up and down sometimes, but for Akame to stand up at this moment,
yeah,
truly means a lot. The outlaw now, thanks to confidence from before.
Let's see how this is going to go for the Pistols of Paper X, if they're going to get shredded by the sniper.
Same angle held, something up by mid doors though. That's the judge. Oh, and there's the outlaw. It's a collateral.
Another double.
Just everything crumbling apart. It's the early part of the map, but completely dumbfounded. Paper Rex struggle to find even a single glimmer of light in this round.
But this is what we wait for now, right? First 2 rounds, forget about it. Paper X, to get on the board, you want to do so when there's a bonus available and you've got the big weaponry here to play. But I think for me, I need to see some good fundamentals early on this map, right? Like, yeah, there was a 13-1 in the previous rendition of this one where they went against each other. Different scenario, right? We've seen them improve on this map. We saw them improve against Boom. How much you read into that one when Famous is dropping near 30 kills, though, and something is really getting isolated, Jing's really getting isolated, I don't know. But that happens, right? You'll learn from your mistakes and the weaknesses and try to improve, and that's what they've been trying to do throughout the course of these 2 maps that they've already played here.
Take things one step at a time.
Yeah,
and
speaking
that's going to be
steps.
Yes.
Kame.
Taking a lot of steps. He's going to complete his fitness watch tracker right there, but also for Divide to then take him down.
10 HP to spare, but most importantly, a body available. 1 off the runner back for Jing, and there's 3 players to defend here for DFM.
Spectre's nearby as well, but still something to try to open up space. Caught out by the back. We saw this on Ascent, where DFM were hiding inside of smokes. Jing, though, looking for the close range duels. Jin for the swing, and now May off the judge.
45 seconds, though. They've got time to settle.
Divide holding back line, but guess who else is back line? It's Jinbum.
And now Divide 10 HP.
This could very well be the bonus round for DFM, and they are playing their cards right.
Yeah, for sure. Jinbum on the right angle, but he gets his head removed.
Nice
now
little
it's a
heads-up
1
duel.
versus 1. It's got to be the timing.
From Divide. Makes a step, tries to bait out the peak, and he will collect on the headshot. Paper Rex just stumped. It's a 3-0 with a bonus round picked up by DFM.
Yeah, that's rough. Just dancing around the smokes on the side itself there for DFM. Very self-sufficient, really, you know, when you consider that it was first casualty over to the way of Akame too.
Something maling
trying to get around the site. What you can happen, Jien playing that one really nice around it, and then the late lurk from Jinbum completely unaccounted for. You need to see Paper X give themselves some space. You need to see them play on the back of these prowlers on these horns.
คือเอาจริงนะดูจากคอมแล้ว
When you're playing this double duelist, specifically as a Jet and a Phoenix, you potentially even got to consider using some of the utility early to find some first space.
Well, nothing for now. It's just a run it back from Jing, which
เปลวเล็ก
could
ที่
be
คุ
a
ณ
good
เคย
attempt. But
ติ้ง
look at the push out from DFM into A main as well. Divide will continue to try to hold and keep them invested, but also for Paper Rex, kind of getting shut down. The rifles definitely far superior. The marksmanship from DFM as well. The spike dropped Jing trying to recollect, but it's just a stinger. 1 kill found, but that is it.
Yeah, Art, the casualty there as well.
If you are not doing well,
But
By
Yoda
again,
will be
lah.
retained in toward the next round. 4-0. A good start here for DFM. You got to remember it was the 5-0 start over on Lotus for Paper X that kind of made things question what was going to happen in that map, right? DFM able to answer with one back. No timeout seen on the back of that one. This time, however, I don't think Paper Rex are going to fall into the trap of relying upon trying to find the next round without any coach intervention. This is going to be a scenario where you definitely need Alex to get involved with the team, right? You had an investment in towards that round of some variety. You knew that the weaponry would be coming in the next one, but that round, you know, with the idea, the game plan, and the run it back, just absolutely shut down.
It is what it is, whether you're a fan or not. I mean, your heart certainly goes out to him, especially watching Alex in the coaching booth, this time alone. So needing to find some intervention, some solutions. DFM has been pushing out.
Yeah, กูลืมปิดเสียง
A bit of a lifeline out, but it's making it to. And what was you mentioned it before?
You'd be relying on other teams to do some things, and here and there, and not.
That's
right?
not what you want to have.
I'm just wondering, like, you get into this series. There's tape on Fracture if you're expecting it to go there, sure. But you're picking Pearl with the idea that you have a complete good idea on the game plan on how you want to play this one as Paper X, right? If you're trying to get revenge in a series, yeah, sure. Take it to them on the map. They 13-1. You destroy them. All right, you're good. But you lose? No.
Well, we'll see. Off of the timeout, a wide swing, and something will evade the op from Akame. At least for now.
And everybody on Paper X as well, just leaving a main control that they already fought for and had numbers in.
So not a lot of information for now. I mean, they're working with what they've got, and that's knowing that there is some presence on B sites.
At least they don't need to contend with any of the Vice utility that's surrounding the A side there, right? But it is a little bit one-dimensional in how you're going to be tackling B, because you have to go through long. If you're going for a street split, well, there's going to be numbers, there's going to be a trademark, and now with the Cosmic Divide going up from Divide, are they just kind of try and force a plant on the corner of this wall?
Trying to brute force it. I don't know how it's going to work out, though. We'll see. It's going to be Jin alongside Mei. They are close by. And for a bit of a hug, the flash though.
นี่กระโดดติด
Paper X for now.
โดนแฟลชฟินิกนี่คือแม่ง
taking
บอด
numbers against
away bot
DFM. Just Jinbong in a blink of an eye. Hold up inside a CT, trying to mark the angle. It's just exits for now.
Much better from Paper X in that round. Maybe even going to be able to flawless it. And that they do. On the board, an idea for them. And just coordinated, right? Cosmic Divides in, go together through the wall, have a good flank, come out from Forsaken. It looks a little bit more controlled in that round from them, but we need to see that double down. We need to see that be repeated.
Still not too bad, and it is going to keep the stats up for Alex at the very least. The coach's intervention still coming into effect, the Alex effect. But 1-2-4. Paper X definitely going to need more rounds onto this attacking half. You got some ultimates on the side of DFM now, so economy not too big of a factor. Tour de Force deployed in. Paper X begin things by scouting out A main once again. You also have Mei as the Yoru peeking out around Pillar.
Something not able to find and open up. He's currently leading quite convincingly in terms of first kills in this series so far, but not able to further extend that for the moment.
Kame still undetected as well. One op shot found, and Paper X considering that maybe there were some rotations pulled over.
Well,
mode
at the moment, going to be spotted on out. Can he find anything? The answer is no. It's an immediate call for a dimensional drift from Mei as well.
Oh,
They find out that no one's home at the A side, which puts cause for concern a little bit over toward the likes of Jinbong to buy some time with the Thorns first, get more of a rotation for the squad, which is really nice.
Go over.
Close by as well now. He's able to hold down the line, but for Jing, run it back available. Will use and abuse it. Taking down Jinbong and clearing out more space. Doesn't spot too much out though. And that's going to be spike plant for Paper X.
ได้อยู่เนี่ยไปยึดทองสองคน
Also have Cosmic Divide. Something to hold the angle. Takes down GN. Great little shot being found as he repositions for possibly a second. Spray from the Odin.
แม่งเรียกรถ
finding
กู
Patman.
จอดถนนมาจอดดิ
We'll see if the rest of Paper Rex can continue to hold down. The Cosmic Divide has expired, and now for Davai to be able to hold down the ground until something falls to Art. The Odin, still an attempt until Davai shuts it down. Repositions back into Hall, Akame close range. And
One
just Jing thinks of flashing it out, but Akame! Tour de force close range, no matter, no factor, clutches out the round with the energy from the Red Bull just to bring it over to DFM.
How they managed to come out with a Red Bull clutch in that one. I thought Paper X were in for that round at the 4 versus 4 mark when you've got something finding an operator shot on towards GN. You're starting to get, you know, everything working for them as well, right? Like, there's an advantage. They're settled down, but somehow Art spams through one. He gets a second one. It's this 1 versus 2. The fact that the Nebula just fades away and doesn't let Jing have an immediate trade. I mean, you cannot convincingly see that time and time again. You can't repeat that. Akame comes away with the goods, and DFM hold true on this defensive side, and now he wants an opener for the fresh round, but is forced back.
Still, though, feeling that confidence, the whole team is here to try and push out from the smokes. Jing will launch the assault, takes down more. Forsaken with a double as well, now pushes up to the stairs as well as Link.
Yep.
แมทเลยแมท
Good
เลย
answer back immediately for a double apiece, and now Jin Bung for the 1v4.
At least we'll try into the Art position, but okay. Undetected for now, but until he swings, the firing squad will still spot him.
As soon as you were spotted, you're pretty much done there, unless you just come out with a magnetic aim. That really wouldn't work a treat. So Paper X, you know, maybe should be on a 4-3 scenario right now, but no, not allowed to be 5-2. See how much more change they've got on this attacking side. A good investment of the Nightfall there. Maybe not necessary, but it kind of did force them back and scramble to try and get their guns up, which is why Forsaken is able to find some good timing on the 2 kills there. But you've not toyed with the investments too much as DFM.
ผมซื้อออฟไม่หยุดเลยพี่ร่ำรวยเลยขนาดนั้น
Operator in the mix for Akame. Not going to be haunted this time, but is off put from the line. And now you're going to hear the operator in play.
ได้เวลาเก็บ
So
ได้
somewhat
โจอีกแล้ว
aware, but at least Altorb also
โจ
picked
รัวๆค
up
รับ
another run it back for Jing. I believe it's the third one.
Yeah, third available. And you got a deep shear this time.
อ้าวอย่าง
Nice
นี้ก็
good time.
เอาวอล
Unless
ขึ้นฟรี
something
ครับ
wants to try and just go ahead of it. It's baited out. It buys time. Rotations for May to get over here.
Take flight.
Keeps DFM questioning at least, but you also do have repositions now.
It's good timing on the drone, actually, because if it does spot out Jing,
Hey.
which it does,
Hit.
you know that that's the Phoenix, and you know that with the run it back, that might be where the eventual hit happens, but like, maybe he didn't see it.
Not quite sure. Nonetheless, it's a good timed peek by
นี่
Jing
อ่ะ
as he continues with his
วิ่ง
onslaught.
จัดอะ
Next player down now. Akame attempted a hit
นี่เอา
hunter.
เบเลเตอร์
Forsaken to prevent that from coming online.
Yeah, because of the steel garden.
เอาจริง
Removing
เวอร์ชัน
the
โม
garden,
โห
wanted to get ahead of it, but not able to, and it's just going to force DFM into a save situation. Paper X, with the way that their economy is
มัน
flowing,
โด
they
น
can
เดินเข้าไป
definitely
แบบ
go for as
ชิว
much as they want.
So at least for Davai.
ๆเดินแรงเนี่ยน้ำจริง
Jiggle, but not spotting DFM just yet. Trying to keep things in control. A good kickback round by Paper Rex to claim some vengeance.
So able to get a convincing round, really, right?
And it's all with Jing as the tip of the spear.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on the owl drone and the fallback from Art, he's not been finding some good timing for himself. He's been the casualty of first deaths. I mean, you know, at least 10 times across the first 2 maps. Now, add a couple more.
Theoretically made sense, but Jing just found himself in the right spot. So the round's coming up as well. The running back not quite
อยาก
yet
เดิน
burnt.
กลับซื้อสุด
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't even need to use it in that round is sensational, right? Gives you an opportunity to be able to do it and toy with rotations as well, more importantly, because you don't necessarily need to see that used for the team to follow. It can be used as bait.
That'd be a good way to look for an equalizer, but we'll see. May this time pushing up B main. We'll get spotted out by Jing once again. Akame, though, Headhunter quickly pulled out. In for the close range, and he finds the right click against something.
And now he can get out. He's done enough. He's done his job. It's a player advantage for DFM on this lesser buy.
Unbelievable. Paper X stalled off by B long. And once again, smoked up.
Paper X still wanting to try and have their play at this B site though.
Got some utility,
shock
but
dart.
still, it's not going to help them too much. The arc rose goes for the blind, and Forsaken trying to clear. But what is this? The right click still connecting. The Bucky as well now. Just a Vi. And he has to beware of the smoke. Recon being sent over. It kind of informs a little bit. Still trying to sidestep in, trying to look for the shots. He will find the first wall bang, but here comes
สมองก็เลย
Akame.
ไม่เต็มใจไปหมดแล้ว
Simple shot through the engine block. DFM moves up to 6.
Yep, they've at least tied things up at the half now, but we've got a couple more rounds for them to play with, and the economy again is not in a scenario where it's really going to be toyed with. May not able to gate crash out of there, but it's the lion's share done by Akame with the Headhunter, the classic. That's ridiculous, by the way. But Forsaken was tagged up by the shock dart, so a good little, adjustment, assist from Art as the Thrifty comes through. There will be the buyer for Paper Rex. Kind of needing to play to the strengths, play the numbers, incentivized to use the run it back a little bit more in this sort of scenario.
ไม่น่า
Rotations
สล็อต
and
มัน
the
เต็มแล้ว
assistance from DFM
เกาหลีมันก็มีแต่คนโหด
pretty fantastic so far.
And the shear is actually going to be placed into towards the so they don't have to play with that on the site itself. Both Thorns, though, popped up, and Jing is hunting.
With the run it back, we'll be able to meet Jinbong. Something as well with the
Yeah,
deep
something,
push
no?
up to heaven. Divide taking down Art. May now being spotted, but he will dispatch of something quickly.
Oi.
Flashes as well. An unexpected peek in towards Jing, and he finds the third.
He's doing it all. It's a 2 versus 2. Divide probably has to try and use the wall here to
เชี่ย
reclaim
อะไรวะเนี่ย
the spike.
And there it is.
ปั่นป่วนเลย
Goes
แม่
up
คนเดียว
for it. Gotta get that spike planted somehow. Forsaken to hold the angle. And he goes for the swing, tries to get the spray transfer, but it's just May up to a
แป๊บ
quad.
เดียว
He has so much utility as well.
He's on for the ace right now. Dimensional Drift, do you consider
เพื่อ
it?
มันจะเล่นอันติ
Oh, the drop
Not
is out.
entirely sure. Divide to hold
Nii
the
à.
angle at least to
Cực khắc
find
với
the
này.
burst, thankfully, to save and bring the round up for Paper Rex.
Just not expecting Divide to push in front of the Cosmic Divide, right?
จะหลอก
Maybe
ดาวไว้
go
ท่าไหน
play on
ดี
the belt more.
แต่ดาวไวมัน
passive side
มัน
of
ก็เดิน
things,
ฉลาด
and use
แม่ง
a
มันเล่น
gravity
ในเลย
well or a Nova Pulse
Ling
to
ก่อนจะ
play
ได้
on the
ยิน
back of, but yeah, really heads up play from Divide to put himself in the right situation there to hear May and not give him the chance to have the first duel jumping down from heaven. That's audible.
ช็อตนี้โคตรสวยอ่ะ
Came
He's-
close to it.
Really tried to give that one a good go though, didn't he?
Always count May for such incredible individual plays, but at the same time, Paper Rex doubling down on the B hit, throwing DFM off by pace.
Yeah. And
แต่ไม่เป็นไรรวยอยู่
the run it back.
ว่าตัดปืน
Successful again on the very tail end of that one from Jing.
ตัดปืนตัวเอง
Yeah, but it also is some ultimates now for DFM. Paper X going in for the
Nii
quick
à.
rush.
Mục
It works
นี้
out a treat so far. Something takes down
บอก
May.
มุกนี้ผมเรียนมา
Continues
ก่อน
to push into Flower where he
อุ้ย
holds
แล้ว
the
โพซิชั่น
angle.
แบบ
Jien though, happy
อ
to
ร่อย
spray
เนี่ยอร่อยจริง
something with the spray of his own as well.
All the
Jien
time.
now
ไปเรื่อยครับ
spotted
ทำ
out,
ทีมตอน
swaps
นี้
over to the classic, but Jing will be happy to jump on top
นี่แหละ
of
เปเปอร์เล็ก
Divide for the
กลับมา
double
ซิ่ง
at the end. And
Yeah.
Paper X move up.
มันก็ยังโหดอยู่นะ
5 to
ซิ่งของมันอะ
6.
Jien going for too much of a bit of a spray there and to cop a
ซิ่งบ้างอะไรบ้าง
which
โอ้
is
โหเล่น
not
ช้า
what
ทุก
you
ราว
wanted
มันก็โดน
to
พอซิ่งปุ๊บเพชรเมนบอก
but,
พี่ผมตามไม่ทัน
you
เล
know,
ย
the fact that we start to see a couple more rounds gathered out by Paper X here, they start to bring it within control. You might assume try to
ซิ่ง
get
บ้าง
us
อะไร
up
บ้าง
to
เนาะ
6 to
ใช่ไหม
6. These speedier rounds now. They're starting to
แต่ก่อนหน้านี้มัน
find
หยุด
their
ซิ่งไป
footing.
เลยนะ
Who would
เล่น
have
แบบ
thought? Paper
เทียบ
X,
เอา
W Gaming, fast rounds.
เออต้องมี
สอง
เซอร์ไพร
เดียว
ส์
Sometimes you can never be sure, Komodo.
Yeah, that's
ซิ่ง
true.
บ้างอะไรบ้าง
ต้องซิ่งกับคอมเนี่ยจังหวะเดียวอะ
But with a bit of therapy, sometimes that can be dealt with.
Tour de force out. Meanwhile, it's going to be the focus point on towards the legs
เฮ้ย
of
เจสัน
the
ดีๆน้อง
sides, and Jinbong not going to let Forsaken go for a bit of a lurk.
Yeah, slow around. It's quickly snuffed out by DFM. The sprays and suppresses
แต่
in
เจฟ
towards
มั
the
น
A side as
ดู
well.
มันมาสุดอะ
And it's
มา
going
แบ
to
บ
be
มาหมดอะ
important for Jinbong in a situation like this too. If you feel that Paper Rex
Oh,
are going to
yeah,
get
you
into
did
the
add.
site, maybe you want to let them just go for it, right? Take it.
Ui,
You've got
กำลัง
the shield
เพลิน
guarded. Akame
เป็น
asleep
ไป
at the wheel.
ได้ครับผมช็อตนี้
We're going to have a
ถึงก็ต้องปิดเลยไม่
Cosmic
ให้เข้า
Divide is going to hold them from getting into the A site choke. The B site, though, they could technically pivot
However,
อ่า
out.
เราไปดู
Art
ไม่มี
is
ครับ
close enough to hear this audible the Shiro being tripped as well does inform to DFM. Will they kind of structure themselves into the hit though?
อุ้ยกำลัง
It's
มือ
just hard for the quick peek. Takes down something. May as well with the flash onto the clone. Divide quickly dealt with, but Jing for the trade onto
เดี๋ยว
a
ยิงให้
Sharon.
เมื่อกี้
2 on 3.
They
บ้า
saw
ใส่เหมือนกันนะตอน
Jinbo
เนี้ย
use the steel garden at the B site, so they know he's there. It's
Yeah,
the
but
A
oh,
site
I
with
will.
Art, though, that you have to contend with, and he has snuck into a good spot. Jing for the
That one
1v1,
down.
loses it, and now it's all onto the new recruit in Patman.
นี่ครับจังหวะสร้างวีรบุรุษแพทเมน
แจ้งเกิดครับผมวันนี้ตกวันนี้ไปอำเภ
Really
อเลย
tough situation to play. He heard
จะไปทำอะไรพี่
around secret
อ๋อ
แจ้งช้าไปหน่อย
in towards Flower. Of course, you still gotta watch out for Art.
ตอนจบครึ่งแรกผัดเม่น
Snakes
นี่ไงไป
across,
ก่อนหนึ่ง
hurts the needle. Here's a lot more as well.
เฮ้ย
Trying
ไปไหนล่ะ
to continue with the angled plays, but
โอ้โห
a
ไม่ให้เม็ดเดียว
sneak out from Jinbong. It's the one taps that seal the deal. It's not over yet, but it is a successful first half for DFM at the very end. 7-5.
Bit difficult, it might feel like, on the fade agent to get something established there, right? You can't pull them off the spike with salvos or shock darts or, you know, any sort of damaging utility, for example. Try to give it a good go, right? The difference that happens if Jing wins the
ทำไม
duel
ว่าผมสงสัยมากเลยเวลาเราโดนแฟดใช่ป่ะ
instead.
เราทันแฟดที่จะเดินหลบนะ
7
แต่เราสะบัดหลบไม่ค่อยจะทันไม่รู้เพราะอะไร
เรา
ผมเป็น
อะไรนะ
เวลาเราโดนแฟดใช่ป่ะเราเดินหลบทันนะเวลาจะอยู่ใกล้ๆบังเกอร์อ่ะแต่เวลานั้นเราหันหลบไม่ค่อยทัน
อ๋อ
จริงๆผมเวลาผมโดนแฟดผมทันตลอดเลยนะแต่ว่ามือมันขยับไม่สุดอ่ะมันเหมือนก็หันแค่นิดเดียวก็ยังโดนอยู่
มันต้องฟังเสียงอ่ะของพี่รับสู้แฟดเลย
โดนหลบเลยเดี๋ยวนี้
พี่เกียรหัน
you know, looking a little bit. So the pistols.
Okay, whatever it is, this is Valorant. Anything can happen. And it also is very much do or die situation. Paper Rex trying to take matters in their own hands to push out from main. They don't see anything, but they will happily collect on the alt orb.
Yeah, I mean, feels like more often than not, having a Phoenix on this map, it's push that orb and get it. It's going to be quite impactful to have the sixth man in the server as the Phoenix ult.
Second Jing. Also for now, though, full rotation's over, seeing that there was nothing outside A main. This is some footsteps that DFM have heard.
Prowler going sent out Art too, so you get some information. Jing's shoulder spotted.
Huge dink, but he will try to top himself off with the molly, but still shock dart going through. DFM happy to contend for the fights around middle.
It's Divide first dead yet again in another pistol round.
Pushed up. It's an unsuspecting angle being held. So still now DFM holding down by the wayside. Jing happy to tap through. A quad foul for something to finish off the Japanese squad.
One away from the runner back. I mean, he's going to essentially get that in towards the third round bonus round. You would expect to see a world in which you're going to use it in this round unless things go upside down because, well, DFM probably not going to get a pistol. They want to go for the challenge. Their best bets are going to be at this site where you would expect the orb to be gathered over at A. Good hold down in amongst the things from Jing there. As he said, topping himself off with the hot hands.
We'll have to see it when they are fired up.
Yep.
So hopefully this inspires even more plays. Before now, DFM off to full save. Akame, though, has been sharp so far.
Want to catch them if they go for the orb or not. I'm just going to keep them honest on the line, though. Jing, again tagged up immediately.
Good call to think about using the blade.
Shock dart ซ้ำอีกแล้ว
So far,
What
still
the-
okay. And you've got teammates to assist right around the corner. DFM
ความจริงน่าจะมีเกาะ
looking to
เกาะรีเจนอีกนะ
traverse
Good
across the
play.
map.
ตอนนี้เหลือ
The
75 โอ
shotguns
เค
so far from Art have got homing locations on them towards the Paper X members. Not able to find the kills, but some damage chips here and there have been pretty sensational.
Well, the damage that now needs to be found if you're on the Paper X side of things is going to be Forsaken. Inside of the smoke, he spots the boots. May, though, with the right click,
ทำไมมันดูแรงจัง
now
วะคลาส
pick
สิก
up the weapon. There it is.
Yeah, but you got to grab the spike. You got to
ที่ขวา
do
อย่าง
more
เงี้ย
damage. Look to go for a plant.
I won't discount May.
Yeah, okay. 100 HP. The
แต่
bulldog
นี้ได้
here,
2
but in towards
ถ้าได้
the
1 นี่แย่
side
เล
of
ย
things where you haven't really seen what's going on. Of course, no shear is going to be here. Forsaken's gone. But it is catered for by Jing. You've also got Divide. Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
ไป
Well,
เรื่องครับ
Petman is also hovering nearby, so a possible crossfire. But still, DFM push up. Akame finding some shots. Petman then
ดี
coming
ว่าเห็น
back
ฮัน
in
เตอร์
once
มันหมดแล้ว
again to
ไม่
save
งั้น
the
ได้หวัด
day.
เสียว
PRX have equalized.
Yeah, but with 2 players surviving, it starts to look a
Oh,
little
I
bit
think
awkward
it
for
will
them there, right? It's the lesser weapons of DFM getting some good damage in. May able to find a couple of good ones as well. So this bonus round now going to be quite the important one for Paper X even to potentially echo what their opponents did in the first half, right? Winning that bonus round, taking it a step further. There's an operator out for something on this defensive side. Ooh, wonder if DFM are going to expect this. He's been playing towards the B site more often than not.
3 of his teammates are on pistols, though.
Yep.
It's just a huge investment.
It's a good donation. If it's able to work.
If it is. Well, DFM for now at least electing to head over to the B side of the map. Paper X with the stack. It's just something around A main.
Yep. I'll donate pistols into a round if we get out an operator and catch our opponents off guard. But it's a hefty investment for something himself, right? He has to get a kill. He has to get out because he can get split on. There is a huge open gap for DFM to waltz through Art and pincer this A site. And Paper X are going to have to recognize this when they don't see anything too much out through the B side of things. When the Arc Rose doesn't spot any info.
Well, DFM will recognize it as well, though, so still steering clear of A main. They go for Art instead.
Oh, this could be interesting if they do
The
continue
drone.
here.
A lot of noise.
I wonder, though, if you leave May to go through and he spots the thorns but does nothing
ค
about
ดี
it.
เท่าไหร่ครับจริงต้องจัดให้
Well,
30 seconds.
buying some time and still inciting some pressure.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Akame, quick on the draw.
พลาดเลยครับ
Takes
ผม
down Forsaken, and now those pistols will go
Oh,
down.
yeah,
Jing, though,
Akame.
with the run it back.
อะไรของมันวะน่ะ
Tencent asserting his dominance, but it's still not quite going to happen. Do you save if you're Paper Rex? Oh, unfortunately, it's not
Okay,
quite
so I
going to be
thought-
right there. May cuts off on the rotations. The op donated over Jinpung as well now. Just sealing the deal.
Oh, there was some timing in this round.
Sniper
Paper X
Factory
could've
new.
come away with it. I want to
Come
give
on.
credit towards that flick that came out. That flick is kind of ridiculous from Akame. He is sharp with this one. Like, look at that on a
อุ้ย
Batman.
คามิ
That's kind of
อ้าว
crazy.
วะ
And then you've got May finding the right gap in the map as well to be able to get interested. The bonus round not going to go the way of Paper X, and the operator is going to be dropped. It's not going to be stolen though. DFM don't want to play that on this attacking
สไน
side.
สไนซัมติง
Akame
นี่
will
แฟ
get
ค
his
ทอ
own
รี่นิวเลยค
sniper
รับ
in the next
ไม่ได้ยิน
round, you would
Factory new เลย
assume.
ป้ายแดง
Well,
DFM มันลั่น
quickly
จัด
up
เลยเนี่ยวันเนี้
close
ย
by. Paper X once again for the A main play.
Yep, grab the orb, use the flash, deeper haunt.
Oh,
as well,
GE
clear it a
ไม่เห็น
little
อย่างงี้
bit
เลย
deeper and force DFM to use some util of their own if they want to try and clear it, or start to come together as a unit.
คนนี้ไฟบังคับไง
Something with the stinger close
Feels
range
tight.
by mid doors.
Yeah, but this time you're going to see Paper X start to rotate towards A, making sure they've got numbers to go for some crossfires. You're eventually going to see some more utility used from Patman, and that's the timing on the Prowler. Immediately enter back by the Owl drone that you kind of want to dispatch of early, and that's something being spotted this time. How much stock do you put in what you've seen from DFM just at this Art location?
Trying to work with what they know, rather than some unknown quantity. At least now, it's not going to be a Dogecoin. It's going to be
Oh,
something more
spam law.
successful. GN able to invest and find the return as well. But for Paper Rex, then Davai and Petman
เหมือนมันรู้อยู่แล้วว่า
also traded out.
จะ
I
เคาน์เตอร์
wonder
แฟด
if
ยังไงอะ
Jinbung is going to be
นั
able
ก
to
ข่าว
hear
เอาส
something
แปมไปเลย
creeping
แล้ว
up
เดี๋ยวล็อก
whatsoever.
เพื่อน
They're
เพจ
going to be aware that
ขอให้ได้
Art
ยิน
is
ก่อน
now dirty territory as well.
Only going to check at least. Forsaken, though, needs to come up huge because he's the one with the hero Vandal right now. Forsaken, something.
He spotted Gian.
Rifles apiece. Stay safe, and will spot out Gian for now. And then here comes the crossfire. Out towards the final one. Something closes the distance, and it true something fashions the acrobatics to come out on top.
Nicely done
กล้าไม่
from
ตาย
something
ครับ
and
ผม
Forsaken
มัน
to get
กล้าเล่น
2
จัด
versus 3 established there. The answer to the question is no. Jinbung did not know that he was coming out through Art. I thought maybe he was in a situation to be able to hear the gun swap that was there, but
โคตรปั่น
just
ป่วน
not.
ตอนนี้
You know,
จิน
very
บุงส
focused
มอง
on
ประ
what's
มวล
going
ผล
on
ไม่ทัน
potentially.
ทำอะไร
Regardless, though, you think it's a situation that DFM might look to be achieving, right? They're getting the trades out there. They're starting to progress. They've got a 3 versus 2. But just not able to close it down, unfortunately, in the end. And this one starts to teeter a little bit towards Paper Rex. They're 3-1 in this half so far. The
ของ
economy
ถนัดเลย
is
เลยแบบเจ็ด
you
กับ
know,
ช็อตตี้
starting to look a little bit worrisome
ถ
for
นัด
DFM
เงิน
as
ไม่
well.
มีซื้อ
Light
เกาะ
shields
อย่าง
across
นี้
the
ซื้อ
board.
ช็อตตี้
Got a tour de force to come
ต้อ
in
ง
from
มี
the
ของ
Kame
ต้อง
that
มี
I did speak about. However, you do have a lot of these ultimates online for DFM too.
Something. Such a precarious position. 1 batch, 2 batch, penny and dime.
And now you'll start to settle and see
แต่จะเนียนโดน
what you can force out as well. Anything more from Paper Rex, but I mentioned the ultimates. May to send in Dimensional Drift, gather some information.
ไม่ทำ
Also
อะไร
to push Paper X off of their comfort positions now. Forsaken still holding in deep, but May is close by. He's looking for him. Tries to go for the tap.
Forsaken needs some help here, you would think. Sheer now to be popped, so you'll confirm that nobody is in the site. And you've got a good amount of deep mid control and A main control for the rest of Paper Rex, but they need to get on the side itself. How much can Forsaken and Divide do here?
Let's go off with the flash as well. Tries to reposition, maybe trying to play anti-flash. Got the Cosmic Divide though, and DFM doing their due diligence. It's Divide who does get gunned down as well. Paper Rex only with the 2 soldiers
ไม่เป็นงั้นนะ
marching forward up towards
Oh,
library.
And they did hear the shear wall just popped, by the way, so they know that there's a
ทำ
flank
ไงอะ
potential.
เพชรเมนต้องแบบ
Yeah, it's save,
ลั่นจับอะ
exits.
ไปนะ
Yeah, it's safe. You're not in a situation where you're going to be able to
Yeah.
win this one as Paper Rex. If you can do damage, though, that's all right. Akame is kind of the only one that needed to go for it, but he's also picked up a Vandal from
แกสั่ง
the
เคาน์เตอ
jewels
ร์แฟด
around the
นี่
site too. So you kind of also want to see just all DFM members survive.
Teleport's ready.
It's a bit of a standoff right now.
Yep, pretty much.
Neither side wants to really move, but
It's whoever's going to draw first.
yeah, DFM has numbers. They could just push on up. Trigger finger. No, all good.
Yep. I mean, it kind of goes either way, right? Anyone loses a gun here, it's awkward for them. So you just
มันจะมั่นใจ
have
ว่า
a
เขา
soft
เขาแฟดแน่นอน
handshake at the end there, and you
Soft
feel that for what it
handshake.
is. Yeah, no firm handshakes.
That was. I don't know what that was. That was more than a handshake. That was nerve-wracking. Gotta love a little.
Mate,
bit.
you won the round.
เอาไป1 ทุบทำไมเก่งทำไมแล้วเติมมาเต็มแก้วเลยเทใส่แก้ว
They reckon DFM has been the most improved.
And they were the ones that left Pearl open for the decider.
Yeah, I mean, look, will that come back to haunt them later and should have gone to Fracture? Who knows?
Got pistol plays now.
Yeah, pistols for Paper X, just Patman and Jing to see what the Vandals can
ตกรอบครับ
do.
ยังไงก็
What
ตกรอบ
volume do they have in this
I bet.
round?
Trying to.
Because you gotta fill it up with something, right? You gotta try and find an advantage.
Uh-oh. Well, spotted out. May goes in for the pop flash play, but it's a
นี่ไง
simple
จุด
bait
จ
and
บคน
switch.
หิว
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Classic plays coming out from Paper Rex. Jing for the double kill, steal garden, and they start to push.
They're pushing really hard. Look at this control that Paper Rex are trying to do. Pill for the guns. They've all grabbed them.
Gotta be careful.
โคตรฉลาด
Don't
ออก
overheat
มา
too
ปืน
much. Akame has slipped the net. Finds Petman.
4 versus 3. You'll regain a little bit of this mid control as DFM. You want the spike though, and if you push in front of that shear, you would be trapped. So bait it out first.
Still close by. Spike retrieved now for DFM. Maybe a concerted effort to recollect back into the A site. Paper Rex then beginning to reposition, also considering this
มันลั่น
possibility.
จัดเลยตัวเนี้ย
Still though, do they expect Akame to be
ไป
that
กำลัง
close
ปืน
to
น้อง
line?
ไปกำลังออร่าด้วย
Forsaken loses the heads up duel. The 5 for the sheriff shots, but they don't
ยังตัว
connect.
คุณนี่เกิดนัดสุดท้ายเนี่ย
หลับไปกลับมาได้
Jing. He's been so good so far, but it's not quite happening here. Akame online for the ace.
Holy
And
shit
6 HP.
And something knows he has to save. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. That's a shocker when you consider that Jing and something in the beginning of this round had the great bait and switch. All it took was the classic onto the owl drone and a flash in from May. Not expecting Jing to be holding the line. You set yourselves up in mid. You steal the guns away. Heck, they even kind of knew that Akame was looking to push back up into the mid connector through art, but thought better of it. And Akame still able to survive, just finds all of the goods for
มันลั่นที่สุด
DFM
ใน
to
ชีวิตอะแบบ
achieve
เนี้ย
double
วันเนี้ยที่เราดูอยู่
digits
เนี่ย
first. I was about to say, you
คน
need
เน้
to
น
see some
ผมไม่เคย
good
ลั่นขนาดนี้
mid-round
มาก่อน
decision making from DFM in
จั
a
ดให้
round
เน้น
such
ๆ
as
นะ
that, where they get frazzled a little
Oh
bit
my
by the beginning
God.
stages, right? They lose the spike. They lose territories of mid. The spike is almost unobtainable again because of the shear wall. There might be traps behind it. You got to stretch out around the map, but when they get the spike and Akame pushes and has some individual shots to come on out, certainly brings that one back for DFM.
It was just a final bullet from that burst. Can't believe it. Just truly magnificent individual effort out from Akame right now, recognizing.
And I want to highlight
the map.
Paper X have no timeouts left in this map. DFM are going to have to be the team to give them the chance to talk.
Still in with the op on something. Doesn't spot anything out towards B long. He marches up. DFM though, the haunt, quickly dismissed.
Just one player shooting at it too to mask presence.
Devai then places more stars. Possible well set up, but he goes in for the angle instead. The sprays only favoring one kill. Petman now trying to hold by the backside. Lets the gate crash through.
Oh, but what can he do
here?
Oh.
Not too much. I mean, he's thinking about
Lang
peeking
ni
to
ba,
possibly
ไม่รู้
deny the spike.
คุยขมับ
Off the drone will
แต่นี่ครับ
capitalize
เพื่อความตื่น
for
เต้น
now, but we'll see if DFM can hold the post plants as well. All 3 by A main.
แต่อีกที
You've got some utility. You've got
เรียก
something
ของ
with the op, but the flash is out May. Self-flash a little bit. Something then to hold in with the sprays. But what is this? High-low. It doesn't quite work out. It's just something now. Swaps over to the rifles and try to close in the distance. But it's a sortie on the other side. The time working against it. And he taps once more. Jien now by the sidelines. Something finds the shot. It's May versus something. Duelist v duelist. But he needs to defuse. May holds the angle and finds the shot at the end.
โอ้มันน่าจะกู้ไปเลยนะ
Microseconds and he still sticks the landing.
Oh, May's heart had to have been beating out his chest in that moment in the 1 versus 1. You could see how something's trying to go around the side. He has no idea where May have repositioned to, but May will stand and not be baited by the fact that it's a full defuse. And being stuck in the beginning, looking for the lurk around first, and then at the end, the cloud burst, not proficient enough to buy the time. What a round to come out from DFM at the end there. And this is where things get really, really rocky for Paper Rex. Look at the buy that they forced themselves into in this round to keep DFM off of series point.
I hear the strain in your voice, Komodo.
Yep.
ดูมันเน้นแบบลีน
เนี่ยทุก
Blimey,
แองเกิล
blimey, what did he know today?
ตั้งแต่เกิดมาไม่เคยเน้นขนาดนี้มาก่อน
Also for majority of the fans, you gotta really
ดูดิ
feel what the Paper X players
เคลียร์ทุกแองเกิลวาง
trying
เป้า
what
แบบ
they can, but still
ไม่
DFM
มีพลาด
cannot deny the incredible effort that has been put forth today.
I mean, they were a team that was mapless coming into this series. Is Paper Rex's Achilles heel, really, DFM.
Might be. Well, something. Oh. The shots eluding him. Akame, once again.
The team's got to go together here. Akame's going to get through that one. A gate crash you would expect to come and help. What a sharp shot from Forsaken.
The arc grows at hand as well.
ไป2 นัด
So
เมื่อกี้
now
อากาเมะ
thinking about Halls. Steel Garden though, but he gets into the smoke. Close range to the
มี
run
โอดินสแปม
classic.
ซันสโมก
But the arts Odin.
วีออตาย
He's
ห่า
already
ว
cleared the rest of the site, right? So the team can go in and look to establish a bit of a plan. This is where Pac-Man Nightfall removes HP, removes audio.
This tag onto one player. May still trying to hold off by Halls though. This is a player who can make incredible things happen even without audio. That here comes the Odin as well. May gunned down for now. Jin Bung Nan trying to hold by the backside. It's the side step from Petman, but it doesn't work out. Just Jing left. Can he get
โด
on
น
it?
โอดินนะเว้ย
Can he try and do anything here?
The blaze helps. The recon though not shot down. He goes for the peak.
นี่ครับ
The
คน
double
ทุ่มเท
wide flick to save Paper Rex. Round up now, pushed up to 9 and 11.
They do hold on. The force is valuable for
คน
Paper
ทุ่ม
Rex.
แล้วโดนสแกนเนี่ยนะเมื่อกี้ ภาพคือแบบ
What is that swift allocation from one to
ตัว 2 อย่าง
another?
เฉียบ
The Red Bull clutch to come through to hold on when you see
แต่อากาเมะ
the
ไม่บ้า
first
จริงว่ะ
kill
ช็อตยิง
go
จริงอ่ะ
against you, when you get the trades, when you think, the
ระหว่าง
plan's
แพท
down,
เมน
how do
กับ
we
แพ
get
ทริก
back into it?
เย
You
อะ
lose
ๆ
to
ให้ใคร
buy there. The running back, it doesn't work out. Jin Boon
Patrick
tries to
Patrick
do what he can, but 1
Patrick
and 2.
Paul.
Alright, maybe it's
ใคร
not
ไม่เคย
as
หู
sensational as I thought it would, but he still
Someone
hits the
who won.
headshot where the headshot is needed. 11 to 9 now. Paper Rex will not go quietly.
Yes, sir, Steve Kerr. It still is going to be quite the journey, though. But it certainly proves that Paper Rex can still deliver. The 3-sec on the A site now pushes into AMA.
Still can't make any mistakes here, though, Quack. Can't give DFM round number 12 if you really want to have a bit of a comeback in, and you have to balance out your economy. Oh my, you have to. So the fact that you dispatch a GM quick as that and get out of dodge is nice.
Whoa, Jin Bung, though.
อุ้ยแลกกันไหม
Happy to go in for a
คนละหนึ่งเจ็บ
look-see himself. Something
เพิ่ม
that
มาอีกแล้ว
off to Sewer. He finds the shot. Looks for the burst.
อุ้ย
Does it as well.
คนทุ่มเทมาอีกแล้ว
Back into safety. The spike
คนสุดบ้าจัด
dropped.
เฮียบอสยังอยู่ไม่ไหว
Is
รอ
this
กัน
one
บอส
done?
บอส2 คนเลย
Is this one
ไป
done?
ต่อ
Do
ไปต่อ
DFM
บอล
have
ต
to
กครับ
give
ต้องเอา
Paper Rex
มาดิ
some breath, right? Do they have to give him a
โอ้โห
timeout here so
ไม่ใจเลย
DFM can collect their own thoughts on the back of this round?
ไปเรียก
I don't know.
เพื่อน
It's
มา
May. It's a
อยู่
comment
เพื่อน
without
มอง
the
ตก
spike.
Something goes in for the
Shit.
does get punished. Defy as well,
โอ
though.
เค
Did you
Oh.
have
Maybe I'll
2
come to game up.
versus 5 on your bingo
เวลาเหลือ
board for a
30 วิ
round such as this?
เดี๋ยวรู้อั
Dimensional
นตี
drift
เล
and
ย
a spike picked up. You still see Forsaken on the other side of the map, but what
เจอ
can
ใน
you
สายก่อน
spot out here on A itself? May looking
เฮ้ยเนียน
for
เนี่ย
what he
เพชรเมนอะ
possibly can.
Paper X trying to keep himself tucked away as well. Petman at least keeps them invested. But also the long rotations over from Forsaken. Petman cut
Boy,
down. Ching in for the flash with the curveball. But it's not quite enough. Still the angle being held. Akame!
โอ้โห
He hits his targets. Just Forsaken left.
เจอสั่ง
Can
ก็ลำบาก
the
เลยเนี่ย
Indonesian superstar clutch things out?
แล้วกดอันตี
He's
เลยเหร
been
อ
the beast before, but now the angle's not quite favoring him. The flashes as well. Shield wall trip, but no! Akame! What an incredible shot! The Tornado Force lands its mark, and it's DFM up to map point.
What an incredible shot. What an incredible round. And what a fumble from Paper Rex. That's a 2 versus 5 that does not go their way. Something. How does he get away with these 2 kills?
จริงเอาไป
Breaking
3
through the sewers. It's a 2
แพ้
versus 5
จริงเอาไป
that
3
May and Akame have just absolutely
ไม่
pulled
อยาก
the
เชื่อสาย
rug
ตาตัว
out
เอง
under your feet. That is ridiculous.
I've got no words.
They do. Those words. I talk about generational fumbles, Quack. That's the biggest one in this series so
เอ
far.
อเอาไม่ไปก่อน คนลั่น
Happy to go down swinging if it comes down to it. Paper Rex
จริงทุ่มเท
and
สัจ
put
จัด
up the
ตอนนี้
foothold around the A site.
At least they got rid of
Then don't
Akame
think what we
first,
get.
right? Information though.
Wait.
There's more members to stave off
เอา
this
ครับมุม
A
เก่งอันนี้
site.
มุมเก่งไหลมาได้ยิงพีแน่ๆ
Smokes
มุมนี้
covering vision. Playing close by, possibly for
May
anti-flash. It's just the stinger. The guns,
ผมมันสโมก
not
เป๊ะ
the
เลย
best,
แบบ
but at least
เท่ากับอัน
a
เดิม
5v4. Hunt for additional information as well, and May avoids it.
Really slow and steady though for DFM still.
Concealing information.
Oh.
Paper Rex might not.
ไอ้เหี้ยทารอนก็แพ้ ไม่เป็นเล็กก็แย่
Can't get too antsy in this moment. sidesteps Jing.
สวยครับ
Well,
ได้บอส
Goodbye
2 ตัว
will
ไป
be able to find Mei. With that information as well,
เฮ้ย
then
ติงได้ยินแล้ว
possibly force something to receive DFM with open arms. The shield wall still in its way. Something goes in for the first. It
ได้
taps.
หนึ่งดีดีดี
It
ดี
takes down Art. Next tap as well.
Uh.
And simple clicks, surgical precision, and it's a triple kill for Paper Rex to move up to 10.
They need the next 2, Quack. Do they give themselves the affordance of it though? And I'm looking at DFM's economy here, and they might not necessarily have a full buy across the board. They might have to be playing on the half buy to give themselves the best chance possible. Some good shots. I call them good. They looked awkward from something in the beginning of that one, trying to allocate the tracking, but it's all good. And now you see for DFM, all right, they're still holding enough cash for the next round. They'll have a Cosmic Divide and a Steel Garden into the next rounds too. So that's actually quite intriguing on how Paper Rex are going to play around expecting those ults to come in.
And not entirely sure. They're hearing the footsteps off towards Link though.
Going on a marathon run around the map at the moment. A big old wrap that does get pinged out and expected by Paper Rex.
DFM looking to play with pace. They can afford it somewhat.
Yeah,
เป็น
leave
บวกดอทใหญ่
just
อ้วน
Oh,
on a little lurky.
Paper Rex, what are the positions going to be? They try to hold out more defensively. It's Dugout, Secret, and Flowers. Jing trying to
ถือว่า
hold.
สติยังไวอยู่ครับ
Smoked off.
กินทุกอย่างเลย
Prowler to
ที่
check as
เห็น
well,
ครับ
possibly looking for wall bangs. Both
Bóng
sides
tắt.
gunning in for it. But here comes
Đừng
Jing,
vào.
run it back.
Phải phẩu,
Huge
phải phẩu.
on the possible retake as the spike goes down. May the
Phải
play
phẩu.
inside of the smokes, and it's just
Ôi.
Jin Stinger found. Off by
Hơi,
the
hơi, hơi, đi,
sides.
đi, nó.
He finds the right click
Ôi.
as well. Low HP now, but
Oh.
Jing comes back in just
จริง
to
มันต้องเหนื่อย
save Paper Rex
สุดท้าย
hanging
จริง
by
ประกัน
a
ภัย
thread.
Hanging by a thread, literally, in this round, isn't it? He had to use the runner back, because if he didn't and he died, well, the job wouldn't have been done. Jingbung would have been able to win that one out, and it would have been
เฮ้ยมี
just
มีอันตี
GG.
2 คน
PRX, you are out. But
ดูอากาเมะมันยิงเนี่ยพี่29อ่ะ
now,
29อ่ะ
11
คน
to
บ้า
12.
ตาย
Will
น้อย
we
ด้ว
go
ย
into overtime, or will it be a 13 to 11 victory yet again for DFM? Likewise of the
โอ้โห
first
ไอ
map
ตัว
in
เจสัน
this
นี่คือ
one.
ซวยจัด
I don't know how he even managed to find that kill on a Forsaken, man.
ยังเฮฮาได้อยู่
Individual
But here we go.
performance, but yeah. Cosmic Divide, something back in with the op.
Yeah.
Spotted out by the drone though, possibly Forsaken.
I think it was destroyed enough earlier on by
ต้องมีทั้งหนึ่ง
the killer player,
Smokes.
so it's not expected.
โอ้โหแล้วเป็นนากาเมะไล่เป้ามา
Trying to conceal as much as possible.
Nah,
It's
kuat
something
cat.
versus Kame.
Meanwhile, they've got control of A main too, pushed up to the orb and now falling back. This duel
ติงกระโดดไปยิ
so
งกลาง
tense
อากาศ
at
แล้ว
the
แดด
moment.
กลับ
They
ช็อตนี้
spotted Akame.
Calls
Oi.
it out. But you know, it's just one
Oi.
player. Got to consider the rest of the map.
Man, me
Don't
hitting
get tunnel
anyone.
visioned in now.
Oh, something is so tunnel vision. Actually doesn't it? The
เราได้ใคร
blades
ไม่ได้
are
ได้
out
ไอ
as
คา
well,
เมะ
but
ครับ
there's nobody else
ใน
home.
บอส
ไป
DFM
เรื่องแล้วครับผม
all up through mid.
โต๊ะ
Bar
ทา
one.
มไปคอลิงฮะจังหวะ
ใจเย็นพี่ มาแน่มาแน่ ค่อยค่อย
ผมไปเล่นค่อนข้างลวนนะ
Somewhat pinned down.
เฮ้ยแพทเมนใจเย็นถอยก่อนมันเยอะ
ถอย
You
กลับ
got
มา
to
รับ
fall back
ลึกดี
towards
ก
the
ว่า
sides here as Paper Rex. You know you've lost control of Connector. Play on the back of what ults you have. Steel Garden, Cosmic Divide.
มารอแล้วคอร์สสั่งมาบอกที่เอฟไซ
So
ต์
towards these safer positions. You got the stars up
Nah,
as
nen,
well.
nah,
Now
nen.
timing crucial for Divide especially.
เห็นหรือเปล่า
Repositions back in. Jim
ไปเบรกก่อนห
in
นึ่ง
for
ที
the
ไม่ได้
volley.
ได้ไฟเบรกอยู่
Just to try to stall DFM's engine. DFM though still
Oi.
holding off to the other
จริง
end. They will get
Ôi,
met
không,
with
phải
the
ăn tỏ
full
hả?
flurry.
ไปกันต่อ
Jing
Đã
and
quay phản hải
Divide
một.
pushes us into overtime.
Oh, we get there in the end. There was not a lot
Tiểu
of
bot
space
here.
that Paper Rex could falter with for DFM when they were on 11, but they do manage to at least
Bán to.
gather the last 3 rounds
Mày
to
bắn
get
hiền
us
từng
into
bên
the
đi. Đau phải
overtime.
không?
Now that stat there
Ảo
is
lươn
an
rồi đó,
interesting one.
Chui vậy
100%
được.
on the overtimes for DFM, but not a lot of sample size.
Fair enough.
เหมือนเกมเซต้าจะตื้อๆไปตอนนี้
This comes down to a bit of that mental
Một
game.
mục
The
bảo.
pressure
DFM
surely
DFM.
mounting on both
DFM.
sides.
โอ้โห
Southeast
เซต้านี่
Asia
ช้ำใจเลย
and Japan.
โดนไป 2-0
DFM might be feeling a little bit even more just because of their playoff spot. Meanwhile, for
ผิ
Paper
ด
Rex,
ญี่ปุ่นเหมือนกัน
it's been back and forth all day long. They've managed to string something together at the end of this, but can they keep it up? Off to the attacking side. They march up into A main.
And of those overtimes as well, it was DFM to win both of them 14 to 12. So we'll see if they can stave off this aggression from Paper Rex today.
เอามาแล้วหนึ่ง
Blaze
Run
will
there.
quick for the rush. DFM though, quick on the reactions
ตาม
as
สี
well.
แต่
The
ละโอ้ย
Yoden
โอ้
spam
โห
something.
ไม่น่ารักเลยนะ
Keep
เล่นเงี้
himself
ย
alive.
Quick plant though, 5v5 on this retake. You got an op and an Odin.
But still, with the pushes through, the Phantoms find their mark.
หายละ
Just down to the 2 players from Paper Rex trying to hold it down. They get shot. Jing not quite able to make it happen. Akame in with the op, firing off at the end.
That's the defensive round found for DFM. So they'll go back on towards the attacking side as well now, and we have to see what sort of
ไปรักไก่
solution
ไปที่ไง
Paper
ไปรัก
Rex
ไก่
can
กับโอดิ
come
น
up with to stave them off. You know that DFM haven't been a team in this one to go for
โดนรีคอนเลย
faster pace of a round like Paper Rex just delivered. So whether or not it will be more methodical, or if they do decide to change things up going in towards this one, it's something going to bring out an
ผมบอกแล้ว
operator
Paper
on
Rex
this
มันจะต้องเล่นแบบ
defensive
เอา
side
ซ้าย
again,
สุด
posting
จริงๆ
back
พี่
up towards the B
แบบ
side
ว่ามัน
by himself.
แบบว่าเข้าตาจนสุดๆอะ
Great recognition from DFM so far, though.
Yeah,
Some
ตอนนี้หนักเลย
warning
นะ
pings on the map, so quite aware that something could be opping.
Kame has hit 30
ไม่ชอบอะไร
kills for this
ชิวๆ
map
ไง
as well. Having a belter.
Could be able to close this out. Currently holding the angle towards Art. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to extend as much space as possible. Something, though, with the op, he's trying to clear as much as possible.
Yeah, you got to be careful. How long do you want to try and hold that line for? Oh, you know, that's a clone over at the B site. Complete fake.
Certainly you don't want to keep on pushing, though. It's going to be Akame who instead pushes into Art. More information now for Paper Rex as Jing arrives to try and hold around A-Link.
Still got to pop the sheer wall, though, if DFM want to go through.
ไกลหน่อยเพชรแมน
And there's thorns on the back
ปัด
of
เล
it.
ย
Oh, Jing, the timing. So it's not quite the trap play that
No,
I'd have been anticipating, but still.
it's the standard progression, though.
Progression, which might favor DFM. They've managed to make their way through. Jing in for the curveball. A tag onto Jinbung.
Smoke's still available, though, from Paper Rex to drop down.
Quite some information, but you do have Jin on a bit of a lurk. Now it's down to Forsaken as they push up. Some shots found on the site. Arch trying to stick the plant. Here comes Jing with the flash.
สวยแฟลชสวย
And GN now the final lone survivor to peek
ไปกันต่อ
out.
ครับ
เฮ้ยไปกันต่อ
Paper Rex
ไปต่อ
for one
จริง
more
ก็สู้
OT.
ชีวิตจะจัด
Not 100% on that OT yet. Already done and delivered for DFM. We will go
สกอร์จริง
again. Defensive rounds
เดือดพอๆกับ
เดื
เล่
อ
น
ด
for
เดือดเหมือนกัน
both sides. So maybe DFM a little bit quicker when they look to bust in towards the site, but not able to remove any of the key Paper
แม่งลุ้น
Rex
อย่างกับรอบ
members
ชิง
early on
T1
enough. I feel
T2
Paper Rex when they're given a lot of
นัดมันมีความหมายอะ
ไอ้นั่นก็มีความหมายเหมือนกัน แต่แมตช์ที่วันโคตรสนุกนะเพราะแม่งเป็นรอบชิงนี่แหละมาเล่นกันคุ้มเดียว
มีเส้นอยู่หน่อยกินไหมทำให้
กินขอบคุณมูตูนะครับสำหรับสมาชิกนะครับเล่นป่ะวันนี้พี่ยังไม่ลงกันดิถ้าพี่กลับไปเล่นวาโลหรือไปแข่งเดี๋ยวมันจะชนะง่ายไงแต่ทีมอื่นเขาไม่ต้องเล่นกัน
Tempted at a rush before. We'll see what it's going to be this time.
Yep.
Of course, though,
ขอบคุณ
Akame
มอร์ฟีน
and
นะครับ
Art
3 เดือนนะครับ
sticking to their faithful weapons.
รู้จักน้องจอยป่ะ
On the line with the operator, supported by the Sova util. Meanwhile, Paper Rex, single prowler going in, getting close, and something removes the
หมดตายแล้ว
Quick on
Hey,
the 86, and
they
now
get
it's
knocked.
Art just to spray
They
and
get-
spam as much as
เจ็บ
possible.
พังๆ
Jing
โอ้ย
to
ดี
take him out as much
เอา
as
ดี
possible.
สเปมหมอน
มั่วกำลังเพลิน
Towards the next few players. DFM, the rotations are already here. Of course, it is Jinbung and Mei. Oh, but he's quickly been dispatched by Pac-Man until the collect goes through.
โอ้โห
So close.
ถ้าได้อีกตัวนี้
Paper
เป็น
Rex
เรื่อง
able to
ละ2-2
recover.
นะ
Just Yen left.
And now they know
Hey,
where he is
Paul,
as
huh?
well, so they could just really focus in him.
He's been trying to step up so far today. He had a
Hey,
pretty
hey,
good
hey,
map
ยิง
on
นะเว้ย
before, but still now Down to the final one. It's a 1-on-3.
อีกโดด
Not quite likely. He will
เอ้ยมันเหลือ
use the
3 นัดเอง
Caterpillar smokes though, but PRX
ใจ
have
ถึงเกินเลย
completely
น้อง
surrounded, picking up the
กะตัว
first
ละนัด
round
เล
in
ยไง
OT2.
He had 3 bullets left in the Phantom as well. Don't think there's a world in which he's going to get 2 quick headshots in that sort of scenario, but you
จ
at
บ
least
จริงจบจริงอันนี้
give him an
จบจริง
alright. I understand it when you're going for the spray.
ใจเสียหมดแล้ว
จบจริงไปพี่เอ๋ย
Yet again favoring this alpha site to try
จบจริงใช่ไหมพี่เอ๋ย
จบจริง
in
จ
an
บจริง
advanced
จบจริงครับจบจริง
state. And they do
ใคร
so
จะออกไปข้างนอก
successfully
ก็
back
เตรียม
up
เรียก
on
ลงเรียก
top
รถ
of
ได้เลย
this
ครับ
one,
ผม
but this
วันนี้
time
เดี๋ยวไม่ทัน
it's
นะ
an attacking side
ไม่
that
รอ
they
ไม่ตาม
find, right? So they just got to try and close
ผม
it
ยัง
out
เล่น
on
อยู่
the
อีกอะ
defensive
2
side
ทุ่ม
where
แล้ว
something yet again has
โอ้ย
an
เล่นอยู่
operator in
เล่น
play,
เที่ยง
but it's
คืน
in a different position this time, not at that B side.
เล่นสงกรานต์กลางคืน
Out through
มันนะ
art instead.
มันอยู่นะ
Continue to
ไม่ร้อน
jump
จ้ะ
on this one as May have a
ไปวะล่ะ
you go out, it's too far, that's what it is.
มาแล้วเว้ยวู้ฮู้
Pick missed, and now DFM trying to recover
เราได้น้อง
as
เมย์
quick
ครับ
as possible.
ไปก่อน
The
เพื่อนเลย
sprint on
นี่ก็เกือบ
in towards connector, but still, Paper Rex close by.
You're playing numbers game as Paper Rex, you're spotting for information, and look, that is just what Forsaken has
มีโค้ด
found.
ไม่ปลื้มแล้ว
Gotta
นะ
watch for the spams though.
Just
ต้อง
a
ไปฝึก
little
กระ
bit
โดด
your
มาใหม่
positions around the map, specifically
เอา
Ching
คอร์ส
back
ก่อน
in towards Art to see if anyone's close enough, but it's Patman who gets pressured.
He does land the
เฮ้ย
first one, but
โอ้โหเล่นตัวแรก
unfortunately
ไว
traded
อยู่
still.
ใช้ได้อยู่
DFM
ถ้า
trying to
ถ้าไม่กระ
recollect.
โดด
เฮ้ย
ไม่ได้
The hold
อุ๊ย
by
เอาสวย
mid.
ละ
Too hot
เฮ้
for
ยเอา
Ching.
ดี
Unexpected
3-3
push.
เฉย
3 versus 3 now.
And this is all for playoffs.
โอ้โหแล้วปานป่วนเลยครับอย่าง
What
นี้
do
แล้ว
you
เป็นเล็ก
look to do here though as GN? Do you stay and go down late where Forsaken
ตรง
may
กลางแบบ
very well
เละ
keep
เทะเลย
and look at you, or do you hear the
โอ้โห
footsteps?
แล้วมันมุดท่อมา
and
แล้วเป็น
slip the net.
ไปเช็คเช็คเช็ค
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยอย่างเงี้ย
Forsaken now thought about
เฮ้ย
it, but now his pixel has
เฮ้ย
been
ร้อง
spotted.
ไอ้เจสัน
Ian snuck up from
Oh my
behind.
And they're
god
going to call for the rotate over towards the B site. Something has actually left it as well. He's essentially an attacker's spawn, so you're going to have a
เป็
free
นเรื่องเลย
plan
ค
to
รับผ
your
มนี้
heart's
คิดว่าไป A
content
ครับ
as DFM, and then look to defend that to the best of your
ส
ability.
ติงกำแล้วเอ้ยมันยังเครียดอยู่มันยังเครียดอยู่นึกว่าบีมีคน
It's an op
Hey,
as well.
เครียดระวังไม่ทัน
There
เปล่า
might be a member here.
โอ้ย
Once he
ไม่เกิน
shows
เลย
up and finds his mark at the right time, this could be it for
เคลียร์
Paper
ดู
Rex.
แค่
The
ลิงก์กับลอง
tailwind will expire.
มันได้
Divine
มัน
now
ได้ข่าวหมด
catching
เลย
up
อะดิ
to his brethren, but still,
แต่ไม่น้อง
it's an
นะ
Odin. It's a rifle.
นี่หัวแตก
Something will start things off
โช
with
ค
the
ดี
headshot.
โอดินมายืนวัดระยะไกลแบบนี้
Divine arrives as well. The post plant's being held though. Microflix not quite there. Akami then to play around.
เฮ้ยสวย
Defy
ลองเลยน้อง
shot.
They know where Jin
Just
is.
Jin, 1-on-2. He puts off the star. Now tries to play in with the gravity well. He's pulling them in. Who's truly going to be the emptiness machine? In for the sortie. Instead, Paper Rex will finally find a win in the group
อาร์ต
stage.
ที่มันสุ
It
ดยอด
ends
จ
in
ริงๆนะ
OT.
จริงๆสวยมาก
มันหาท
หาทำมาก
ำอันนี้คือเดียไปมันตกรอบไปแล้วใช่ไหม40ตกทั้งคู่เลยฮะหมายถึงคู่เนี้ยถ้าเกิดใครแพ้ หรือเดียไปมันตกอยู่แล้วนะ
มาตกรอบ
ไอสมการเป็นเวลายังไม่ตก
เดียเอ็มก็เหมือนกันใช่ไหมแค่มาชิงกันตรงนี้เลย
ตอนนี้ดีเวมตกแล้ว
อืม
คือนัดต่อไปอ่ะ global esport ต้องแพ้ เนี่ย เจอเปเปอร์เล็กเนี่ย
ก็ GE ไปเลยต้องตบ GE อ่ะแค่นั้นเอง
ใช่ ก็เข้ารอบง่ายๆ
อยู่ดีว่า แพทริกพูจะลงเปล่า
โอ้ยมาแพทริกแวร์เวนฮูได้หมดเลยตอนนี้เปเปอร์เล็ก โคตรเดือดครับผม
มันเป็นเรามันเหนื่อย
19
พี่เอ๋ยดูแบบว่าน้ำเสียงชิวๆมากเลยในขณะที่เขาลุ้นในขณะนี้
โอ้โหมันรู้อยู่แล้วไง
โอ้โหนี่เศร้าเลยครับพี่อาคามิอุตส่าห์ลั่น
DX เจอ GNG ลองทีมเซตโอ้โหแต่ละนัดคือแบบว่า
สำคัญทั้งนั้น
โอ้โห
พี่เอ๋ยเขาชิวอยู่แล้วไอ้เฮเลติกเข้ารอบแล้วไง
มันมาดี
โอ้โหมันนั้นเวอร์เกิน
เหมือนจะไปเอาถ้วยโตลอนโตรอบนี้
โหดูทรงถ้าแปซิฟิกเล่นไม่รัดกุมเหมือนทีวันอะไรพวกทีเจนจีพวกนี้นะน่าจะยากเลย ดู EMEA เล่นกันแบบ
คือ
บาจัด
ดูรู้เลยว่าแบบไปอีกสเต็ปของเราอะยังมีตอนนั้น
ขอบคุณน้องอิงนะครับสำหรับ69 บาทโล่งใจครับแข่งต่อไปวันเสาร์ครับสำหรับใครที่อยากดู EMEA ก็พรุ่งนี้ไม่มีใช่วันลืนมันมีวันที่16วันลืนถูกแล้ว16วันที่16นะครับ EMEA T1 กับทารอนผมว่าทารอนเอาสู้ได้ว่ะสำหรับ T1 ต้องดูแมปพูลเลย พอเลยนะโลตัสอะ
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
มันต่อให้มันเตรียมมาดีแต่คือทีมอื่นมันก็เก่งอะโลตัสอะแม่งเป็นด่านที่ใครๆก็เก่งอะจะไปหาทำเลย
ลองหลับตานึกภาพ ไม่มีภาพเลยอ่ะต้องไป
มี
ต้องไปสมการไอ้นี่อย่างเดียวเซต้า
แต่อย่างน้อยถ้าจะแพ้ที่วันขอเล่าเยอะๆอะแบบ
เป็นไปได้เยอะๆเพราะที่วัน
ไป
น่าจะ
แล้ว
แบบ
น้องหนิงขอบคุณ100
ไม่
บา
ได้
ท
เน้นมาก
มันยังไม่เน้นอีกอะ
เดี๋ยวดูก่อน
แต่ที่วันแพ้คิวมา
คื
ก็
อทีวันมันไม่ได้อยู่ที่1อยู่แล้วไงตอนเนี้ย
อืม
เฮ้ยอันนี้มันชนะมันได้แต้มปะถ้าได้แต้มก็เน้นนะมันเน้นหมด
เน้นเนี่ยมันเน้นทุกคู่อะ
คือ
ดู
เมื่อวานมันมีคู่กรณีของ KU กับ EG อ่ะเหมือน KU เขาบอกว่าถอดหูฟังเล่นนะเพราะมันเข้ารอบแล้วอ่ะแล้วก็แพ้ EG 2-0
มันจะชิวอะไรกันนั่นนะ
มันก็มีหลายกรณีบางทีมันมีบางคนแบบ แล้วแต่บางคนไม่รู้ไงชนะไม่ได้แต้ม
อยากเล่นอะไรดีวะ
กำลัง
อยากเล่นเกมที่พี่เอกเล่นอะ
กรรมการ
เล็งไว้หลายวันอยู่แล้ว
KU มันเข้ารอบแล้วไงแล้วมันเจอ EG เมื่อวาน EG มันไม่ชนะใครมันชนะ KU อะ
อ๋อมันมีผลนะของ T1 น่ะที่ว่ากับ RQ ใครชนะ RQ กับ T1 นี่ RQ ชนะ T1 ป่ะ
ขอบคุณคุณชิรานะครับสำหรับ349ขอบคุณ
คิว
ครับ
ชนะเด็
แต่ถ้าช
ขอบ
นะ
คุณครับ
T1 จบแล้ว
ขอบคุณครับ
น่าจะไม่ได้มีผลกับซีดหนึ่งแล้ว
ก็ใช่ไงก็ถึงบอกว่า
ชู
อาจ
ดี
จะมี
ไง
ลุ้นแค่ว่าคือ RQ อ่ะจะต้องแพ้ทีมซีเคท
โอ้โห
นั่นแหละ ส่วน T1 ก็ใครแข่งก่อนหลังก็ต้องดูอ่ะสมการเนี้ย
คือไอ้อันนี้มันแบบว่าทำให้ปวดหัวกูตัดทิ้งกันสมการอ่ะกูตัดสมการ
ขอบ
ที
คุณ
วัน
ธนพรนะครับสำหรับ35 บาท
RQ ซีเกตตัดทิ้งไปเลย
โหเหนื่อยว่ะวันนี้แม่งลุ้นเหนื่อยจริง
เดี๋ยวลองดูดิว่าใครเจอก่อนหลัง
อย่าไป
ใร
คิด
มีผล
คิดแล้วปวดหัวอะไรเป็นไปไม่ได้ตัดไปแล้วก็คิดเอา
มันมีวิธีหนึ่งที่แบบไม่ต้องเครียดนะเราจะมองไปที่สเตจ2เลย
โหแล้ว
ถ้า
RQ TCK แข่งที่หลังด้วย
ถ้าโตลอนโตเขาเชิญพี่เอ๋ยไปพี่เอ๋ยจะไปไหม
โอ๊ยไปดิ
โหทำวีซ่าทันวะเนี่ย
ก็ต้องจ้างเขาทำอ่ะ ไม่น่าได้ เพราะว่ามันไกลไป
มันไกลไปแต่เทนยังบินมาโซนเราเลยพี่
โอ้โหมันยกไว้คนหนึ่ง
แล้วแบบบินมาตั้งแต่ดูมาทุกทัวร์ทุกอะไรเห็นบินมาเตอร์แบงคอกนี่ตลกสุดละได้กลายเป็นตลกไปเลยทาลิกกลายเป็นทาลก
แต่เทนนี่ข้างนอกนี่อย่างฮาเลย ไม่น่าเชื่อ
โอ้น้องจริงเสกเลยไอ้วินนั้นไม่ได้น้องจริงนี่คือหลับเลยนะบอกเลย
สถานทูตเปิดไปเนอะอเมริกา
เล่นต่อขอนั่งเสพความดีใจ
มีสงกรานต์หรือเป
อ
ล่า
ย่างน้อยทารอนแม่งก็แพ้แต่ว่าก็ยังมีเปเปอร์เล็กที่
เดี๋ยวไป
ใช่
สถานทูตอเมริกาเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้
ไปทำอะไรพี่
อ่ะ
ไปแข่งให้EGอ่ะ
ไอ้หมูปิ้ง
ขอบคุณน้องตีนะครับผมสำหรับ
หมู
9
ปิ้ง
บาท
ข้างหน้าสถาน
ข
ทู
อบ
ต
คุ
อ
ณ
ร่อย
นะครับเราต้องไปกินถึงนู่นเลยเหรอพี่เอ๋ยสนใจแซลมอนดองไหม
สน
แต่ตอนนี้ยังไม่มีขายนะอาจจะต้องรอหลังสงกรานต์ พูดเพื่อ
ถามไว้ก่อน
ถามไว้ก่อน
โตรอนโตมาแคนาดานี่หว่า
เฮ้ยวันนี้ DFM มันโหดมากเลยนะมันคือฟอร์มมันเข้าฟอร์มแล้วอะแต่วันเนี้ย
อันเนี้ยเขาเรียกว่าฟอร์มหลังชนฝาไม่มีแรงเสียแล้วนะ
มันจริงๆ ถ้ามันฟอร์มเนี้ยตั้งแต่แรกอะมันอาจจะชนะ พวกที่ผ่านมาก็ได้พวก GE พวกอะไร
โอ้ยอาร์กูติด-32
หนักจริงอาร์ตอะ
เหมือนแบบ วันนี้มันเล่นแบบ วัดอ่ะกล้าได้กล้าเสียวันเนี้ย
โอดินมันวัดยากอยู่แล้วเนาะ
สังเกตหลายจังหวะแบบ ไม่หาทำเซอร์ไพรส์ไปเป็นเล็กตลอดเลย
แต่พี่อากาเมะนี่โคตรร่างทองกันนะเล่นให้ลืมเกมนั้นไปเลยเกมที่มันเล่นแชมเบอร์ด่านเนี่ยแล้วมันเมา
ทำอะไรต่อเอ้ย
ยิงว่ายิง
เดี๋ยวไปดูก่อนต้องเอาลูกนอนผมไม่รู้เดี๋ยวมา
อ๋อ
เดี๋ยวมาครับผม
ยิงสักนิดสักหน่อยดีกว่าปะยิง